Chapter 21. Dragonite landed with a gentle poof, as dust was blown away from her incredibly powerful wings. I was honestly really wanting to see what her strength would be like with a few months of gravity training, but I hopped down after thanking her and tossing out Milotic's Pokeball, letting Dragonite and him have some time to themselves. Of course the pack was here. Growlithe all over the place had been on guard as soon as I landed, but had relaxed when they realized it was me. Considering the pack were my Pokemon as well, I felt bad that I hadn't spent much time with them. But they were all happy to see me, tails wagging as they ran up for attention. I pet little heads and stroked bellies for a few minutes, just soothing myself with puppy therapy. Best therapy there is. But I knew I couldn't stay out here all day. I had just too much inside. I let out Arcanine, who instantly took command of the pack, leading them away. Chansey, who I released just after, followed after to check on them. I'm home, I called out, feeling kinda dull as I stepped into home. Interestingly, Mama and Papa were both home. It took me a few seconds of thought to remember it was the weekend. As a trainer, I hadn't paid much attention to the day of the week. Seeing them both hanging out on the living room couch, even if both had startled at my sudden appearance, was exactly what I needed. Well, that and one other was inside. Vicky. Trouble. Both called out happily at my appearance, but I walked right past their grasping arms for a hug. Arcanine was laying around the couch like some massive living extension and practically drooling in a nap, completely uncaring about my appearance. I felt that. Arcanine probably recognized my scent before I even stepped foot inside and let it go straight to not a problem. I walked over and fell face first into Arcanine's fur. Then I screamed. Arcanine, who had been napping, startled a bit, raising his head up, but when he noticed it was just me, he dropped his head back down. Arcanine was reliable like that. Finally out of air, I pulled away from the fur and stood back up. Okay, I feel better now. But I could use a hug. I was swallowed up in Papa's strong arms a moment later as he pulled me towards the couch and settled with me between Mama and him. That felt nice. Vicky? I'm okay. Just frustrated? Irritated? Frustrated? Not a word, but go on. Mama said as she pulled off my hand and started running a hand through my hair. Right. So I met the rest of the family. I was in Fuchsia, and Elizabeth came to ask me to come to the clan compound. I could feel Papa tense up under me, but I just flopped over on him. It wasn't that bad. Definitely they wanted the same thing as last time, but I hate that they actually sounded reasonable. I tell him as I stare up at the familiar ceiling. The right sounds, the right smells. I could feel myself relaxing. Home. It was nice. He didn't. They didn't bother you too bad, did they? You know you don't have to listen to them. Papa said, and I knew that his slip was telling. Apparently if I want, I can be in the clan. I answered simply as I looked up into Papa's face from below, only to see a rather, well, I guess conflicted would be the best descriptor. They are considering inviting you back, too, apparently, Papa. That did more than give me a conflicted look. He looked young, like a kid that was being offered something he had always wanted. It made me remember that Papa was only about 30 years old. Adult brain reminded me how young that really was still. How even in your 30s, you could still feel like a child. I patted his arms. Yeah. It wasn't terrible. Grandpa Roy was nice? I thought. I mean, he at least tried to portray himself that way. That old fart is still alive? Papa asked with a crinkled smile that suited a much younger man. Before realizing what he had just said around me. His very impressionable child. Yep. Still alive. Still farting. I assured him. Earning a sigh from my mother and Papa failing to hide his amusement from Mama. He mentioned a crabby incident that he had to tan your hide about. Mind sharing? I asked, only to see Papa go utterly bright red and then instantly put a hand over my mouth. No. My mumbled demands for a story were ignored until I gave up and he finally took his hand away. Fine. I'll ask another time. Anyways. They led me into a room with all the elders, I guess? And Uncle Leopold. Who is still kinda a jerk, But he was nice enough to, if not apologize, at least explain that I just reminded him of you. So yeah. Yeah. Leo and I, well, no matter what, I doubt we will ever have a relationship again. Papa said, looking out the window for a minute as he viewed old memories. They didn't try to pressure you, did they? Mama asked, sounding, well, that was her battling voice. Not really, and yes. Sorta? They just explained why they wanted the flock protected farther from Viridian. I don't know. I can sorta understand it. Which is what is annoying me. It's not unreasonable for them to be worried about the Milotic. But really? Is a war with Johto even likely? The last one ended with a ceasefire between us, specifically because neither side could win. That happened a year or two before you were born, Vicky. So you might not realize just how bad it was. War between regions starts with all the strongest trainers releasing their most powerful Pokémon on each other. There is a reason the war was short. They usually are. Papa said in a tone that was almost haunted. I shuddered, realizing once again that Papa and Mama had lived through that. A time of war. They are family. So I get why they are worried. I tell them grumpily as Papa pats my head. Do you want to move the flock? He asked, putting the question on me. No, I grumble, I love it here. The farm. The trees, our river stream. It's home. I hate that I am even conflicted about it. I want to tell them to forget about it. I hastily corrected under both parents' knowing frowns. You were always a good girl. Wanting to help out everyone you could. Papa said calmly as he continued to stroke my hair. I hate the idea though. I mean, this is home. My Pokémon are supposed to be here. We could always move. Papa offered. I can train Growlithe and Fuchsia. We can set up a second farm there too. Right? Papa asked Mama, and while I could see her want to argue, she nodded. Yes. We have the money. We can go anywhere. But this is home. I answer. And I could see Mama understood. Then Vicky. Darling. My troublesome daughter. Do what you want. Just because someone has a good reason, has a well-thought-out argument, doesn't mean you have to listen. Papa said. He laughed a little. When I turned my back on the clan, it was the same. They had a path all set out for me. All I had to do was follow it, but it wasn't my path. My goals. It hurt them. And it hurt me. But I would do the same thing again. I blinked, taking that in, before pouting and sighing as I cuddle in more. Nope. Done thinking about this for now. Cuddles. I tell them as I squeeze Papa with a hug, before turning to the TV. Later that evening, I called the Fuchsia City Pokemon Center. Assured Ivy I just had to deal with some stuff, and I was sorry for bailing on her. She thankfully understood. I guess I must have looked a little frazzled, but she was being gentle with me, which sort of made me feel bad. I was an adult, you know. In the end, I promised we would hang out again soon. My team settled in. Papa had in fact got me a camera so I could take pictures of Dragonite being adorable. As always, Papa was reliable, and it did make me feel better. The fact she was walking around with Milotic with one of his fins in her hand was the cutest thing ever. All the bad feelings went away when I saw them being all lovey-dovey. And I took as many pictures as I could. I was so happy my partner found his BDGF, Big Dragon Girlfriend. Chansey settled in to take care of the Dratini egg. Arcanine played with Arcanine, much to his annoyance. And I had a cuddle pile with the Growlithe and Milotic flock. It was perfect. Eventually, I needed some quiet though. I left my team to it. Instead, hopping the river with some Milotic help, and heading into the berry tree orchard. I walked under the branches for a while, simply enjoying feeling like I was a child again. Regardless of my true age, this place made me feel like I was little again. I walked across the orchard, coming out the other side and once more needing a bit of assistance. Stupid tiny legs. And then back beyond the borders of the farm, I simply sat on a rock and listened to the Pokémon wandering around. Pidgey in the trees above. The faint purring crinkle of cater pie, the distant buzz of Beedrill. I don't know why moving away from Viridian bothered me so much. I've moved around plenty in my last life. I guess I was just used to everything staying the same. Papa and Mama, always there whenever I came home. The house. The orchard. I had grown used to the stability. Was I worried for my Milotic? For all my Pokemon? I guess I hadn't ever considered living in Viridian City as dangerous. Beedrill swarms? Egg Growlithe will handle it. Or the police. Angry Raticate? I had a Meowth. Now I learned that part of this world that I had done my best to ignore for 10 years wasn't going away. War. I hadn't really wanted to consider war here in Kanto. I had read things during history class about the old wars. But class had been light on details about the more recent wars. I guess that was on purpose. The adults probably didn't want the children to know how close a war could be. It struck me then that this world as peaceful as it seemed was nothing of the sort. Children sent out at 10 with a monster to train it and gather more. To become powerful. How different it was to the old world. How different it was to my common sense. No wonder everyone thought I was weird. No wonder they thought it was wrong of me to want to play with Magikarp. To have a Gyarados. I mean, they were wrong. But the life and death of people on this world suddenly felt more of a threat than ever before. I guess I'll just have to become so powerful, it doesn't matter then. I decided, speaking aloud to the forest around me. I would come up with something to satisfy the clan, not because I thought I needed to, but because they were family, and I was interested in getting to know them. I would grow strong enough to beat the Indigo League. Not because it was expected of me, but because Pokemon battles were fun. I would destroy the Elite Four. Not because I wanted to challenge the champion, but because I wanted to see the pinnacle of what was possible. And I would kick Lance in his dick after trashing his wannabe dragon team. Not because I wanted to be champion, but because he had called my Dragonair weak. I nodded. I was just 10. If war comes, I will deal with it. I will be as ready as I can, but I won't destroy my life in fear of it. I nodded. First, I needed to get my team together. Stop feeling sorry for myself, and finish getting ready to destroy the Indigo League. I didn't end up spending the night at home. After walking home with a bit of a pep in my step, I told Mama and Papa about an idea to come up with a compromise. They hadn't liked the idea too much, but it was a fair idea in my opinion. Gram was informed over the phone and huffed at me, and called me trouble, but said she would take care of it all. That I should get back to my journey. So I did. I grabbed my team together, and hopped into Dragonite's arms. The sun was going down by the time we left. But I didn't care. Dragonite could see pretty well in the dark, and I wasn't afraid of anything out there. I had my team at my side. Flying through the sky in a dragon's arms, getting a princess carry? It was amazing. I didn't even care if it was getting cold out. I would snuggle with Arcanine later. Dragonite had her orders on what to find. She kept her head on a lookout as she raced through the sky wind, practically hammering me at how fast we were going. It was great. Imagine riding a jet airplane, but on the outside. It felt kinda like that. Drag. She called out, suddenly pointing, and I grinned. I had no idea where we were, but she had found what I had asked for. A really tall waterfall. We settled down in a rush, and I could see Pokemon that had been hanging around yelp at the sudden appearance of a dragon. Slowpokes looking up from the water edge, giving little gasps, but only like a minute after we arrived. Adorable. But there were other Pokemon too. Oddish were hiding in the grass, and Anikins of all things had very quickly disappeared, not wanting to pick a fight with my revealed team. I quickly set up a camp. This is where we would likely be hanging out for a while. But that was fine. I had a goal. Like hell, I would allow anyone to look at me and say I wasn't able to protect my own Pokemon. Alright, team. You know what to do. I called out, earning little cheers from my buddies even as I turned towards the water. I sighed, grabbing my wetsuit. This was gonna be a cold experience. With a rebreather and wetsuit, I was ready. That and Arcanine setting up a fire near my tent to start warming it up. I felt safe enough jumping into a freezing cold river in the middle of the night. Arcanine and Chansey would be working out, but I would be going in with Milotic. No idea what water types would be down here after all. I had grabbed one more thing from my pack. A set of glow sticks that lit up the dark water around me. Then I slipped in. The current was pretty weak. Having just come off the waterfall, it came into a cove, before once more turning into a river. Here is where I should be able to find my target. Honestly, it didn't take long. Once I was in the water, face prickling at the cold, plenty of Pokemon were in sight. Including my target. They seemed pretty uncaring of my appearance as I swam over. Just continuing to swim in circles. Magikarp were like that. Luckily, I knew the trick to any Pokemon's heart. I pulled out a bundle of berries from my hip and offered him one. Gold whiskers. Male Magikarp. Cool. He blinked then again, and then swam over to eat one of the berries. Wahaha, they thought I couldn't catch Pokemon. Fools. I could seduce any Pokemon with berries. I didn't catch him. Instead, after eating all the berries, I played with him a bit. Swimming beside him and basically just showing him I thought he was cool. Magikarp were like any Pokemon. They wanted attention. They wanted to be loved. And boy was this Magikarp lucky, because no one could love a Magikarp like I can. Eventually, I was getting too cold, and had to leave, but I made sure Milotic told Magikarp we would play more later. I went to sleep warm in my tent, knowing that Operation Oh Fuck, did that little girl just release a Gyarados, was well on its way. So the next morning I did the same thing. My Pokemon worked out after making some space near the water while I dived in. Magikarp had actually been waiting for me. I was surprised when he actually swam over and did a little wiggle at me, inviting me to swim after him. The three of us played tag for a bit, and I shared more berry treats as time flew by. My rebreather thank Arceus had refilled overnight, so I had plenty of air to play with him that morning. Which is why when we finally surfaced and Magikarp tried to basically follow me onto the grass by splashing up, I was more than assured of my choice. Hey, don't do that. You can't breathe up here, buddy. I say as I pick him up. He was a little small for a Magikarp, I thought. Maybe a young one? How cute. Come on, let's get you in the water. I say as I heft him up without any difficulty and placed him back in the water. I really needed to eat something, so I had to take a break from swimming. Carp. Magikarp. Wah. No. I told him firmly, as I slid knee-length back into the water and put him inside. You can't breathe out here. So you aren't staying out of the water. That's silly. Carp. Carp. I yelped as he splashed out of the water, and I only barely caught him before he landed back on the grass. No, you don't. I grin as I adjust him so we are looking face to face. Listen, little buddy. I want to be friends. I'm happy you want to spend time with me. I really honestly am. But rule number one of any friendship: you shouldn't hurt yourself to sustain them. If you do, it's not a friendship at all. So listen. I'm not going anywhere. I had sat back in the water, so he was resting on my lap and able to breathe as I spoke. I just need some food, and I can't really eat underwater. And I need to cook food for my team. If you are still hungry, I'll make you some too. How about that? Carp. That's cute, look how excited you are. Okay, I'll make some for you. But you have to stay in the water. I don't have a bucket or anything for you. Actually. Fine. Milotic. Iron Tail. With a bit of work, a pit was dug beside the seating near the fire pit. And Milotic filled it with water. My new little buddy could sit with me as I cooked and ate food. I made him a nice little meal as well that he wiggled at the taste of. Nice. So Magikarp. Do you want to join my team? Magikarp. Magi. Magikarp. Yeah, I hoped you would say that. Oh. Since I didn't say it before. My name is Victoria. Victoria Ferrous. And this is Milotic and Arcanine over there. And that is Dragonite. Dragonite and Milotic are together, so don't mind their sappiness. Mama and Papa always said I wasn't allowed to capture a Magikarp, you know? They are scared of Gyarados. But I'm not. Because I know that when you evolve, you will still be my friend. I tell him, whispering like it's a secret, before I pass him another bit of food. Carp. I giggled at his call that was practically a promise. I don't get why people always thought Magikarp and Keba were dumb. They just weren't used to people, or Pokemon being nice to them. So they usually just clammed up and tried to be ignored. Oh right. Here, do you see this? It's a Pokeball. But this isn't just any old Pokeball. See, this is a normal one. I pull out both, the standard red and white Pokeball, comparing it to my premium balls. Which I preferred. This one is special. It's called a premium ball, and I captured my whole team with one C. I show Magikarp my belt where the white balls all rested. I use these for my team, the Pokemon I am going on my journey with. So Magikarp? Do you want to be on my team? I ask, offering a premium ball. A moment later, it was already slapping shut. Magikarp hadn't waited a moment before pushing forward. Yep. He just wanted a friend. And I had finally captured a Magikarp. I squealed as I rolled around on the grass with the Pokeball for a while. Ignoring the look that Dragonite was giving me, I brushed myself off and released Magikarp back into the little water pit. He blubbed happily as I reached down and pet him a bit. Well, Magikarp, we got a lot of work to do. You want to be a Gyarados, right? Carp. Thought so. So we are going to train hard. Magikarp was a cutie. He wasn't super focused. Unfortunately, I think Magikarp and Keba both have that problem. They get distracted pretty easily, but that was okay. If he got distracted and wanted to play, then we played. If he got hungry, I got him some food. But with a mix of Arcanine and Dragonite, it wasn't like I had any difficulty heading into a nearby town to buy some supplies, and let the parents know I was still alive. I hadn't told them about Magikarp yet. No reason why that is, must have slipped my mind. Anyway, training Magikarp was fun. See, I had a plan. Okay Magikarp, just like Dragonite showed you. I called out, watching as a moment later Magikarp splashed out of the water. Then while he was in the air, he began spinning. I was pretty sure this wasn't going to work as I hoped. I mean, Magikarp weren't exactly the brightest, and my little buddy wasn't either. But the thing about training is you get benefits whether it works or not. Right now, he was training Splash to get into the air. And maneuverability, which he would need regardless. Who cares if Dragon Dance was definitely not on the list of learnable moves for Magikarp? Had anyone ever tried before? Doubtful. Besides, Gyarados could learn it. So there had to be some connection there. Now why was I having Magikarp try to learn Dragon Dance? Because our training was to get him to climb that waterfall. I look over at the rather tall waterfall and nod. If he could climb that, I was sure he would evolve. Magikarp had done just that multiple times in the anime, games, and other media. Climb a waterfall and force an evolution. Become the Gyarados of your dreams. As Magikarp fell back into the river after failing to activate Dragon Dance, I sighed a little. I did feel a little weird with Magikarp. With Keba, it just fell into place. But I almost felt like I was manipulating Magikarp. I didn't think I was? I mean, what Magikarp didn't want to evolve? Didn't want to be loved? And I really just wanted to love him. But it felt different with me coming out and specifically trying to find a Magikarp. I mean, it was the norm in this world. Go out, find a Pokemon, catch it, and now it is yours. But it felt weird. Which is why I decided that no matter what, I was gonna get this Magikarp through his evolution. Not for me, or my team, but for him. Besides, the rest of my team were training hard right now. We would need it. Arcanine was helping Milotic with his defensive moves. Dragonite was still just getting used to having limbs. I had given her a task to work on fine control. I had set up a series of rope-hanging targets and put them all around her. Every time she hit one, it would fly off, but come back. So she had to keep hitting them so they wouldn't touch her. Hopefully it would give her a solid foundation on using her limbs for combat that, and I had Chansey helping her out sometimes. Chansey as always was being cute and exercising. She was practicing a dance she knew under her heavy gravity. If you have never seen a Chansey wiggle her butt to music, you are missing out. Adorable. But back to Magikarp and my training. I had picked Dragon Dance because if it did work, it would enhance his speed and power. The perfect choice to help him climb a waterfall. So I kept him positive. Snack time. I called out and giggled as he came racing over, wiggling and splashing out of the water, all the while as I revealed my fish food pokchow snack. It was basically onigiri with pokchow mixed in, and his favorite berry on the inside. Turns out my fishy boy really liked spicy flavors. The first time he tried one of the mega spicy lychee berries, he practically breathed fire. But he refused to eat any other berry after. Silly fishy. After his snack and all fired up. Literally. He raced back out into the river. Okay. Magikarp. You can do it. I believe in you. Now splash. I yell out and he bolts into the air. Honestly, he had gotten a lot stronger, just with a bit of attention. Well, and short bursts of gravity. Chansey and I were being careful though. We didn't want to hurt him or discourage him from continuing. But his muscles were definitely getting bigger. He splashed high above me, having really hit a perfect jump. Now Dragon Dance. You are a dragon on the inside. The sky belongs to you. Ka-arp. He cried out as he began to spin, emulating Dragon Dance. He splashed down. But I hooped and hollered about how cool it was. More than giving him enough confidence to try again. And again. And again. Magikarp was a lonely boy. I mean that literally. He got pretty lethargic every time I left him alone, or when I had to head into town. He only bounced back once I came back to camp with a treat, or something just for him. It made me kinda sad. We had spent a lot of time exploring the waterfall basin of this river. There weren't any other Magikarp here. Which was weird. I mean, he had been completely alone. Just swimming in circles because he didn't have any stimulation. Like a lion pacing in the zoo. No wonder he was so awkward. He hadn't had any friends. My team were nice enough, but he was still sorta awkward around them. That was okay though. I made sure every night as I went to bed, as I settled into my tent, I would tell Magikarp and the rest of my team stories for extra bonding time. Just little things about a boy whose family fought dragons on a windswept island. About princess in castles, or heroes on quests. Whatever came to mind. Of course, I also told my little fish buddy about Magikarp that jumped over a waterfall and became a dragon. He liked that story best. I spent at least a few weeks in that little waterfall basin, on the edge of the river. The native Pokemon had eventually either gotten used to my presence, or fled in terror from the sudden onset overpowering gravity that often struck the area. That and the flaming angry doggo. While my team once more improved themselves every day. As Dragonite got used to having limbs, even joining Chansey in cute little dances, Magikarp had grown strong. Strongest Magikarp in Kanto. I guarantee it. I giggled as my little buddy once more rushed the waterfall. Ever since I had told him the story, he had obviously wanted to do it. To race up the waterfall. To defeat it. So I was behind him 100%. He splashed out of the water, slamming into the current and swimming upwards, with a single-minded devotion. Up further and further he went, constantly pushing upwards against the waterfall. Which goes to show just how powerful he had become. He had even been growing a bunch in the last few weeks. Obviously, all the nutritious food I was stuffing him with was working. But his charge up the waterfall once more ended in failure. He hit a mid-section of the fall and the torrent of water was just too much. He slowed, and in that moment he fell. Carp. He seemed to curse his whole way down as he splashed into the water below. I waited a bit for him to pop back up. This wasn't our first failure, not even close, but as he didn't show after, I slowly grew concerned. Considering I was working with a water Pokemon, I was still wearing my wetsuit, so I quickly hopped into the water. Seeing my little buddy floating sideways a bit under the water made me concerned, but I realized he was okay as I got close and he sort of wiggled away. Nope. I swam after. And each time, he wiggled a bit out of the way, purposefully not looking at me. over and over until finally I managed to get my arms around him. Floating in the river, I hugged my little guy until he finally stopped trying to swim away. Slowly, I brought him towards the shallows, keeping my arms around him until I was sitting in the shallows with him in my lap, staring off listlessly. "You upset?" I asked him quietly long after I had settled him in. He sort of flopped a bit in my lap without a word. "Yeah," I tell him, putting my cheek against his. "You know, I'm not upset at you for not making it up the waterfall." "Carp. No. You did great. You didn't fail." "Carp. Magikarp. No, not at all. I'm super impressed you improved so much in just a few short weeks." I play with his whisker a bit as I cuddle him. He sort of flops against me again. "Okay, let me put it this way for you. You didn't fail, Magikarp." Carp. Nope. Failure doesn't happen because you don't succeed. Look. You didn't fail. You just didn't succeed. Failure only happens once you give up. Not before. So you haven't failed, not at all. Not even a little. Karp. He sort of cries a bit, making my own eyes prickle. This poor fish. Never ever. You are on my team. You already got captured, so we are stuck together, forever and ever. Carp, he questioned almost plaintively. Like he was begging. How could I resist? Yeah. And Magikarp. If you can't believe in yourself, believe in me. Believe in your trainer that believes in you. I told him, pulling a perfect Kamaya impression as I pulled him up in my lap so we were looking at each other. Because I don't ever plan on giving up. Do you? K-Carp. Yeah. So let's go. Again and again. Even if the chance of success is 1, or even 0. Together. We'll make it 100. I call out, fist pumping. Magikarp. He agreed with a bellow. Hell yeah. I knew motivational anime speeches would be applicable someday. He leapt out of my lap in a splash, plopping into the water and staring once more at the waterfall. Yeah. He had the fire this time, but I wanted him to do it. To push past his limits. It came to me, because I'm a genius. Milotic. Rain dance. I call out, startling my lazy eel, who was resting watching his waifu dance with Chansey. Such a Chad. A few moments later, it started raining, and then more and more. Milotic may have done a bit too much. And I could hear the fire going out. Good thing we had Arcanine. Alright, Magikarp. I believe in you. That waterfall is gonna fail. Today. Or tomorrow. Or someday. Go. Karp. I watched the revitalized Carp race towards the waterfall once more. The rain enhanced his speed thanks to Magikarp's ability. He still fell. But this time, my cheering told him he wasn't failing. Just not there yet. Chapter 22. Magikarp was taking a break, hanging out with me near the fire, where I was preparing an after-workout meal. Arcanine and Dragonite were once again fighting each other. Blasts of power and roars of anger constantly ruffled my hair and hat, but I had long since grown used to the feeling of standing 10 feet from a grenade testing ground. Chansey, Chance? A call came out over the explosions, and I looked up to see Chansey looking quite surprised. She was sitting across from me on the other side of the fire, and her surprise was obvious. Because the egg in her lap was rocking. Eee! I squealed as I jumped away from the pot. I could hear the battle between my team end as well as suddenly everyone was gathered around to look at the egg slowly rocking in Chansey's lap. Is it hatching? I asked after the rocking continued for a good while. Chansey. That was a yes. Oh man. It's hatching. I could feel myself practically shivering in excitement as I watched. Slowly, the shaking grew stronger, cracks breaking up the purple spotted egg that grew wider and wider. Come on, little one. You can do it. Come on out. Everyone is so excited to meet you. I kept whispering to the egg, Dragonite and Milotic joining me in little crooning calls of welcome. And slowly, ever so slowly, The egg cracked more and more, until finally a cute as a button dragon nose poked out a chunk of the shell. Draw! It called out instantly, as it felt the cool air. Dragon! Dragonite! Dragonite wasn't able to control herself. She was tippy-tapping on her feet as she hugged Milotic tight, literally squeezing Milotic so tight his face was turning white. Poor guy wasn't looking too good, but them's the breaks when you have a dragon GF. Well, I guess wife now. 'Cause they were parents. Slowly, a cute little Dratini slipped out of the egg, breaking itself free and looking around with the cutest purple eyes. Its eyes were a little darker than other Dratini I had seen. Probably an effect of Milotic, since their eyes were always a deep red. Dratini? It seemed to question as it finally pulled itself out of the egg shells. It was surprisingly long. It was the first thing I could think of. It was already so long, I expected like puppy size, but they were almost 5 feet long. As an estimate? Quite the long little noodle. Dragonite, dragon. Dragonite offered, reaching down, and as gently as she had ever touched anything, she lifted up the Dratini, who was more than happy to let her. I remembered just in time. As Dratini was introduced to Milotic, who was having an absolutely freaked out face. I started snapping pictures. These were going in the goddamn scrapbook. I managed to just save the meal after forgetting about it, but it was alright. Training was over for the day. All of my team were being introduced to our new little one. Who was a boy. Our littlest man. Arcanine, we discovered, was Dratini's favorite mountain to climb. Dragonite was where he ran to whenever he was scared. Milotic was the one who taught him all the underwater stuff. Doing manly father-son activities. I mean, they can't really fish, but they were certainly hunting. So I counted it as fishing. Magikarp was a little bummed at first. Having seen all of our excitement, but only until Dratini decided he liked hanging out in Magikarp's little water pit and cuddling with him. While our lonely boy happily played with Baby Noodle. So many pictures. It took all of us a few days to get back on the training schedule. Even Arcanine had been distracted wanting to play with the little dragon. Honestly, he was a little cutie. He had the cutest little laugh too. A little chime noise he made whenever he was delighted by something. Which was all the time. I sighed in satisfaction at being able to tickle his little belly. Arceus was a good god for allowing me this. I had also captured him, using one of the premium balls, because a cutie this adorable didn't deserve some standard run-of-the-mill Pokeball. So I guess that meant I had 6 Pokemon on my team. Of course Dratini wasn't going to be a battler anytime soon. He would need months, if not years of training, to get him to where he needed to be. But I also had no idea how quickly they would evolve. It wasn't like I could check the Pokédex for this sort of stuff. So I had decided to document it all myself. Pokemon Professor Vicky on duty. I giggled as I continued to fill out my Pokemon notebook. Writing about how long it had taken for the egg to hatch, how big Dratini was, and everything else I could think that might be relevant. I vowed to update Dratini's entry constantly as he grew. But other than Dratini constantly shedding his skin at least once a day, we simply got back into the training schedule. Magikarp was still my focus, and we once more began our waterfall training, much to Magikarp's happiness at the renewed attention. He must have thought I had forgotten him or something. Silly fish. I did stop at the Pokemon Center in the small town we were close to. Pallet Town was a sleepy foresty place. I was honestly surprised it even had a Pokemon Center. But after stopping in, making sure my little buddy got a checkup from Nurse Joy, not that it was super needed with Chansey on duty, but they did have machines in the center that Chansey couldn't replicate. He was fine. Healthy as a dragon. After a call home telling them the egg had hatched, and assuring Mama and Papa I was okay. I had been out of touch for a bit. I headed back up to our little camp. I could have headed out. Could have continued my journey, but that wasn't going to happen. That would be admitting that I didn't think Magikarp could finish his objective, and I did believe he could do it. Every day he was getting closer. Go! I cheered as Magikarp once more hit the waterfall. Rain falling atop us, all the team cheering him on. The last few times he had gotten so close I was sure it would happen soon. The weeks of training him had all led up to this. I didn't regret it for a moment. Magikarp was a good boy. And this time, with all the training we had done, with my support making sure he was well fed and growing stronger by the day, he finally went past the point he had always failed. He continued on, his tail a blur, his face, well, it was still Magikarp face. But it was cute. And finally, at the peak of the waterfall under the pouring rain, he leapt over the top of the waterfall, silhouetted in the sky. For one moment, totally free. And in a flash of bright light, he lengthened, his cry growing into a roar as he raced into the sky. Not even the air able to hold him back anymore. I was grinning like a loon, but then I started frowning. Because after his evolution, he didn't come back down like I expected. Gyarados can fly? I watched as he circled in the air, literally riding the air currents. Gyarados can fly. Wow. Did not expect that. I mean, I remember in the Legends game, there was a flying Gyarados. But I always thought that was just a bug on release or something. But no. Gyarados can apparently sometimes fly. That is one of the coolest things I have ever seen. I told Milotic, who was floating beside me. He made a huffy little noise as he turned away from me. Oh, don't be like that, you are still my number one fish, or eel. But I'm proud of him too. I told my pretty boy, who after a few moments reached out with his fin to hold my hand. Yeah, he had started doing that after Dragonite evolved. It was the cutest shit. And then, as if deciding the sky wasn't enough for him, Gyarados began diving down, catching my eye. I whistled at his speed and waved at him, cheering him on. A moment later, he hit the waterfall basin like a hammer. A massive plume of water rose up. I quickly grabbed my hat to keep it on as the wave rolled over me. Well, there goes lunch. Dratini was giggling as he curled around Dragonite's leg as the water rolled over him. So I would say worth. And then as the flood of water and waves finished drawing back, along with my cooking pot and some of my tent, Gyarados lifted himself out of the water, looking down towards me. Hug? I asked, opening my arms wide. The noise Gyarados made wasn't really speech. Just a roar of emotion. I always thought it was weird that Gyarados don't usually say their own name like other Pokemon. I guess that means they just don't actually talk much. Well, I watched the looming impending disaster with a wilting smile as Gyarados rushed forward, mouth wide open. The last thing I saw was the way his jaws were closing around my feet, cutting off the sunlight. Miss? Are you okay? I continued to squelch my way into the Pokemon Center, pulling off my Pokeballs and dropping them onto the tray, leaving a thick mucus behind. Rough day, I admitted, sounding a little distant to my own ears. I need a room. Please. Alright. Here, you can have room 3, and I'll just take care of these? Nurse Joy asked, looking at the tray with a little bit of horror. Why, yeah. Be careful with ball 5. Yeah. I muttered as I turned and headed into the Pokemon Center. A shower. I needed a shower. After a shower followed by a nap, I felt more alive. Oh, Vicky, I see you are feeling better. Nurse Joy called out as I walked into the lobby of the center. Yeah. I feel alive again. Thanks for not, well, making a fuss. Do I need to clean anything up? I asked, looking around the lobby that was already clean. Oh, you are fine, dear. You should see the lobby during rainy days. Nurse Joy chuckled, her Chansey beside her giving little Chansey giggles. Thanks. I said a little weakly, as my team's Pokeballs were returned to me. I didn't see anything wrong with your team. They are all looking very healthy, good job. Yeah. I shuddered, imagining my newest member again. I could still taste fishy salvia in my mouth. I suppressed my body's desire to puke as I attached my team to my belt. Thanks again, Nurse Joy. Of course. Be safe. The pink-haired woman called out as she waved to me as I left. Elizabeth Ferrous. What? I think my words were quite clear, daughter. Mother has reached out to discuss setting up a second enclosure for the Milotic here. It turns out our discussion with your cousin was effective. They actually agreed? Just like that? Oh no. The deals that Mother ripped from us make this a bitter pill, but at least if another war happens, or poachers, we will have a backup. The association has already agreed as long as the reserve is properly set up. Great. It does mean that in the next Indigo League your position will be watched closely. How ready are you? I train every day, Father. Even with school taking up a good amount of my time, my team is ready for battle. I will assuredly rank even higher this year. Especially if I do not face the league winner before the end. Elizabeth muttered. Her last league had ended up with her losing to the boy who would go on to win it all. Yes, it was bad luck for you to face him. Will he be taking part again this year? I don't know. Probably. He never showed any signs of retiring. No battler with such skill as that would retire easily. Very well. Whatever you need to ensure your position, let me know. We have to be careful with clan funds still, but this is important for our family's future. Father offered, smiling lightly at her. As always, Father was more than willing to take on a burden if it meant her advancement. Many thought Father cold, but Elizabeth knew. Father had worked many jobs when she was little, just to ensure that the family would never be in such straits again in the future. Yes, Father. There is one thing. Victoria. When I last talked to her, she mentioned something. Elizabeth said. She had been mulling over her cousin's words for weeks. What else could she do? She had been searching for the secret to Skitty's evolution since they first became partners. What is it? Skitty. She can evolve, but the method to obtain it is locked within Hoenn. At least. I thought she was taunting me. Making fun of my inability to evolve her. Elizabeth couldn't help but trail off. She had thought Victoria to be an idiot. Yet, does an idiot really have access to so much wealth? Does a fool learn how to capture Milotic or evolve Arcanine? What did she say? Father asked, looking suddenly focused. A moonstone. She said Skitty evolves through use of a moonstone. I see. It sounds like nonsense. But pull one from the clan stockpile. I will take any questions regarding its use. If she was being honest, then I will truly not understand my niece. Me either, Father. I was once again riding Arcanine. Listen, as much as I loved Magic Princess Dragon rides. Arcanine and I, well, we had a saddle. Plus being on the ground meant we got to see things. Like cute Pokemon. Not that we saw much more than them fleeing in terror after eating our dust. Arcanine was not a gentle runner. Hoo-hoo. She howled as she leapt over a cliff. Ah! I yelped as she landed among the trees far below, bouncing between their branches as I held on tight before she bounced thrice and hit the earth, once more dashing off with barely a slowdown in her stride. Stupid show-off dog. Stop trying to scare me. I called out, not that it mattered. The wind took my words away in an instant. That is what happens when you are moving at over 200 miles an hour while riding. And there, just in the distance as we race out of the forest, was Fuchsia City. This time, unless something crazy happens, I should be able to challenge Koga. Our final run into the city was quiet. Arcanine knew this area. We raced straight towards the Pokemon Center. I sighed as she finally came to a stop, standing tall and practically vibrating in excitement as I stumbled off my pup that had a little too much energy. All right. Go take a lap. I say, earning a bark of happiness as Arcanine disappeared. Off to lap around the city in a rush. I sighed, waiting for my pup to come back, resting my back against the Pokemon Center wall. Thankfully, it was a warm night. It felt sorta surreal sometimes, when I gave an order to an animal that my mind, that deep dark part of me was telling me was a massive threat, that instead happily listened to my words and understood them. It reminded me once again of just how human Pokemon were in a way. I still had no idea what Arceus was thinking when he made Pokemon capable of understanding human speech, but not able to communicate. It was one of those weird little things. I mean, Meowth even showed us that if a Pokemon worked at it, they could speak normally. What a weird world. I rolled my eyes as Arcanine reappeared, tail practically uncontrollable as she danced around in front of me, begging for an order to run some more. Go on then, take a lap. I called out, laughing as she literally did a backflip before disappearing in a blur. Her dance practice certainly had paid off. "Excuse me? Is everything okay?" A voice startled me a bit as I turned only to relax. "I'm fine, Nurse Joy. My Pokemon has the zoom eyes and needs to run around a bit to burn off some more energy." The pink-haired woman blinked, then recognized me even in the low light outside the center. "Oh. I see. I was worried when I saw someone just standing out here." "What are zoom eyes?" she asked as she settled in beside me. Her question had me giggling as I hadn't realized that particular phrase wasn't common here. "It's when canine Pokemon run around, usually in circles or back and forth, because they have too much energy. Arcanine is running laps around the city right now," I explained, pointing to my pup who just came rushing back and once again looked like she was ready for 100 more laps. "Go another lap," I call out, laughing as Arcanine once more did a backflip before blurring away. Arcanine's trick had obviously startled the nurse as she suddenly burst into giggles at how silly the scene was. "I can see what you mean," she giggles, wiping her eyes a bit at how hard she was laughing. "Zoom eyes? I like it. Glad to be of service," I replied as I looked up into the night. So many stars here in Kanto. There was still plenty of man-made lights, but nowhere near the level of what it was like on Earth. That, and I was pretty sure the stars were just brighter here. Or maybe closer? I had no idea what space was like in this world, other than the Pokemon that inhabited it. Arceus was a weird llama. Chansey? I blinked. That wasn't my girl. "Oh, I will be in soon, Chansey. This is just..." "Oh, why don't you come and see as well? It is quite a show," Nurse Joy offered, patting the air beside her, and Chansey nodded, stepping out. I blinked. That was a Chansey? I blinked. My Chansey didn't look like that. Had I forgotten what Chansey looked like? I grabbed my Pokeballs and threw Chansey's ball in front of me. A moment later, a cute Chansey, Chance, was called out as she danced around a bit before looking around. Then I looked from Chansey to Chansey. Yep. That was a Chansey all right. But my Chansey looked way different. She was a lot less round. My Chansey looked more like an egg, while Nurse Joy's Chansey looked like a ball. Listen, I didn't want to call that Chansey fat, but she was a little fat. Not enough exercise? Oh my. Is this your Chansey? She is quite athletic, isn't she? Nurse Joy of course noticed it immediately, as my Chansey danced around a little, greeting her fellow. Chance. Chansey Chance? The nurse's Chansey seemed to ask, and Chansey giggled before doing something I hadn't expected. Chansey just flexed on the other Chansey, and faintly against her pink fur, I could see muscles. A lot of muscles. The nurse's Chansey seemed to gasp, looking startled as my girl flexed and showed off her conditioning. Yeah. We exercise a lot. I mean, like every day all the time. I guess I hadn't noticed how much she had bulked up. I muttered quietly, staring at my girl as the two Chansey chattered away. Woof. Arcanine suddenly intruded, demanding attention from me as she was panting and bouncing around waiting for orders. I hadn't even noticed her come back. Go on then. One more lap, I ordered, earning the happiest puppy smile in the world as she disappeared. Nurse Joy, distracted from the goddess of gains, blinked. Is she always, dash? Always. I say quickly, sounding a little tired. Keeping up with Arcanine was a full-time job after all. Ever tried sleeping in when you had a 300-plus-pound dog whose only goal in life was playing right that second? Didn't think so. Especially since Arcanine was too smart to be stopped by things like doors or angry yells. She would just pick me up and drop me in a river if I really got obstinate about sleeping in. So what routine does your Chansey go through? Well, my own partner could use some more exercise, Nurse Joy offered, sounding a little embarrassed as she scratched her cheek a little. I really can't say, family secret. I grumble, earning an understanding look from Nurse Joy. Oh, I do hate that, she says. Not that I am saying to break it. Please don't think I am. The Joy clan is neutral to all of that, but there are times I wish we could do away with all that nonsense. Yeah, I agree. I glance at my Chansey, happily chattering away with her fellow. It's kind of a mess, huh? The clan politics keeping stuff all secret. It must be rough as a nurse needing knowledge that could potentially already be known about Pokemon, but not being able to get at it. Nurse Joy was quiet for a while before speaking again. Yes. Nurse Joy said a simple word with layers of emotion. There is a saying in our family that we are each taught. We are reminded of it when we lose. When we lose our first patient. A nurse only knows what they know. They aren't Arceus. We all hate it all the same. I frowned. While I definitely benefited from the secrets that I had, I couldn't help but feel a little sick in that moment. How many Pokemon had died because a family coveted their secrets? How many friends had been lost because a Nurse Joy hadn't known something important? Yeah. Maybe I'll just have to do something about that someday. I muttered a little harshly. What was that? Nothing, Nurse Joy. Nothing. I offer with a smile. Someday. Maybe someday I would do something about that. Woof. Arcanine appeared once again, still as energetic as ever, but I was planning on getting to sleep at some point tonight. Nope. You're done, time to cool off. I tell my girl, earning the most heartbreaking look as she looks as if I just crushed her hopes and dreams, even falling onto her side like I had just killed her as she gave a quiet little howl of utter dejection, which is when I emptied a bottle of water on her head. Come on, quit the act. I cut through her little pity party, earning a huff, as she blew her cheeks out at me. She stole that look from me. The jerk. That was my face against my parents when they were being silly. Then she blinked, noticing a drop of water going down her face. Shit. I managed just before she turned herself into a spin dryer, as she started shaking, purposefully hitting me with the water she shook off. That's it. Get in the ball. I growled, earning a doggy laugh as she disappeared. Nurse Joy, chuckling behind me, earned a little glare too, as I sighed. I'm gonna need a room. Of course. The nurse said with a smile as she happily led me inside. Chapter 23. It was a foggy morning as I walked up the steps to the Fuchsia Gym. The old Cantonian mansion out in the forests of Fuchsia was my current destination. It was time to face another challenge. As I approached, a door opened, and to my surprise, Koga was waiting for me. I stopped for a few seconds as we sized each other up. You recognize me? He offered in a calm tone. I have heard about Fuchsia Gym. Good. Come. He offered quickly, turning back inside the mansion, and led me away. I expected to have to deal with weird traps and rooms and things, but none of that came. Instead, I was led to the courtyard where a small table had been set out on the walkway. It is a chilly morning. Tea? He offered, taking a seat. I hesitated before shrugging. I wasn't a fan, but it was cold. Something warm would be nice. He accepted my nonverbal reply and poured me a drink. As he did, I noticed that atop the table was a folder with papers inside. Yes, I thought you might notice that. You see, one of the jobs of my gym is to face trainers while understanding their strengths and weaknesses. My ninja investigate all who would come to challenge me. He opened up the folder. Inside was a picture of me from my trainer license, but then a much larger candid shot from when I was stepping off Arcanine. It was from yesterday night. Yikes. Yes, it does tend to cause some discomfort to trainers who I explain this to, but we are Pokemon trainers. A momentary discomfort to have a true third party speak of our weaknesses? That is more valuable than any discomfort. If you will listen. I will. I could see what Koga's shtick was. He gathered a bunch of information on trainers, and used it against them. Honestly, it would be helpful. The same thing would happen in the Indigo tournament. Every match I had, more of my Pokemon skills, strengths, and weaknesses would be seen by my competition. Victoria Ferrous. A name I am familiar with, although you are no longer of the clan. Yet that might change. Not sure yet. It's kinda weird. The clan thing. I see. He offered, simply with a shrug. You have an advantage that few trainers receive. Powerful Pokemon attained a few years before you even begin your journey. Oddly, most that do receive their Pokemon early receive them already trained. You captured and trained your Pokemon yourself. Impressive. Thanks. But it has also created a weakness in your methods. You have powerful Pokemon, you have always had powerful Pokemon to battle with. You don't know the feeling of being outmatched, of being forced to strategize to your fullest in order to create that small sliver of a chance for victory. You're saying I've never been the underdog? Exactly. You, Victoria, have always had the advantage. How will you fare, I wonder, in defeat? In being pressured to the fullest and yet not being able to rise to the occasion? I can't say. Wise. Most would argue, bluff themselves, pretend they would be fine, and it would not shame them. It takes wisdom to know what you do not know. The shinobi offered with a small grin. There is much else I would wish to share with you, but hearing it verbally will not truly teach you. I offer you this instead. A match. I will use the greatest of my Pokemon. The team I am preparing to claim a position within the Elite Four. My team will push you harder than any trainer you have faced, I accept. I cut him off instantly. He really didn't need to push me for this. I've been wanting to battle someone on the absolute pinnacle for a while now. So quickly? You will not earn a badge if you fail, and you will fail. I have studied every match you have taken part in. I know all the tricks you have developed so far. Good. Defeat me, Koga of Fuchsia Gym. I felt excited. A challenge. A real challenge. He smiled. I was not wrong about you. He offered, standing and closing the file, leaving it on the table as he walks out into the courtyard. A poison-type gym. This could be a real mess, but it could also be super fun. I felt myself grinning. This was so interesting. I had faced kids and gym leaders. But a man that planned on joining the Elite Four? Not just planned on, but I knew would eventually do so. Yeah, I wanted to face that. To see how far above me the ceiling was. My hand fell to my pokeballs ready to throw when a voice called out, startling me. Fuchsia Gym Leader Koga accepts the challenge. No switch-outs. 6-on-6 battle. Begin. Venomoth. Koga calls out, simply summoning one of the smallest Venomoth I had ever seen. It was about half the size of a normal Butterfree, I estimated. Were they always that small? My hand threw out Milotic. Safeguard. I called out instantly. No way was I fighting a poison-type master without that to help. Shadow Clone. Koga spoke quietly with no heat or urgency, and his Venomoth went from 1 to 20 in an instant. I blinked. Wasn't Shadow Clone just the name of the Japanese version of Double Team? What the heck? Milotic. Water Pulse. Shadow Fog. Koga offered, and I blinked. What was Shadow Fog? Ghost-type move? I shook my head. No, I watched in awe as the Venomoth cloud that were being ripped apart by Milotic's water pulse began vanishing into a cloud of poison powder that ballooned up. Soon, the whole side of the field was covered, and despite Milotic's water pulse shooting holes through the cloud, it didn't seem to make a dent. It roiled, growing thicker and thicker. Rain dance. Let's wash that cloud away. I responded with the first thing that came to my mind. But Koga was silent. I figured he was somehow communicating without me knowing. Even as the clouds above opened up and began pouring rain onto the field, the poison cloud didn't seem to be stopped. I narrowed my eyes. That wasn't right. No way that a cloud of spores doesn't at least get dented by rain. What the hell was Koga doing? Now. Koga said simply, and Milotic and I both prepared as something shifted in the cloud suddenly. Venomoth appeared, just one. Extreme Aqua Tail. I called out, as Milotic suddenly blurred. The static noise of an extreme speed overpowering the rain as suddenly Milotic was there. And then Venomoth was in 2 pieces. I blinked. Milotic blinked. That was when the real Venomoth behind the substitute appeared right in front of Milotic's face. Flash. Koga said simply, and suddenly the whole field was bright, a sun descending on the field. Milotic and I both cried out. That was bright. Way too bright. Milotic surf. Push everything away. I called out even as I couldn't see. And a few moments later, I felt the flood of water roll past my ankles. But nothing else. I blinked the stars out of my eyes. I could barely see, but Milotic was still standing. But he was waving around. If you just permanently blinded my Pokemon Koga. I growled as I realized Milotic wasn't just waving, he was stumbling, unable to see. Your Pokemon will recover its vision, Venom off. Finish it. I flinched. Protect. I called out, but nothing happened, despite Milotic using the move. I couldn't see Venom off. Just the stupid cloud of poison that kept me from seeing what was going on. Milotic. Safeguard. Then Aqua Ring. I called out. Wanting to make sure poison continued to be off the table. My partner, despite not being able to see, did just that. His scales glowing once more with a fresh safeguard and then a ring of healing water appearing around him. You have prepared enough, Venom off. Koga offered simply, and then in a burst of speed the cloud of poison burst out in an eruption as Venom off and its many clones suddenly rushed forward. Milotic ice beamed the ground. Create a barrier. But it was too slow. Venomoth simply buzzed around the ice shield and Milotic couldn't see to react fast enough. Sludge bomb. I couldn't even say anything to retaliate, because Koga had said that long after the attack had launched and struck. He wasn't calling out the attack, simply informing me of what it was. I winced as Milotic. My partner. A Pokemon that had taken hits from super effective moves and shook them off, was launched away. Rolling and tumbling across the muddy yard from the blast of purple sludge that exploded against his face. Critical hit. I flinched. Recover. I cried out, and as Milotic was pulling himself back up out of the mud, he did just that. His injuries vanishing in a flood of power. Again. Koga offered, but again, it was for my benefit. As Venomoth had raced across the field, his entire swarm of clones surrounded him as he once more blew Milotic across the field. Surf. Try to flood around you. I called out, and Milotic did so, but it wasn't working. He couldn't see Venomoth. And the clones were buzzing just as loud as the real thing. His surge of water mist flooding through empty space, as Milotic blindly searched around. Venomoth. And with that one word, the match ended to my shock. A sleep powder was blasted into Milotic's face, and he slumped to the ground. Safeguard had just run out. Koga had been timing it perfectly. Return. I call out quickly, seeing Venomoth preparing another attack. What a monster. Is this what Brock had felt when facing me? Seeing his Pokemon get trampled over? It was. It was fun. But I couldn't enjoy it. Injuring my partner? That was not okay. Arcanine. I threw her ball out, letting her land in the muddy water and roar out a challenge against the bug. As I predicted. Begin. Extreme Flame Wheel. Smash the Venomoth. But even as Arcanine vanished in a blur, Venomoth began its own attack. Arcanine's flames burst through a shadow clone. And then another. But that only gave Venomoth the time to set up. Even as more shadow clones appeared around the field, meaning Arcanine's exertion wasn't working. Okay, Arcanine. Fire spin. Let's start creating hazards. I call out shifting strategies. A moment later though, Arcanine was hammered by something. I growled as another sludge bomb hit. Interrupt her attack. Koga offered again long after the attack had gone through. Arcanine wasn't blinded, so unlike Milotic, she leapt back to her feet in a moment, even if the hit had obviously hurt. Double team. Keep the fire going. Don't let Venomoth catch you again. My dog burst into action, rushing around the field, her copies jumping and leaping as they left trails of fire at her speed. Fire spin. Let's put the heat on the Venomoth. Just like with the Beedrill. I called out, and Arcanine did just that, rushing around the field. As she activated a fire spin, a tornado of flame rising up, causing the light rain to burn away. Venomoth's cloud of poison burst up in an explosion, but Arcanine didn't care. She only cared about running. Good. I was hoping you would not be defeated at the first step. Venomoth. Supersonic. He called out, this time the attack came after. The noise was overpowering. I winced, covering my ears. And even Arcanine slowed as the noise struck her ears, causing her run to stutter to a stop as she struggled to overcome the noise. It was overpowering. I attempted to shout out. To tell Arcanine to move to do something. But my voice literally couldn't reach her. Then it was over. My ears ringing, I called out, telling Arcanine to attack. But she stumbled. Arcanine shook her head, as she sort of stumbled as if she was drunk. Fuck. Confusion. Arcanine. Fire spin yourself. Don't let Venomoth close. But that wasn't enough. Arcanine looked around as if she couldn't understand what I said. Sludge bomb. Koga called out, speaking louder since I was still wincing at my ears, and even then I barely heard him. Arcanine cried out as she was struck. Sent rolling and tumbling across the arena. Arcanine. I waited with my heart in my throat. As the mud-covered form didn't move. Then with a twitch she stood. Slowly clambering to her feet. Then like a dog, she shook. Her mud-covered coat was suddenly moving like a whirlwind. The mud she was coated flinging across the field. Koga would probably have to have his ninjas clean the roof, the mud had been flung so far. But to my shock I realized Arcanine hadn't done it just to clear the mud away. Her confusion was over, and she had done it to mark the Venomoth clones. Only one Venomoth had mud on it. Extreme Fire Fong. I roared out, and Arcanine did the same. Our spirits in tune as she blitzed across the field, nothing but eruptions of mud trailing behind her as her paws ripped the muddy field apart. And then Venomoth squealed as it was ripped out of the sky. I had learned from Surge's fight. Arcanine and I had been training on our grapple move. Grabbing with her jaws, Fire Fong active, and then if she got her actual jaws on the target, not letting go. Turning it into either another Fire Fong, or a bite. Or just doing what she was doing now. Flamethrower erupted out from her jaws as she held her head towards the sky, Venomoth clutched between her fangs. Causing the flames to erupt sideways as Venomoth blocked the line of fire. And then it was over. Arcanine dropped the unconscious Venomoth. I held my breath for a moment. My heart was pounding. My eyes burned. My ears run. But we had done it. Taken out the Venomoth. Return. Koga called out simply, Venomoth disappearing, and I returned my focus towards Koga as he grabbed his second Pokeball. Mook. He called out, revealing his second choice. Where Venomoth was tiny. Mook was huge. A mountain of sludge and a smell that made me instantly gag ripped through the area. Arcanine instantly yelped at the stink, flinching back, despite her previous battle spirit. Extreme Flame Wheel. Minimize. Koga informs me again only after the move begins. The mountain of poison and horrible gunk practically vanished, as it dropped in size suddenly. Arcanine still hit though. Blasting the pile of sludge with a wall of fire as she plowed through it. But Mook wasn't ending it there. Suddenly its arm shot out of its back, and slapped Arcanine across her face, causing her to yelp as she flinched, her front legs completely leaving the ground as she struggled to control herself. I noticed why a moment later. She had mud in her eyes. I flinched. Seriously, Koga? You asshole. Toxic mud slap. I found the normal mud slap to be a good move to adapt into a stronger move. And Mook's toxic makes using mud a good transfer method. I grit my teeth. Before I could even call out an attack. Mook had moved first. Exploding in a sludge bomb point blank, Arcanine having flinched at Mook's horrible stench attack, meaning she couldn't even dodge. I winced as she hit the ground and rolled. This time she didn't rise up. Return. I called out, knowing she was done. Your Pokemon are strong. You focus on evasion and poison. If my Pokemon gets poisoned early on in the fight, I bet the rest of the battle would be me just chasing after your retreating Pokemon. Correct. I am Koga, and my specialty in poison types isn't my only ability. Evasion moves are my strongest tool. It does not matter how powerful your Pokemon is, if they cannot land a hit. I nodded. Made sense. I mean, they usually banned evasive moves in some tournaments, that's how broken they were in Pokemon games. I gripped my next Pokeball. Go Dragonite. She appeared, a single flap of her wings landed her on the ground with a rumble. She was quiet. Suspiciously so, until I got a look at her face. Oh, she mad. She looked like Iris's Dragonite at that moment. As she slowly worked her hands, as if just hoping to get her hands on her enemy to rip them apart. I had seen a single picture of your Dragonite from afar. I will admit seeing a Dragonite from this close is always an impressive view. Are you ready? I am. Mook Acid Armor. Dragonite. Extreme Dragon Rush. The two Pokemon moved. Mook's tiny form suddenly glowing as it seemed to have a flowing stream of something coating it, but that was all I could see because a heartbeat later Mook was an explosion of poison as Dragonite smashed into where Mook used to be. I quickly put my goggles on. I was well within the splash zone. But to my shock, Mook wasn't knocked out. Substitute. I gasped. Realizing that Mook was still unharmed, it had replaced itself with a substitute. Damn ninjas. Dragonite. Fly. I called out just as a sludge bomb roared towards her. She just managed to slip past the attack as she burst into the air. Her natural space now as a flying type meant the attacks completely missed as she disappeared into the air. Fuck. How do you handle evasive Pokemon? Step 1, don't fight them. Damn fucked up on step 1. Okay, how else? Have a move that always hits like Swift, fuck. Okay, don't have that. How else? I closed my eyes. Dragonite was up in the sky waiting for a response, and Mook was definitely not going to hit her from up there. Although he was definitely getting time to prep more nonsense. There was a move that increased accuracy. I know there was. I remembered seeing someone mess with an evasion team using it. I also knew Dragonite could learn it, but right now with my ears ringing and my eyes still showing stars from Flash, I wasn't able to think. Fine. Dragon Dance. I called out as loud as I could. If Koga wanted to turn this into a buff fest, I would give him just that. Koga continued to say nothing, but that didn't matter to his Mook, who was continuing to do buff moves after buff moves. It had even gotten smaller. But that didn't matter. If I couldn't catch him with skill, just use power. It was quiet for a minute. Both of our Pokemon simply taking the time to do what they wanted. Before finally, Dragonite roared. Extreme Dragon Rush. I yelled out in response, causing Dragonite to go from high in the sky to on the floor in an instant. She might as well have teleported. The next moment, the ground exploded. The purple aura of angry dragon energy slamming into the mud had caused a massive explosion. Dragonite was as buffed up as Dragon Dance could go. That meant not only was her speed and strength out of this world, but she was also using extreme speed to go even faster. Straight down. Did she use Dragon Rush or Earthquake? I had to question as the ground beneath me rumbled as something like 500 pounds of angry dragon hit the ground. I rolled and struggled to get back to my feet after the strike. I was really glad I was a 100% verified super genius for putting on my goggles. I wiped the mud from my face to see what happened. Dragonite was upright, and Mook? Well, he was a splatter. Mostly there. And over there, oh, and there was a piece of him over there. Gunk shot. Koga simply replied, and all those pieces of Mook that we had just smashed? They weren't actually Mook. Substitute again. Motherfucker. Protect. I called out just in time as chunks of filthy something shot from multiple locations around the field. How? I kept my eye out watching as the protect shield blocked multiple hits, but it took a few moments before I got it. Only one of the hits was real. Dragonite. Most of the attacks are illusions. It's Mook using double team. Find the one that is hitting for real. Drag. She roared out, instantly her head shooting towards her left. Her eyes tracking. She blitzed without a word. She knew what to do. Once again, the static noise of extreme speed echoed out, as mud literally burst from where she was from the shockwave of her launch. She rushed towards where the mini Mook was hiding. The shattering of the ground at her hit once again caused the mud to splatter across the area, and once again when it cleared, Dragonite was on watch. So was I. I didn't believe for a second that would be it. Again. Protect. I called out just in time. Once again a barrage of gunk shot slammed into Dragonite's shield, and once again only one of the attacks was real. Dragonite didn't need to be told this time. She shot off. Once more, in a burst of speed searching. The game of cat and mouse continued, but I was watching Koga. He wasn't ruffled at all. His mook continued to play cat and mouse. I thank you, Victoria. It is not often one gets to battle a Dragonite. The experience will help me greatly against Lance. Koga offered, finally breaking his silent vigil. I just scoffed. I doubt Lance and I will fight much alike. No, you don't. But it is valuable all the same. Do you have time to talk? Your mook is getting close to being smashed. Oh? Is that what you believe to be happening? Mook has already won this battle. I blinked. What was that supposed to mean? His words made me double check, my eyes roving around the battleground trying to catch what Koga had noticed. When I finally realized it as a protect once more blocked an attack. Dragonite was breathing hard. And her skin was turning purple. What? When? None of your attacks hit. Mook poisoned her on her first aerial strike. When she hit the ground, she landed in a patch of toxic that Mook had left on his substitute. He answered simply. I flinched. I had missed it. Too focused on trying to keep an eye on the tiny ninja Mook. I hate ninjas. Dragonite. No more protect. Hurricane. And at my call, Dragonite did just that. Her wings flapped once. Then twice, and then the entire area suddenly started being blasted with heavy wind. I hadn't really done much training with this move. After her evolution, we had mostly focused on adapting to her new body, overworking with moves. But all Dragonite could use Hurricane, it was their evolution move. Just like Extreme Speed was Arcanine's. So while it was definitely not as strong as it could be, Dragonite's training had focused on the physical. I pulled a surge. If I couldn't hit Mook, then I would just hit everything, and I had been watching. Mook had powered up his def, but not his SP def. The sound of the wind was all I could hear for a while before it finally died down. Dragonite's wings were beating weakly as she hunched over gasping for breath. Return. I called out instantly. She was done. Return. Koga spoke not too long after, as I noticed that Mook wasn't minimized anymore, but full size and unconscious. I was a little surprised to see Mook unconscious already. We had only hit it once. I wasn't even sure, to be honest. Koga must have noticed my confusion. Substitute. He replied to my confusion, which filled me in. Substitute took the Pokemon's health to make, that's right. Mook had probably used it 3 times, leaving him with only a quarter of his normal health. Wait. I called out as he reached for his next Pokeball. My own hands were hovering over mine, rubbing each ball. I had a decision here. I sighed, closing my eyes as I nodded. I forfeit. I call out, surprising the ninja. Are you sure? I am. I have 3 other Pokemon, but none of them are prepared for this sort of battle. Chansey would do it, I know she would. She was strong, and more than willing to help out, but it would hurt her every time she was forced to attack. Dratini was just outright not an option. The baby was a baby. And Gyarados? Well, he still needed a lot of training to catch up. He had only evolved 2 days before. He wasn't ready for this level of battle either. Besides, I shivered. I was still a bit hesitant to release him. I see. Koga offered with a simple nod. He steps away from where he had been standing this whole time, turning towards the house that was utterly covered in mud. Oops. My hand grasped the plastic of Dragonite's Pokeball. I had lost. Finally, truly lost. Honestly? When my ears stop ringing and my eyes stop flashing, maybe I would get a little depressed, but right now, I am just wet, cold, and muddy. Please join me. He offers, startling me from my attention towards the mess. I eeped a bit as I broke out into a jog to catch up. Sorry about the mess? Oh? It is no matter. The genin will have a new task to work on, nothing more. He offered with a shrug, and continued to lead me inside. A moment after entering, a woman dressed in an expensive kimono approached, offering towels and assistance in wiping the mud off the both of us. My apology didn't faze her, as she simply pushed a towel into my face and started wiping. Ack. Her mom power was strong. When we were clean enough not to make a disaster, I was led into a nice little tea room that was warmed up. I hesitated because I was more worried about my Pokemon. But Koga waved me forward. There is a transporter here that will take your team to the Fuchsia Pokemon Center. A minor benefit of a gym leader. He spoke softly, waving me over, and after a few moments I confirmed the machine hidden in a small hutch was just that. I placed my Pokeballs inside, watching as they teleported away. Come sit. Victoria Ferrous. He added, taking a seat in Siza, which I did sort of copy. I was never good at it though. He took a moment to sip at the tea, which I copied. Bleg. But at least it was warm. Your battle today, are you proud of it? I blinked at the sudden question, taking another sip of warm tea as I considered it. Am I proud of the battle? How it went? Not entirely. I could have done better. Koga nodded. I once fought Lance Wataru, years before he became the champion. Koga offered simply, taking a sip. In that early battle I lost. Although he was fighting my 8-badge team, and not a team I was preparing to take a challenge to the Elite Four. That day I knew he would become the champion. That Johto had once more defeated us. Lance is the Indigo champion. He is the champion for both regions. Yes, and yet still he is a Johton. If a war once more broke out, everyone knows what side he would be on. Even with every other member of the Elite Four on our side. Lance, our champion, is nothing of the sort. I waited, quietly. I didn't have anything to say, and while I was pretty sure I was picking up on what he was saying underneath what he was actually saying. I wanted him to actually say it. When I fought you today, I felt the same thing I faced when I fought Lance. If you had been fighting my 8-badge team, you would have won your soul badge. With Star. I don't think I'm at the same level as Lance. No. Not yet. He has years of experience, you don't. A clan that honed him into a champion. Yet even so you challenged him. Yeah. I did. At your current rate. Despite your explosive growth. You will not reach Lance. You may be capable of taking the league. But even the weakest of the Elite Four would put a halt to your path. I shrug. I'll grow a lot between then and now. I don't even have a full team yet. Indeed. You still have time. Your journey is not yet complete. Which is why I wish to offer you a choice. He looked up. Koga's eyes sharp, the eyes of a man that was very much capable of murdering someone if he must. I had a realization that Koga being a ninja meant that during the last war, he very likely terrorized Johton trainers. And probably put an end to many. Stay and train under me for a few months. You nearly embody the ideal of a Cantonian trainer. No tricks that some other regions use, but simply overwhelming power used exactly where it needs to be. Over the next few months I will train you and your team every day. We will sharpen each other iron on iron. I honestly hadn't expected that. I had walked into this room expecting maybe some advice, and an offer to challenge again. Maybe an offer to show me where I needed to improve. You want me to become a gym trainer? No. A gym trainer is similar, but I have no desire in wasting your time on petty chores. I want to hone you to the edge, so that when you hit the Indigo League, Johto is reminded why Kanto stands on its own. Why, no matter how many dragons they send over Mount Silver, it is Kanto they fear above all other regions. Why me? I know I'm not the only talented Kanto girl. I mean, I bet there are trainers a year or two older than me that would probably send me packing. It is because they are older than you that weakens the statement. Did you know that Lance was 15 when he finally defeated the Indigo League? That it took an additional year afterwards to make him ready to challenge Champion Blaine? Did you know that the league he competed in before that final match was the Cantonian Circuit? He traveled through our gyms, defeating every challenger. He made everyone afraid that even at 15 he was scary. So you want me to do the same thing, but at 10? Exactly. I almost wish we had sent you to the Jotun Circuit. The impact would be all the greater, but make no mistake. I want you to defeat Wataru. I want you to crush the confidence of the Jotuns. I considered what Koga was really saying. The heavy politics that were in play. The fact that there was tension between the two countries, the fact that Lance was Jotun, and in essence had no peer. I could see why someone like Koga, a ninja, might want to ensure Lance was humbled. One question. Do you want Lance defeated because you want to prevent the Jotun side of the league from thinking they could beat us in a war? Or because you want the Kanto side to feel confident that they could beat Johto? I asked fiercely, daring the man to lie to me. As I struck at the true question, if I defeated Lance, would I cause a fucking war? Koga blinked a single motion across his face before he was blank. Surprise. You are more aware than you let on. He replied. I will be clear then. I wish to ensure that the Jotuns do not grow confident enough to start another war. Nor do I want Kanto to fight once more on the battlefield with Johto. The last war left us only devastation. Even winning would only lead to our own destruction. In that case, gym leader Koga, I accept. Let's train hard. He nodded, smiling as he finished off his tea. Indeed. Oh, that was a sinister smile. There goes all my confidence. Chapter 24. After recollecting my pokeballs from the transporter, I left for the day. Koga had told me to come by tomorrow in the morning, and we would begin. Honestly, it was still kinda weird. It wasn't unheard of for an older trainer, or even a gym leader to take on trainers. Gym trainers were just that. But I could tell that whatever Koga had planned, it wasn't normal training. I sighed. I had a feeling I was really going to be pushed. Koga, I felt, wasn't the type of guy that had any chill. Still, I had a day. So I headed first to the Pokemon Center. I wanted to check on my team and make sure everyone was fed. Heading inside, I claimed a room and released my team one at a time. Milotic first. Me. Oh, don't be down. You did great. I told him as after releasing him, he had grabbed me in his coils and was pouting. Gently stroking his fins, I soothed his worries. We fought really strong Pokemon today. And we did great. Milo. I'm not lying. We all got too used to winning. It's good that we lost. We needed to learn what a loss was like. I tell him as I soothe his mood. It was fine. A little bit of skinship is always important. I giggled as he breathed out a huff against me, his blowholes. Actually, I don't know what they are called. Maybe I need to go ask a Pokemon professor? Anyways, his huff blew air up my side, tickling me. We just have to train hard and beat them next time. Besides, he is going to help us train, so we will definitely defeat him before we leave. We gotta collect all those star badges, you know? I like shiny stuff. I tease him, earning a little wiggle of amusement from my fish. Realizing I had him, I bent down and between his blowholes, and blew him a massive raspberry. Mill. He squealed, wrapping me up entirely to push me away from his sensitive scales. I got a little glare from my partner, but my unrepentant giggles earned me a bit of ire. That stopped when I saw him finish wrapping me up, so I couldn't escape. Hey, Milotic, let's not do any THIIING. I squealed as he pressed his blowholes up against my belly and raspberried me right back. My arms trapped at my sides, all I had was kicking legs to try and resist my partner's betrayal. Me mercy. But Milotic had no mercy in his heart that day. He kept doing it until I was a crying mess. Please. I give surrender. I cried out trying to breathe before finally my partner accepted my unconditional surrender. Limp as I gasped for air, still being held gently in his coils, I could do nothing but breath as he looked down at me. He looked smug. Oh. It was on now. I reached down and grabbed my pokeballs, throwing one to the corner of the room. Drag? Dragonite questioned as she appeared, looking a little down herself. But I had the perfect pick-me-up. Pushing my traitor off of me, I leapt over to Dragonite and motioned for her to bend down. Then I whispered my plan in her ear, making sure my curious partner couldn't make out what I was telling his wife. Dragonite's slight gloom at the loss disappeared as I finished my explanation. Looking from me to Milotic. Milotic was a very smart boy, because almost instantly he started slowly backing away. Too bad he wasn't a genius boy, because if he was, he would have run when he had the chance. Because a moment later, Dragonite sauntered over to him arms wide and pulled him into a tight hug. Then a moment later, she pressed her face between his blowholes and blew the loudest raspberry I had ever heard. Of course it was completely overshadowed by the squeal Milotic released. Dragonite stopped a moment later, holding her squirming eel husband for a moment until he stopped wiggling. Their eyes met, and I knew the face of doom. Milo? Dragonite. She denied instantly, almost sounding husky as her grip didn't slacken in the lightest. Then she went back on the attack. It was super effective. An hour later, after Nurse Joy came to check on who was dying in my room, I finally granted mercy to my partner, who looked worse now than he did after fighting Koga. Laying upside and limp in Dragonite's arms after his tort teasing, I let them both rest in their pokeballs as I threw out Arcanine. She was the one I was most worried about. Her appearance in a flash of light showed I was still a novice when it came to knowing my team. Because Arcanine didn't look down at her defeat. Oh no. I almost had to go grab the fire extinguisher that was in every room. Because Arcanine was literally fired up. Hey! No fire inside. I chastised quickly, which did thankfully have her reel in her flames, but did nothing to dampen the eager look on her face. I felt a chuckle break out as I looked at my dog. Shaking my head. What was I worrying about again? I accepted an offer by Koga to go through some training. You will definitely get a chance to fight his team again, I told her, which only made her eagerness all the more apparent as her body was practically vibrating at how much she wanted to fight again. Her eyes were also blazing with fire. Literally. Arcanine. It took me a second as I considered what she barked before I got it. No, we can't charge over there right now and battle him. Seriously, Arcanine? She whined a bit, her tail wagging, as she lowered herself onto her forearms but up in the air as she hit me with baby doll eyes. It was not very effective. Not a chance. You just got knocked out, we are taking a rest. I am putting some food in you, and we are taking it easy. Tomorrow's training might actually be more crazy than our normal stuff. Arc. She whined again, pleading, but I wasn't about to give in to that. No way. In fact, just to keep you from running off, I trail off, noticing the way she stiffened and stopped her tail wagging. Yeah, she was definitely planning on doing just that. I threw out a pokeball. Dra? Teeny. He cried out happily as she noticed we were in a safe place and instantly clambered onto Arcanine. She huffed as she settled all the way down, letting Dratini climb up his favorite mountain. The little guy settled on her back and started making a nest in her fur, curling up happily. Arcanine puffed up her cheeks before popping it at me, a sign of her irritation with me before she lay all the way down and decided to take a nap. Silly dog. I checked in with everyone else. Even Gyarados, although I asked Nurse Joy for access to a larger room for that. And took a bath after. Everyone got fed and readied for the next day. Hello? I asked as I walked up to the entrance of the Fuchsia Gym. The large wooden door had opened automatically for me last time, but this time, despite feeling like I was being watched, no one appeared. I knocked a few times and waited. Your situational awareness needs work. The voice directly behind me mentioned, startling me enough that I leapt off my feet. Don't do that. I hissed, turning to see Koga wearing his ninja outfit standing behind me. Come. He offered instead of accepting my reprimand, which made me think I was going to be facing jump scares for the next while. I sighed and jogged along to catch up. So what kind of training first? First, we gain understanding. He offered, simply leading me towards the same yard that we had our battle in the day before. It was still trashed, but it was obvious someone with Pokemon had gone through to fix some of it. There was even grass starting to grow in the blasted out craters. Cool. There was also a small table, and tea. What was it with people and tea? I could feel my stomach rumbling already. Stupid leaf water. Sit. He ordered, before taking his own seat. I now had tea in front of me. Grayet. Release your Milotic first. I shrugged, doing just that. Milotic blinked at the situation before him as he settled closer once Koga motioned for him. Your Pokemon are powerful. Well trained even. If not fully trained, but are they willing to put in the effort it will take to face a champion? To face the Elite Four? The League? He asked, and I nodded instantly. Of course. Ah, you speak for them quickly. But we are seeking understanding. Well? Do you have the will to push beyond any normal limits? To fight beside your trainer among the strongest Pokemon in the world? Koga asked Milotic. My mouth shut, as I realized where Koga was coming from. Not all Pokemon wanted to put in the effort to become that strong. Just like not all humans wanted to go out and run marathons. Me? Milo. Milotic questions, sounding a little confused. You are a good partner for her. But she is seeking to stand upon the very pinnacle of the world. So do you have the will to stand beside her? Or should she find a new partner? Milo. My buddy denied instantly, sounding offended at the very idea. I have seen you battle. You do not give it your all. While you did fight hard, you never push yourself to the limits. As it stands, out of the 3 Pokemon I faced yesterday, you are the weak link. Koga spoke absolutely no cushion for his impactful words. Milotic flinched back at his voice. Hey. Milotic always fights for me. Yes, but he has no spirit. You noticed it. That while he stands at your side, he does not seek to improve. He is not happy in battle. I flinched this time. Milotic is very happy. I make sure of it. You do your best. But he does not have the spirit of a battler. Compare him to your Arcanine. One seeks to improve, to become the best. The other? Does nothing of the sort. Koga said, his eyes never leave Milotic, who was looking stressed out. I reached up to try and soothe him, but my fingers only made him flinch back. Just as your trainer must decide how far she wishes to go. So do you have a choice in this? Because if you are not willing to put in the work, you will hold her back from her future. Koga answered, and I felt myself puffing up. How dare he? Milotic was my buddy. My partner. He was great. I loved him even if he was lazy. But for Milotic? Koga's words hit him like a hyper beam. I could see in the way he was wavering. I could practically feel his heart breaking. No way. No way. I instantly denied, nearly jumping out of my seat. Milotic is my partner. I don't know what kind of relationship you have with your team, but none of us are perfect. If he doesn't love training as much as Arcanine, that doesn't make him wrong. He will always be on my team, there is no one else I would want at my side. The field was quiet for a moment, before I felt a fin wrap around me and pull me close. Milotic snuggled his head into the crook of my shoulder for a moment. But it wasn't for comfort. Instead, a hiss filled the air as he blew the air out of his blowholes. A rumbling noise more like an engine than a Pokemon. Good. It seems you have found your spirit after all. Koga answered simply, after taking in the sight of Milotic for a moment. That feeling inside you? The outrage? Keep it close. Because you will be tested the hardest by my training. Keep the will to improve going strong, and I will ensure that you are ready to stand at your trainer's side. No matter how far she climbs. Me. Milotic grunted a harsher noise than his norm as he nearly glared at the ninja. I shook my head as I turned to Milotic, pulling his attention to me with a hand on his cheek. I never doubted that however far I climb that you will be with me. I tell him firmly, which only seemed to fire him up even more, instead of reassuring him. Oops. Excellent. Now, let us speak of the rest of your team. Koga didn't question Arcanine or Dragonite, simply reaffirming that they wanted to grow as strong as they could. Stronger than any other. Before nodding and accepting their dedication. But then I pulled out Chansey. Chance. Yes. I have heard about your Chansey. Why didn't you use her in our battle? Chansey is strong, she loves getting stronger, but she doesn't like hurting others. She would have fought hard, but I don't want to hurt her by making her hurt others. I answered with a shrug. I see. Do you accept that? Your trainer believes you to be strong, but has no faith in you, will not force you to battle. Are you happy accepting that? Koga asked, and once again I was forced to scowl. Chansey is my friend. If she doesn't want to fight, she doesn't have to. She has helped my team so much it's not even funny, so dash. That is not what I asked. I asked if she was happy knowing that she did not have your faith in battle. Koga asked, and I was about to rip into him again when Chansey reached out and put her arm over my mouth. I blinked, looking towards her as she looked sad. Chansey shouldn't be sad. Chansey was best when she was perky and happy, but her arm was still over my mouth. Chansey. Chansey. She said, sounding sad. Neither of us were seemingly capable of fully understanding such a long statement, but a moment later Chansey sighed, turning to me, and pushing my cheeks until I was staring into her eyes. Chansey. She apologized, holding my face between her flippers. She bent down and put us forehead to forehead for a moment. Then I was engulfed in a warm hug, which I instinctually returned. A few moments later, she pulled away and gave me a firm nod. A certain fire blazing in her eyes that I recognized when she was at her most eager for training. But this wasn't about training. It was about being willing to be strong. Not just train to get there. I nodded in return. What else could I do when my kindest Pokemon showed off just how far she was willing to go? You want to fight? I say, not a question, but a statement. We both knew. She nodded, her arms pumping once, a sign of how firm she was. Excellent. Surprising, but excellent. Koga broke in, giving a small nod. I am impressed. Chansey rarely accepts battling as an option. You have won her over. No. I didn't do anything. She just discovered her own desire, I guess. I offered. It was what I was feeling from her at that moment. A sense beyond the five. More than intuition. Chance. She agreed with a final nod before she turned to Koga. Firm. Then it is decided. I look forward to seeing what you can do with a firm resolve. He looked back to me. You do have two others. I wince. Yeah. I have a Dratini. I reveal, earning another look of surprise from Koga before he catches on. The Dragonite and Milotic? Yep. They are a couple. I see. This is something you should never reveal to anyone you don't fully trust. No, even more, keep it in your family. Blackthorn will not react to you catching a wild Dragonite, more than they already did. But if they believe you will start breeding the line, they will not stand idly by. I nodded. I'll just say I caught another one. I basically did after all. Do so. I have never come up with a training plan for a Dratini before. He muttered, sounding interested. He is too young. He is basically still a baby. Light training might not be a bad idea. He is a dragon after all, but that is it. I interrupt before Koga could come up with something crazy. He quirked an eyebrow. Have you ever trained a young Pokemon before? One that is recently hatched? He asked me and I shook my head. Let your Pokemon train, even the youngest. It is healthy for even baby Pokemon to exercise. I puffed up my cheeks for a moment thinking about it. I didn't want Dratini to get hurt. He was our happy little camper, but he probably would like a chance to practice moves. Okay. Good. I have a few young genin that would be suitable for practice battles. Finally, your sixth Pokemon. I haven't gained any information on it. He asked, prodding to find out what he didn't know. I winced, which was noticed by sharp ninja eyes. You fear your last Pokemon? No. It's not fear. Just. It's kinda, ugh, how do I explain this? Oh right. Just do. Okay, here. I'll show you. Just don't freak out, okay? Everything is under control. The ninja gave me a quirked eyebrow at my explanation as I backed away from the table. Then thought better of it and backed away even more. He was a chunker after all. With a sigh, I dragged down my goggles, making sure they were sealed around my eyes, and even grabbed my rebreather. Mostly because it would work as a mouth guard. Then I released my Gyarados. His roar shook the entire mansion as he came out, a wordless roar. As always, Gyarados weren't very chatty. More the rampage type. Of course, a moment after his materialization, he focused on me, his eyes focused as they narrowed. I sighed a little, a whistling sound coming out of my rebreather as a moment later the sun cut out. Ah. I had made a joke like this before. Gyarados had no mercy. Only slobber. A moment later I was lifted off my feet, boots kicking in the wind as Gyarados rose back up, waving me from side to side. In happiness. See, Gyarados doesn't have arms. Like any animal that doesn't have arms, their mouth tends to act as their hands. Yet Gyarados was hugging me, by stuffing me in his mouth. It was sweet. If not utterly disgusting, fish saliva isn't like mammal saliva, it was worse. I was in his mouth. So I was basically laying on top of his tongue that was licking me happily as Gyarados did a little dance showing how happy he was. Of course that was my understanding. I figured most people that would see a Gyarados swallow a girl and then shift around as if he was struggling to swallow her would have a different reaction. This is why I had hesitated in throwing out Gyarados in battle, well, other than the fact he still needed a lot of training anyways. After a minute or so, I patted his cheek. Come on, pal. Time to let me go. I call out from around the rebreather. Unfortunately, the thing didn't really block out the smell, or make it easier to breathe. Slowly I was shifted down, to be placed on my feet, even if it was obvious my big fish didn't want to let me go. Once I was finally released, I pulled my hat off, massive clumps of saliva sticking to my entire body as I waved my hand to mostly get it free. My goggles stayed on. But I took off the rebreather, blew my lips a bit as I could still taste the fish saliva. Forcing myself not to gag, I did my best to clear out my mouth. Peeling a chunk of sticky saliva out of my hair and throwing it to the ground in a sticky heap beside me, I turned to Koga, who had been watching. I could tell right away, he had in fact been ready to save me. He was no longer sitting, but was on his feet with a pokeball clenched in his hand. But it was his face, slack and staring, other than his raised eyebrows, that told me he had eventually realized what was happening. Yeah. This is Gyarados, he is a good boy. Just a little affectionate. I'm working on that. I see. A week into my training, I decided to take a small break. Weekends were for relaxing after all. Up until now, I had been staying in a room in Koga's ninja mansion, which was meant to help me adapt to ninja stuff. But listen, you can only get trapped in a pitfall you didn't notice in the middle of the night while walking to the bathroom so many times before you decided you needed some normalcy. Walking through Fuchsia was interesting. The town felt old. Lots of tiny little streets you would find in cities from before cars were a common thing. Lots of old compounds. And homes that were probably taking design cues from a few hundred years in the past. It was an odd feeling. Viridian tended to be more of a new town. So I wasn't used to everything looking like it was from the Warring States period of Japan. Well, I was being a little overblown with that, but still. It was weird. Still, I wasn't walking through Fuchsia today to enjoy the architecture. No, I was heading through town to reach something I hadn't had a chance to really enjoy yet. As we came down the stone path, my boots stomping through the rocks turning to sand, I felt a big grin spread across my face. The beach. Fuchsia was famous for its beach. Mandatory beach episode. I giggled as I quickly shucked off my boots and raced out onto the yellow sands, rushing past the sunbathers and the people running around playing beach games. The day was warm but not too hot, and clouds were out lazily drifting across the sky. Perfect day for the beach. I yelled out to the waves, earning a few weird looks from people that could hear me, but what did I care? Beach day. I had gone shopping the day before for a new swimsuit. Unfortunately, Fuchsia really needed better options. For some reason, they didn't have any mature styles of bathing suits in my size. I was stuck with a variety of Pokemon-themed one-pieces. I picked the Dugong-style one after an hour of looking them all over. Not a single Magikarp-themed one? I was very disappointed. Come on out. Beach party. I yelled out, releasing almost all of my team from their Pokeballs. There were a ton of Pokemon on the beach, far distant from the relaxing area we were in. There was even a beach battle zone. So releasing Pokemon wasn't unusual, but releasing my team? Yeah, that was a bit of a shock to people. I could hear the distant gasps as people ever curious about Pokemon in this world looked over only to startle at the incredibly rare Pokemon I had just let out. Men and women, girls and boys all wandering around in their swimsuits, whether swimming in the ocean, sunbathing, or playing games, all stopped once they noticed. That even included the bunch of Pokemon already on the beach. Kanto wasn't a very progressive region when it came to keeping Pokemon out of their Pokeballs, but a beach was different. Plenty of people would let out their Pokemon to play with. So my team was getting looks from all over. Not that any of us really cared. Me. Milotic, me. Milotic called out happily at seeing the waves in front of him as he quickly reached over to Dragonite, who was looking around, and grabbed her hand with his fin as he tugged her into the waves. She squealed in happiness as she followed her love. Arcanine was already off. A blitz of sand was the only thing remaining of her as she raced across the sands. She hadn't ever run on sand before. Within moments, my pup had the zoom eyes like crazy and was rushing to and fro, kicking up a spray of sand as she passed. And then my silly ditz of a dog started attacking the ocean. Rushing in as the waves retreated to bite at the sea foam before retreating under the threat of the waves. She was getting a lot of attention from everyone watching. Plenty of the people around us were calling out and pointing at my group. It was cute. Chansey though was looking around happily as she took in the whole scene. Since no one seemed to be injured, she finally found her focus on a group of beachgoers and Pokemon playing beach volleyball and wandered over with a quick "Chansey" to me as she ran off. I watched as Chansey approached the group. One of the sides was down a teammate as the trainer looked like they were off to the side resting. The lone Machoke flexed at Chansey as she approached, trying to show off, only to get flexed on when Chansey did the same, and somehow despite being a blob of pink and goodness the Machoke realized he wasn't the Chad between the two. I giggled at his look of shock, but Chansey was invited to the game, only to start with a 20-foot back flip kick to spike the ball straight into the sand. Really, Chansey? Did you have to emasculate the poor Machoke completely? He was crying. Oh no. He was just worshipping the goddess of gains. Never mind. I giggled as I turned away, leaving her to her fun. I noticed Dratini was following his parents into the surf, squealing at the cold water as he played among the waves. I noticed both Dragonite and Milotic were keeping a close eye on him as he played though, so I relaxed. I didn't want anyone to get the stupid idea of trying to mess with him. With that I was ready. I quickly grabbed my goggles and my rebreather. And pulled up my last Pokeball. Hey Gyarados. No flying today, okay? I whispered to his ball, knowing he could hear me. I wanted to keep the whole flying Gyarados thing a secret until the league. I could feel a nasty smirk spreading across my face as I imagined the faces of all the fools that would challenge my flying Gyarados. Hi ha hee hee. I giggled uncontrollably for a minute before clearing my throat and readying myself for my overly affectionate blue baby. Go Gyarados. I called as I tossed the Pokeball into the ocean, and a moment later in the waves, he rose up as usual with a roar. Funnily enough, out of the corner of my eye, I had noticed one of the lifeguards coming over looking obviously fascinated by Dragonite and Milotic. The woman had been walking over with a big smile was now no longer doing that, instead backtracking with her but in the sand as she realized what had just popped into being. I ignored the screams of shock from the beachgoers, they were just fussing. Instead, I focused on my blue cutie. Hugs? I prompted, arms wide and ready. Instantly, his eyes were set on target as his mouth opened and he rushed forward. The sun disappeared. I of course couldn't tell what the beachgoers were doing at this point. But I could guess. They had just seen a tiny little girl release a Gyarados and then get swallowed by it. I kicked my feet a bit, which was the only part of me outside his mouth. I could feel him wiggling side to side happily at being with me once again. My poor guy got lonely in his pokeball, but he really was too big to leave out. Now if only his mouth wasn't full of icky goo. I mean sure, I wasn't new to this anymore. Gyarados got a morning hug. And a before lunch hug. And of course his goodnight hug. So I wasn't as bothered by it anymore really. I mean still gross though. Oh well. We all accept sacrifices for our loved ones. It was gross, but it wasn't painful or anything, so I accepted the hug. I could faintly hear screams of horror from outside, though. I sighed. Okay buddy. You gotta let me out early, so people don't freak out. I don't want anyone attacking you. I told him, patting his cheek, and I could feel his hesitating since I was ending his hug early. He did bend down and I could feel my feet touch sand as he pulled away, but not without massive lengths of fish saliva streaming from him to me as he pulled away. So gross. Taking off my rebreather, I quickly blew across my lips, trying to keep the taste out of my mouth. You're alive. A voice called out, and I glanced behind me at a group of 4 trainers all with Pokemon out looking ready to battle. I blinked. Oops. I guess it was a good thing I had Gyarados let me go. Now how to deal with this? I had just scared a whole bunch of people that were just trying to relax and hang out in the sun. Oops. I offered, knocking on my head cutely. Ah yeah, that did it. That look of utter incomprehension? Perfect. Once more, I avoid all responsibility for my actions by confusing everyone. I turn back towards my blue cutie. Wanna go explore? I ask him, earning a roar of happiness as he bent down. I clambered up, only stepping on his nose for a moment as I grabbed onto his horn above his head. Let's go. I called out with a laugh as Gyarados didn't hesitate. Leaping from the beach spray with massive acceleration only to splash us face first into the ocean. It was a good thing I was so strong, otherwise I would have been flung off. But I had my rebreather on once again and I was giggling as I escaped into the ocean. Free of all consequences. Standing atop Gyarados as we explored the bottom of the ocean was great. We found all sorts of Pokemon to say hi to. Although most ran away as soon as they saw my lonely blue cutie. But that was fine. Because I was here to show him he wasn't alone. Even Dratini eventually joined us. We hadn't gone far from the beach, so seeing my little noodle boy swim up, appearing almost out of nothing as he blended into the water so well, was great. He was soon leading Gyarados and I around to little nooks and crannies that he wanted to explore with us. It was adorable that Dratini was completely unafraid of Gyarados. They were little buddies. Despite their size. Gyarados was pretty young too. So the two of them got along super well. Watching my tiny little noodle lead the massive noodle around was so adorable. Gyarados was always so enraptured in whatever Dratini wanted. Eventually, though it got cold, I had worn a bathing suit and not my wetsuit. So I decided to head back. Plus Dratini had gotten a little too close to an angry Krabby and almost got his little nose clamped, so he was feeling far less adventurous than before. I guided my little explorers back to the beach. Gyarados' sudden appearance once more startled the beachgoers, but considering I was literally standing on his head, that should keep them from freaking out. Oh my god! I squealed loudly as I looked over to my team. Dragonite and Milotic. They were too fucking cute. I could guess instantly what had happened. Plenty of people were out on inner tubes to rest in the waves. The tiny tubes were definitely too small for Dragonite, but she must have wanted to ride in one. Milotic was all curled up in a ring with Dragonite sitting atop him. Her little feet splashing in the water as Milotic's head rested on her stomach as the two of them floated around. Ugh. Heart attack. Is this how I die? Hued overload? Since I was back, Dragonite and Milotic even gave little waves of greeting. New. They were too bright. I covered my eyes, which was dumb. Mostly 'cause I was 10 feet off the ground and holding onto Gyarados' horn to stay upright. Well, I had been holding on. My fall wasn't very dramatic. I gave a half-startled gasp before I slipped sideways off Gyarados as his horn was pretty slick with all the water, and had a short trip to land in the sand with a poof that probably sounded worse than it was. Honestly, I was fine. Tripping under gravity was worse. Groaning a bit, I started to rise up when a hand quickly grabbed my arm and tugged me up. Come on. I was urged on with surprising urgency as I was tugged to my feet, spitting sand. I weakly tugged back on the hand as I wiped the sand from my eyes. Finally, I could blink away the annoying sand and caught sight of who was tugging me along. Officer Jenny? I questioned, noticing her pulling me away and her Growlithe on the beach not far away, for ruffled up and looking like it was preparing for battle. That's right. Now let's move. We need to get away from that Gyarados, she urged, and it was then that I noticed it wasn't just Jenny rushing away. The entire beach was scattering at Gyarados' second appearance. Well, that just wouldn't do. I put my feet down, and while I didn't mass anything close to Officer Jenny, I was a strong little girl. I slowed her with more force than she was expecting, forcing her to finally stop and look back and realize that Gyarados was hovering over me because of course my noodle boy didn't want to be left alone. Her surprise gave me just enough leverage to push her hand off my upper arm even as she struggled to reach back out for me. I giggled as I danced back under Gyarados' shadow. Hey! That is dangerous. Say what now? I question as I reach up to Gyarados, who instantly lowered himself, letting me clamp onto his entire face. Despite that fact, I was small enough to fit in his mouth. I grabbed onto his cheeks and giggled as he lifted me off the sand, his head bobbing a little in a dance at how happy he was to be hugged by me this time. This crazy girl. Hey, Gyarados are dangerous. Get away from it. For you maybe. This is my Pokemon. Why would I get away from him? You are being silly. I called down, turning just my head so I could keep holding tight. With a frown, I noticed the Growlithe looking like it was preparing a flamethrower. Arcanine. Take control. I called out. And then in a blur of sand and static noise, my girl was there. Standing between Gyarados and the Growlithe. The Growlithe who instantly hesitated. Its training of listening to Jenny, going against its instincts, to listen to an Arcanine. Thankfully, her sudden appearance drew a lot of attention from Jenny, who yelped and landed on her butt in the sand. Wha? What is going on here? She demanded, sounding pretty irritated at the whole situation. Don't know. But you need to stop being mean to my Gyarados. He is a lonely boy with a kind, sensitive soul. I yell down, earning a few extra shakes from my noodle as he wiggles happily. I was just being a little protective, but really if she makes him cry, I'll hyperbeam her police bike. Officer Jenny's always protective of their bikes. I got a report of a little girl kidnapped by a Gyarados. Jenny yelled up at me, looking pretty pissed. Kidnapped? Isn't that impossible? Gyarados is my big sappy boy. Isn't that right, my cutie? I asked, mushing Gyarados' face as I squeezed harder, which then made him start licking me. Ack. No, lick bleg. I whined as I got fish saliva in my mouth. Gross. So nasty. Just come down here. Let me fill out my report. Officer Jenny demanded with an exhausted noise as she pulled out a notebook. Why, yeah, down is good. I said, face turning green at the taste in my mouth. Officer Jenny. Koga's voice interrupted the stare-off between me and Jenny. She was still pissed about all the calls about a wild Gyarados kidnapping a little girl on the beach that she was still apparently fielding. Seriously, people need to relax about Gyarados. They weren't that bad. Just have an electric type if you are so afraid. Gym leader Koga. Now is not a good time. She offered, only turning away from me for a moment as she had been trying to glare me into submission. Unfortunately for her, I was a precocious type, which made me immune to stern glares. I am afraid it is. Victoria is one of my gym trainers. Koga offered, which caused Jenny's neck to literally snap as she swung back to him with a glare. You have got to be Dash. I am not, and I know it is routine to warn trainers about dangerous Pokemon, but Victoria has shown no issues in controlling her team. Even the Gyarados. It is in fact, surprisingly, compliant to her whims. You don't have to say whims. That makes me sound dumb. At least say orders. I mutter, earning a single look from Koga, before he turns back to Jenny. I don't care if she is a gym trainer, Koga. We can't have kids releasing Gyarados on the beach. Do you have any idea of how much trouble she has caused? How many hysterical calls we received from people freaking out? It's a Gyarados. It is a trainer's Pokemon. Koga offered with a shrug. Unless you are saying the Gyarados caused any destruction? No, she offered with a petulant noise. Then did it attack anyone? Unless you count nearly swallowing its trainer. No. Then it appears, Officer Jenny, that people were making unneeded calls to the police. Koga offered without any heat, before turning to me. Do you have your team? I patted my hip, where despite wearing my dugong swimsuit I had my Pokemon ball belt. Then we should be on our way. I am sure Officer Jenny has more important things to concern her time with. He ordered as he turned away and walked up the stone path back towards Fuchsia. I hopped off Officer Jenny's bike that she had settled me on after pulling me off the beach and turned to the red-faced officer. Sorry, Officer Jenny, I said earnestly before running off to catch up with Koga. That was a bit more of a mess than I expected. I speak at Koga's back after a minute of silent walking. It was irresponsible. He offered simply without stopping. But see, that kinda pissed me off. My Pokemon were perfectly well behaved. It is not Gyarados' fault that people are afraid of them, and I won't punish him by keeping him from activities because people are afraid. I snap instantly. Having had quite enough of today's nonsense, Koga actually stilled up my anger as he turned to me. It is the first duty of all trainers, especially in Kanto, to protect the people around them. It is why we are given such latitude. The duty of those on their journey is to show that they are responsible not just for their own safety, but the safety of their fellow man. Gyarados isn't a threat to anyone. And I also have a responsibility to protect and care for my team. Make sure they are healthy and happy. Your Pokemon are tools. If your use of them causes harm, then that is a failure on dash. Pokemon are not tools. I yell, cutting him off. I glare at him for a while, before shaking my head. Today, my Gyarados got to spend time with me while he explored the ocean for the first time. He got to play with his friend Dratini, and in the end he had a good time. If scaring people that should know better is the price I pay for his smile, then I will do so every time. Then you will cause mayhem wherever you go. Maybe. But maybe people need mayhem as a wake-up call. There were a lot of people who got to see me interact with Gyarados, who saw that he wasn't some monster running around trying to destroy, but just like every other Pokemon. They just want to be treated well, and have the same relationships that other Pokemon enjoy. I yelled out, heated from all the irritation I had been dealing with over the last hour. Your well-trained Pokemon is not the same as Gyarados in the wild. You have likely never seen the aftermath of a Gyarados rampage. I have, many times. People rightly fear Gyarados for a reason. No, that isn't the same thing at all. A lot of those rampages are probably caused by people mistreating Magikarp in the first place. Gyarados are incredibly loyal to people that they love. Every year hundreds are murdered by rampaging Gyarados. Every year. People are afraid of Gyarados for a reason, Victoria. I can guarantee you at least some of the people on the beach today have lost someone in a Pokemon attack, and at least one was likely from a Gyarados. Then they need to see even more that we can be friends. Koga stopped talking for a moment, simply staring at me for a while, before sighing. Friends. I have heard many people say Pokemon are friends in my life, many of them die at the hands of Pokemon. Some Pokemon require friendship to evolve. Saying something like Pokemon aren't our friends is the stupidest thing I have ever heard. Pokemon do not need friendship to evolve. Koga argued instantly, sounding confused at my statement. I looked him up and down for a moment, remembering something from the early games. You have a Golbat, don't you? Koga was quiet at my sudden non sequitur. I do. But you never managed to evolve him. No matter how much you trained him, or how many tricks you tried. Right? Crobat is a rare evolution. Only a lucky few have ever evolved. Koga offers blandly, but I quickly cut him off. It's a friendship evolution. Only someone that creates a true friendship with their gauntlet will cause it to evolve. I answer for him, suddenly cutting off his dismissal. If some Pokemon literally need friendship to evolve. What the hell are you on about, talking about them like they are tools? I stomped past him then, leaving him in my dust as I stalked back to the gym. I was gonna come back next weekend. Gyarados was going to play on the beach until people realized there wasn't anything to be afraid of. That their own fear is what was causing those rampages. Chapter 25. Neen. I whispered with a grunt as I was once more climbing through the rafters of Koga's stupid ninja mansion. Stupid pitfall traps. Stupid tripwires. Stupid fake hallways made with mirrors. My nose still hurt, but I continued crawling. Today Koga was forcing me through his ninja training because as he saw it, a trainer must be capable of surviving any experience. A normal 10-year-old probably would have argued with him, what does running through a gauntlet of traps chased by ninjas have to do with Pokemon training? I was not a normal 10-year-old, and I knew just how easy it would be to bypass a Pokemon in a battle to kill a trainer if I ever faced someone truly out to kill me. So I was climbing through rafters in the mansion, avoiding traps, and dodging the ninjas that were searching for me. They were going easy on me, I knew, but at the same time, Vicky strong. My unusual strength meant I had some tricks that they weren't expecting. Besides, ninja tag was fun. If tiring. Except when it wasn't. I had nearly made it, when the lack of any sound tipped me off. I dropped, just in time to avoid fucking shuriken. Hey. That's dangerous. It would be an important lesson. The ninja offered. Some older man with graying hair that hadn't given me a name. Sure Bob, whatever you say. I grumbled as we faced each other in the hallway. His lack of any emotion might be considered a good sign, but I knew he really hated it when I called him Bob, but that was his fault. He refused to give me a name to call him, and if it was good enough for Tom Cruise, it was good enough for me. He shifted, all the warning I got before I leapt, hitting the wall of the hallway, that had a spinning wall for quick escapes. I dropped a smoke bomb as well. The loud thunks of shuriken hitting wood behind me made my mad dash all the more important. I flung out a pokeball. Then in it. My little guy said, looking around. Sleep powder. I whisper, pointing at the fake wall, watching as he blasted the area. I started running. Almost there. Then. I heard Venonat's warning just in time. I juked, grabbing Venonat, as I rolled to the side. The attack behind me dodged by just the smallest increment as I came out of my roll and set my Venonat in front of me. Golbat. Bob had sent out his Pokemon. Alright then. I grunted, already coming up with plans to win this. Venonat, use dash. Hold. A voice called out, and a new ninja appeared, coming down the hall behind Bob. The girl has a challenger. Then in a flash, the ninja disappeared in a smoke bomb. Although it had taken me 2 weeks to know that they were just jumping into the trapdoor in the ceiling, I sighed mostly in relief as the ninja nodded, disappearing as well. Alright, come on little buddy. We have a gym challenger to take on. I tell the Venonat, who gave a cute little nod. Venonat was one of Koga's Pokemon. I had been put in charge of him as part of my challenge to fight every gym challenger that wandered through. Venonat was a Pokemon that would be used for Koga's second or maybe third badge challenge. He wasn't there yet. Freshly caught, barely trained, and I wasn't allowed to do any training outside of battles with him. He was my handicap, and also Koga's main training of me. While the rest of my team were battling Koga's powerful Pokemon, I was learning how to battle with a disadvantage. Venonat double team. I called out, watching as the trainer Sandslash used Rapid Spin once more, missing the little bug type as it blasted through a fake poison powder. I called out, watching as another cloud of poison was released. This time the poor Sandslash couldn't stop in time after its miss. The ground type ran right through the powder, coming out the other side, landing back on his feet only to cough a little. No. Sandslash. Use Fury Swipes quick. I nodded, a good plan. The Sandslash turned and started cutting down clones in a barrage of swipes. The third hit, striking Venonat, causing my little bug to cry out as she rolled away. That was her third hit during the fight. She was done. Well fought, Venonat. Return. And you, trainer. You have proven yourself. You may proceed, but be careful of the traps. He. I gave off a cackle as I pushed backwards, hitting the spinning wall, letting me disappear, leaving the trainer alone in the hallway. I sighed, pulling off my ninja mask and heading over to the little table that had some water for me. I placed Venonat's Pokeball in the transporter. Koga had been brutal in his training of me over the last month. When I had accepted his offer to be trained under him, I wasn't sure what I had expected, but Koga treated my training as even more important than any training for my team, which meant that I was constantly battling. Without my team, my weakness is that I rely on my Pokemon's strength. So let's see how I do without them to fall back on, huh? I couldn't help but remember what Koga had said as I took a sip of water. Although Koga had said I wouldn't be a gym trainer, it turned out that it was a perfect opportunity for me to train against a variety of trainers with Pokemon not my own. So my job was to act as one of Koga's testers in the gym. I was using borrowed Pokemon, fighting in a way I wasn't used to, against novice to expert trainers. It was fun. Especially considering I wasn't really supposed to win against the kids. I was really just testing them, but my job from Koga was simple. Extend the battle as long as possible. Find out if the trainer's Pokemon had the endurance needed for battles. So most of my time was spent dodging and preparing traps for them to blunder into. Hilarious. But I had learned a ridiculous amount. It was kind of eye-opening how Pokemon battles went when you didn't have a Sueda legendary to battle with. There was a lot more involved that I had never really considered. But I was improving. Hey, another trainer is coming. 5 badge. A voice spoke from directly behind her, but jokes on the stupid ninjas. I had been jump scared by them for over a month. I was immune, right? I chirped out, pressing the transporter hidden in the desk, and a batch of Pokeballs were released to me. Putting my mask back on, I snuck up against the wall, waiting for my prey. When I heard the tripwire go off, I couldn't hide my giggles as I slid into the hallway through the rotating door. I loved walking out and seeing some dumb kid hanging from their ankles, usually with their Pokeballs falling to the floor out of reach. "Ah, it's Keba." "What, Vicky?" I heard in response to the gray-haired kid. Shit, no one was supposed to know it was me. Incorrect. I am the protector of the moon. Glorious, beautiful Kunoichi Nike. I ended off with a Sailor Moon pose, pointing at the idiot caught in a trap. Vicky, stop being a spaz and help me down, the blood is rushing to my head. Keba replied back instantly as he couldn't reach his ankles. He earned a Pokeball to the face for his troubles. Ow. Vicky the oof. I am glorious and beautiful Kunoichi Nike, protector of the moon. I yelled at him, throwing another Pokeball. And then, just because his face was stupid, I started pelting him with a few more, delighting in his cries of pain. Suffer, Keba. How dare you call me a spaz? I give. I surrender. Say it. Ugh. Fine. I surrender, glorious and beautiful Kunoichi Nike. And the title. I demand, arms crossed. Ugh, why are we even friends? Protector of the moon. I nod, walking over to the switch that would lower the snare trap slowly to the ground. Koga didn't want to brain the kids after all. After he stands back up, he is glaring at me. Vicky, why are you dressed as a ninja? I don't know any Vicky. I am Nike. I informed him promptly. Vicky. How many short blondes do you think live in Kanto? I puffed up, how dare he? I'm not short. I'm perfectly average for my age. Below average, he muttered, earning another thrown Pokeball, which he avoided with a yelp. Stop throwing Pokeballs at me. Stop being an idiot. I yell back, which only earned me a glare. What are you even doing here? I'm training under Koga in how to better handle Pokemon battles with weaker Pokemon. Wait. Weaker Pokemon? He asked, eyes sharp. Yep. My normal team are all undergoing harsh training, and I am too. Training using weaker Pokemon and forced to face all challengers. I put my hands on my hips, showing off how cool I was. I challenge you. Keba uttered darkly with a fierce grin. The sort of look that would look closer to a wolf. Oh, I challenge you so hard. I blinked. Suddenly feeling. Ah. Well, I accept. Hee ha ha ha. Keba broke into harsh cackles as he threw out his first Pokeball. Hoo. My Tyana roared out as he appeared ready for battle. Only to instantly tuck his tail and roll over on his back and show his belly to me. While my Tyana. Hey buddy, you evolved. That's amazing. I told the puppy as I walked over and rubbed his belly like I knew he liked. Stop petting my Tyana. We are about to fight. Keba yelled angrily, which I promptly ignored, turning back to the puppy that was starting to relax since Arcanine wasn't here. Berry? I offered, pulling out a few from my hip pouch. I never go anywhere without some berries on me after all. Never know when you are going to feed a hungry Pokemon. After a few berries disappeared into the puppy's stomach, and I got a tongue swiping across my mask-covered face. Keba had enough. Hey! It's time to battle my Tyana. Vicky doesn't have her real team. Keba calls out, and even my Tyana perks up a little at that finally. Alright, fine. I mutter, standing up to move away from my Tyana and readying my Pokeball. Then I blinked, it's Nike. Yeah, whatever. Keba answered with a grin. Ouch. Don't be a baby. I tell him as I pull out another poison sting from Keba's skin. This is against the rules. You aren't supposed to aim at the trainer. I aimed at my Tyana, it's your fault for telling him to dodge. Ouch. I don't want to hear that right now. He grumbled, as I sprayed more antidote on his pinpricks where poison sting had penetrated, causing him to yelp. Be gentle. I am. I grumble, pulling another one free. Done. I tell him, once more spraying the hole, but finally finishing up. Never seen someone tank an attack to their face before. Usually they dodge. I told him, poking his cheek, earning a flinch. Ouch. That hurts you, Spaz. I narrow my eyes, but I am a mature, fully adult person, at least on the inside. So I only poke him one more time, earning a yelp, before standing up and moving away. Good fight. I add as I move. You have defeated me, earning the right to continue on to challenge the gym leader. Good luck. I tell him, smirking under my mask as I suddenly disappear into the revolving wall. Vicky! Hey, where did you go? I could hear him call out from the hall as I giggled and put my Pokeballs once more into the transporter. Well fought. I almost yelped as I turned to glare a little. Janine. I grumbled as she once more tried to jump scare me. The girl smiled at my tone. I am surprised. I expected you would go easy on a friend, but you battled him harder than most of the others. I trusted Keba to be at a higher level than where he should be. He did good. I say as I finished teleporting the Pokeballs away. What's up? I asked her as she hadn't vanished or tried to tease me again. Janine was Koga's daughter, and was already being trained up as the future gym leader. Considering how important Fuchsia Gym and its ninjas were to Kanto, she had to be incredibly strong to even be in the running. She was. We had battled a few times, and Janine was strong. Father is summoning you. Cool. Do you know what he wants? I ask as I grab my water bottle off the table and take a drink before following after the kunoichi, already moving. Nothing that he shared with me. She answered simply, and I nodded. Cool. I followed the kunoichi through the compound, avoiding the pitfalls I had learned through repetition where they were as we walked. Koga was as usual waiting in his usual spot, legs crossed and waiting for his challengers for the day to make it through the mansion. I giggled as I could faintly hear the cursing of many trainers that had just had the floor dropped out from under them, or legs hooked into snares. This place spoke to my trollish soul. Victoria. Koga. I greeted back with a wave as he nodded. You have grown much in the last month. I wonder. How close are you now to achieving your goal? How far have you come? He wonders, and I notice that beside him on a pillow are my pokeballs. The premium pokeballs, obviously not his own. Ah. Well, we had battled over and over again in the last few months. He hadn't given me a rematch. It's only been a month. And yet, we will battle regardless. He answered instantly. This man was getting far too used to my argumentative mouth. There is only one way to find out then. Koga, they say that when two trainers' eyes meet, they must battle. I joked to him, our eyes locked on each other. Indeed. Janine, ensure the trainers waiting for their turn do not disturb us. Yes, father. What should I do if they come to see what is happening? Nothing. It would be good for any trainer to see a high-level battle in person. Come, Victoria. Ah, wait a sec. I mutter as I gather up my balls. Stopping Koga's dignified exit, which he obviously intended to lead to a great battle. The man was a bit of a drama queen. Especially for a ninja. What is it? Let me change? It's sunny today, and I want my hat. Plus these face masks are itchy, and these sock shoes you gave me feel weird. I want to get my boots. I mutter, ticking off issues on my fingers. Janine breaking into quiet giggles behind me as I could just feel Koga's irritation at my meanness. Change quickly. He ordered, and I gave him a jaunty salute as I raced off to do just that. Finally, I could get out of my ninja cosplay. I mean, sure, learning how to do ninja stuff was fun, and I learned a lot. But this outfit was all tight and weird. I liked my clothes more. Quickly grabbing my clothes from the small room that Koga had given me while I worked as a gym trainer, I switched over feeling nothing but relief that I could actually breathe in my comfortable clothes. Then I stomped out to the field. Purposefully stomping my feet to make noise. It made the other ninjas flip out. Stepping out into the sunlight with my hat back on my head, a grin tugging at my lips. Yeah, this was where I was meant to be. I stepped out, my 6 pokeballs back on my hip where they belonged as I faced Koga. Are you ready? I am. I agreed eagerly, hand already full of a pokeball as he nodded. Another ninja appeared. Koga's referee. The battle will be a 6-on-6 battle. No switch outs. The gym leader will release his Pokemon first. The referee nodded, stepping back as Koga nodded. Then I'm off. I nodded. That Pokemon in particular was a bit of a monster. But I was ready this time. Go. I released my first choice. Milotic appeared in a flash, his fins shifting as he psyched himself up for the battle ahead. Last time Milotic had failed. Begin. Preparation. I yelled out, even as Koga's Venomoth instantly exploded into a cloud of poison powder. And Milotic moved. It had been Koga forcing me to rewatch my older battles with the other gym leaders. Pointing out my good points and bad that had created this. In his own words. Your battle against Brock showed that your Milotic is excellent at changing the terrain, but you almost completely gave up on this afterwards. Foolish. The truth was I had gotten arrogant with how powerful my team was. I had started thinking that I didn't need to do anything but hit so hard the enemy would fall. I had learned from Koga one thing at least. Always treat every battle as if it was life or death. Milotic sparkled as water gathered, and in a rush of water he shot off a hydro pump straight downwards into the earth. In an instant a rush of muddy water splattered back up and flowed across the field. Koga hadn't seen this plan yet. Although I bet some of his ninjas had been watching when Milotic and I trained for it. But we had been sneaky too. They had thought creating a pool of some sort was all I was planning with this move. They were wrong. A moment later, without a word, as the blast of water cut off sight, I started growing. And in a moment Milotic was gone, a bubble of ice covering his position. At the same time as Koga's Venomoth hid itself away in its poison fog move. Bug buzz. Koga actually called out, as Venomoth suddenly vibrated from within the cloud and a hypersonic sound smashed into the ice. It continued slowly, causing the ice to crack and splinter. Why not after all? Venomoth was still hidden with the cloud, and Milotic was trapped under the ice. Except not. I almost laughed as the ice shattered, revealing nothing. Just a pool of frothing muddy water with chunks of ice floating in it. I grinned brightly at Koga's annoyed look. He hadn't seen what Milotic had done. What's wrong, Koga? Lose track of your target? I taunted as he ignored me, continuing to look across the field for anything different. It was the wince he gave when the first chunk of ice hit him that told him what was up. Hail. I adjusted my hat, glad that it was so big as it kept the chunks of hail from really smashing me up. But for Venomoth? I smiled as I noticed the cloud of poison was getting hammered. Kage Bunshin. Koga's go-to move was weak to damaging weather effects. Sandstorm or hail. I couldn't see it, but I knew that within that cloud a half-dozen clones had just been popped. An intelligent plan to overcome one of my unique moves. Will you have time to think through the Elite Four's unique moves when you face them? You have to do more than plan for a month if you wish to defeat them. You must be prepared to counter their moves as they come. I know. But Koga? I can say the same thing to you. Do you even know where Milotic is? I call out as I wince as a chunk of ice hits my thigh. That was gonna bruise. He huffed out a silent chuckle. The closest thing Koga had to a laugh. I will find out. Venomoth. Supersonic. Locate the Milotic. He called out, and I blinked before remembering that Koga had some pretty strong Pokemon from the Zubat line. He had taught his Venomoth echolocation. Too bad, that won't work. And that is game. I called out to Koga's surprise, when Venomoth continued looking around without being able to find my Pokemon. Until a moment later, the ground near Venomoth erupted in a blast of water as Milotic appeared from underground, an extreme aqua tail already active as it smashed Venomoth in half. The substitute popping a moment after. But before Venomoth could even engage, Milotic splashed back into the water and disappeared. I smiled. I would have to thank Zealous next time I saw her. The idea for this move had been taken from her fracture back when we first fought. Hiding with Dig and then attacking out of pre-prepared holes. Milotic couldn't use Dig. Not the move anyways, but he did have Hydro Pump and Water Pulse, and what was Earth going to do against high-pressure water? Milotic had just blasted a hole through the earth below us with pure water pressure, and it was thanks to a mix of the hail distracting Koga from all the water still pouring out of the muddy hole Milotic had been hiding in, and the fact that no one expected a water type to dig through the earth that it had worked. I was planning on using this move in the league too. I bet it will be great. Venomoth. Toxic. He ordered, having to actually take charge in order to regain control of the battle. A moment later, Venomoth was dumping a huge amount of purple sludge into the hole Milotic had just jumped out of. And yet, the whole time that was happening, the hail continued to fall. Venomoth continued to lose health as it was battered by the nasty shards of ice. I could see Koga already realizing I had him pinned. Although in a real league match, they would probably start a countdown if my Pokemon didn't reappear, that didn't bother me. Milotic was preparing his second attack. Venomoth Roost. Koga called out and Venomoth moved. Shifting back into what remained of his poison cloud before settling down to heal. The only problem with my move is I lost the ability to give direct orders to Milotic. We had this whole attack planned out, but that was it. It was pre-planned. We lost ability to make adjustments. But I smiled at Koga. Milotic exploded out of the ground in a new hole a moment later, and Venomoth just started rising back into the sky. Venomoth. Flash. Koga tried to call out, but it was too late. Once more, with the static noise of extreme speed, Milotic vanished, slamming a truly massive attack into Venomoth once more. This time it wasn't a substitute. Venomoth skidded across the muddy ground a moment later, even as Milotic already rushed back into his hole. Venomoth. Psychic Dig It Up. Koga called out, and I grimaced as the ground around Venomoth began shifting and moving. I'd sked, again. I couldn't communicate with Milotic right now. He was blowing through the earth, creating aquatic paths, and wouldn't even know how to react to Venomoth ripping the earth around him into the sky. I grimaced as Milotic was found. He was digging forward with Hydro Pump until suddenly he dug into a giant hole, falling out of his little path into the hole only to realize the sky was above him, and an angry glowing moth. Me. He squeaked, which was absolutely adorable as he started to rush back into the hole only for his body to lock up and rise slowly out of the mud. Use Surf. Break the hold. I called out. Even if Milotic couldn't aim an attack as he was held in place, he could still use his moves. "Mai!" He cried out, sounding muffled as he couldn't open his mouth, but a moment later a torrent of water escaped from around like a wave, and Venomoth seemed to almost hiss as it was forced to back away and break its powerful hold. "Ice Beam!" I called out, urging Milotic on, but Koga wasn't an elite for nothing. "Psybeam!" Koga responded as the two attacks met, a burst of energy erupting as the two Pokémon stared each other down for a moment. If this was Milotic of a few months ago, you might be able to overpower us, Koga. But not anymore. "Ice Beam!" "Punch through it!" "Psybeam!" "Mai!" Milotic cried out as he didn't attack right away. Instead he seemed to swallow deep even as the Psybeam raced towards him, the purplish energy beam nearly touching him before Milotic finally opened his mouth in a silent scream. And the overpressured Ice Beam went to work, smashing the Psybeam aside in a roiling torrent of energy. When it was over, Venomoth was frozen solid, and Milotic was breathing deeply, exhaustion already hitting. I waited for a moment before realizing Koga had no intention of returning Venomoth. Being frozen wasn't equal to losing. "Milotic! Preparation Ice!" I called out instead of finishing the moth. Milotic turned, still tiredly breathing heavily as he started shooting out ice beams. Structures of ice soon littered the battlefield, as Milotic prepared for what came next. "Alright, buddy. Take out Venomoth." "Milo." He agreed, surging forward, surfing across the muddy ground as he came up to Venomoth, who was nearly thawed, but before his aqua tail could strike, Venomoth disappeared in red light. "Return," he said simply, nodding to me, as he threw out a second Pokeball. "Mook! Mook mook mook!" Koga's Mook called out, seemingly happy to battle again as it waited for the word to begin. "Begin," Koga offered, and I nodded. Milotic recovery mode. Milotic disappeared back into a watery hole, even as Mook once more shrunk to a much smaller form. A moment later, hail began smashing the ground once again, Mook making little sounds of irritation at the attack. "Ignore the hail," Koga called, and Mook nodded, continuing to prepare for the battle. I could see Mook using a normal substitute, since Kage Bunshin would only be instantly popped in the hail. Milotic burst out of the water, this time not going for a physical attack. Instead he landed atop one of his ice pillars, climbing all the way to the top as he looked down on Mook. Mook had gone full evasion, making it damn near impossible to hit, but at the same time Milotic had been recovering. Aqua Ring now floated around him and safeguard active. He was as recovered as he could be without an actual rest. But even as Mook began pelting him with Sludge Bomb, Milotic began preparing. Normally, I would have him use Dragon Dance as a status enhancer. Speed and power tended to handle most issues with Milotic already being overpowered physically, but no matter how fast he was, he would have trouble catching Mook. But I had known what Koga's game was for over a month. "Did you really think I wouldn't do some research to make sure my partner wouldn't be stumped by evasion moves again? Coil." I said a single word, long after Milotic had already begun. Even as Mook retaliated. As ice pillars shattered from sludge bombs, Milotic kept running, stopping to use Coil whenever he could. Coil is actually a move Milotic learned naturally. Funnily enough, it was a poison move even if all it did was enhance a Pokémon. But this one was special. Attack, defense, and accuracy all got a buff from Coil. How did that work? Pokemon Space, Llama Magic. Ain't got a clue. But after a few moments of Mook chasing Milotic around trying to bypass his defenses and healing from Aqua Ring, Milotic turned. And Mook learned the difference between a glancing hit and a full-fledged strike as Milotic blurred into static, smashing the tiny Mook with a full force, completely accurate Aqua Tail. Milotic took a Sludge Bomb to the face as soon as Mook hit the ground. Koga's training proving itself once again as Mook retaliated even after being struck full bore. The two Pokémon were both exhausted. Mook, as tiny as it was now, seemed to be struggling to pull itself together, and Milotic was definitely on his last leg. Mook. Koga said a simple name, but Mook obviously understood as it shot forward. Mook. It roared as it drew near. Milotic prepared to smash it. And then everything was fire and noise. I grunted as I was pushed entirely off my feet, rolling a bit in the mud before I managed to stop myself. Ears ringing again, I grimaced. Was this just going to be a thing with Koga? I looked up to devastation. The ice pillars were gone, and both Mook and Milotic were down. Mook looked the worst of it, but Milotic had obviously been hammered badly. Explosion. Koga offered. I growled at him as I returned my partner. Dick move. I cursed at him, although as always, Koga ignored me as I grabbed my next choice. Wheezing. Koga's Pokemon called out. Dragonite. I released my girl, watching as she landed with a thump, her eyes narrowed. Although I had distracted her with Milotic a month ago, the loss had given her fits. Begin. Now. I called out. Instantly, Dragonite vanished in a blur, the mud kicking up in contrails from just how fast she rushed, wheezing. Even as the floating ball began using what I recognized as a smokescreen, which Koga was a fan of, it didn't matter. Dragonite hit first. She slammed a Dragon Rush into Wheezing, the dragon energy slamming into him as she rushed right with him, unwilling to give up a second, as Wheezing was hammered over and over, Dragonite roaring in her anger as her Dragon Rush swapped over to something even more dangerous. Outrage. One of the most damaging dragon-type moves, and one that kept her focused on attack as she continued slamming her claws into Wheezing without a moment's rest. I knew Koga would have to react. I had specifically had this in mind for Wheezing, and it was a plan that only Dragonite could do. Wheezing kept trying to get an attack off, but they were slow Pokemon, even with Koga's ninja training. This wasn't the first time I battled Koga's Wheezing. I had seen almost all of Koga's team, or at least what I suspected was Koga's team by now. So I knew that the best way to handle Wheezing was just overwhelming power, and Dragonite was the only one that could do it. Very well. Do it. Koga offered, actually sounding irritated, as Dragonite kept a firm grip on Wheezing. None of his attempts to escape her rage had worked. Wheezing. He cried out as he shifted, his body bulging for a moment, before he exploded. Explosion. Once again, the entire field was wrecked. Once again, I went tumbling as the pressure wave hit me. But this time I was ready for it. No one suspected Mook of exploding, but Wheezing? Hell, it was as expected as a Voltorb blowing up. But I had sent Dragonite out for a reason. I smiled, teeth flashing as I stared down Koga, who was looking more than irritated. Even if he kept his face passive. I had known him for over a month now, and I was good at irritating people. Dragonite roared as the explosion ended, showing she was not only still standing, she was looking even more pissed than before. Multiscale. It's Dragonite's ability. The first hit they take is heavily protected, their scales act like a shield. I call out. Koga may have noticed Dragonite's resistance to attacks over the month, but I doubt he understood exactly what she was doing. To force me to use explosion twice, I will admit, Victoria, you have broken my expectations. I will no longer hold back. Like you were before. I grumbled at him as he threw out his next Pokemon. But I was more focused on Dragonite. Outrage, for all of its power, and it was powerful, had a weakness. Dragonite was looking around, as if she was drunk. Confusion. Damn. Tentacruel. Koga's Pokemon cried out as it landed. The rather large Tentacruel looked its namesake. Full of tentacles and cruelty. Fuck. Wasn't I a Japanese schoolgirl? Damn, that was bad. Dragonite. Snap out of it. Smash him down. Ice Beam. Koga called out simply, and I winced as Dragonite was blasted. My poor dragon had looked back at me in utter confusion before getting hit. Draw. She cried out in pain as she hit the mud, rolling and shaking as she started freezing up from the attack. Come on. Fly. I cry out, hoping it would reach her, but she was just not there. Damn it. Outrage had backfired. This is why I hate moves that have negative effects. I watched with a wince as she fell. Iced over into the mud. Return. I pulled her back, promising I would give her a whole night of attention from Milotic and me when this is over. If you are going to use that move in the future, you should train it more. While you have diversified your moveset, you haven't taught your Pokemon how to get the best out of their new moves. Or how to mitigate the issues. I know. I snapped at him, before releasing a sigh and nodding my head, sorry. I offer, wiping some of the mud off myself, as I grab my next Pokeball. I took a deep breath, let myself calm down. My next Pokemon wouldn't react well if I was angry. So I calmed, brought out a smile, and did something cute to calm myself back down. My cute blue heart. Gyarados, I choose you. I call out, watching as he appears, the mud shifting heavily as he appears, a roar on his lips. What is it with my team and roaring? Oh well, it's cute. That was about when Gyarados turned around. Hey, cutie, we REAMMPH. The sun cut out. A minute later, I was back on my feet, wiping the slime out of my eyes, and Gyarados was ready to battle his cute little heart out. Koga by this point was completely used to Gyarados and his silliness. Gyarados was at a weird point in my team. Normally they were physical attackers, but my guy was sorta opposite. See, I hadn't had time to do any gravity training with him since before he evolved. Koga and his ninjas around meant I wasn't about to risk showing off my super secret training method. Even if sometimes I really wish I could stop trying to keep it secret. Stupid family secret laws. Anyways, it meant for the most part one had worked with Gyarados on special attack moves, rather than physical. Well, that and listening to orders. My newest blue noodle had a tendency to hyperfocus a bit. Well, he would just attack, and when he got bored, attack. It was cute, if not a little dangerous. Begin. Sludge Bomb. Thunderbolt. I called out, almost cackling. That was a move that had been a mess to teach my poor boy. I had tried to do it my own way at first, but Koga had gotten irritated that I had wasted a whole day of training to try and teach this one move. I swore then never to tell him how long it took to teach most of my moves to my team, but he had sent me into town to the store to purchase a TM. I bet he was regretting that now. Tentacruel moved first. Despite Gyarados being faster than most other Gyarados with all the speed training we had done as a Magikarp, he was still only recently evolved, and without a lot of the physical training the rest of my team had gotten. So a ball of poison rocketed out of Tentacruel's tentacles and smashed into Gyarados. The force of the explosion was enough to rock my boy back, but there was one thing even Koga had learned about Gyarados by now. It was that when I said to do something, he did it. Twice now Gyarados had kept attacking even when he really should have stopped, and it was only when I physically intervened that I managed to calm him. So the blow hurt, but his retaliation was incoming. The sound of thunder rocketed the field as Tentacruel lit up. The cry of the Pokemon was wince-inducing. The high-pitched screech was not easy on the ears. A moment later it was over, and Koga proved his skill as a trainer wasn't a joke. Tentacruel disappeared, becoming a small army of Tentacruels as it activated Kage Bunshin, a move that had stymied Gyarados in the past. He got hyper-focused on destroying the fake substitutes, and ended up getting hit all the while. Cutie! Use Surf! Hit them all! I called out, and he roared, as a wave of water blasted out of his mouth as he aimed it down, the roiling water spreading out and smashing into the Bunshin. Some of them popped. Not all of them, but enough were hit that a chunk of them disappeared. Retaliate! Koga called out, and a moment later a barrage of attacks fired back. All but one were fake. But I had no way of knowing, and Gyarados wasn't looking ready to dodge. The second sludge bomb sent him tumbling to the side, smashing into the mud. Which only held him for a minute before he rose back up, practically thrashing the ground in his anger. Okay, there was a play here. Surf again! I ordered, and the burst of water once more splashed across the field. A few of the Bunshin standing too close to him got popped, but for the most part a Tentacruel wasn't going to worry about water. Which is why my plan was so insidious. The explosion of another sludge bomb roared out, but I knew Gyarados could take it. Dragon Dance! It's time to show off my blue heart. I call out, and instantly, Gyarados was back upright and wiggling his body, preparing. Gyarados didn't care whether he was hurt, or tired, or even unconscious. He was my heart. And he wouldn't be stopped. I could see Koga's eyebrow quirking up as he knew as well as I did that Gyarados wasn't a powerhouse like the rest of my team yet. So why had I just ordered Gyarados to buff his power? I smiled, flashing Koga all my teeth as I pointed towards the sky. Claim it! I roared out, matched by my Gyarados as the next sludge bomb missed as Tentacruel aimed too low. Because Gyarados had just fled into the sky. I had planned on keeping this secret, but if I was going to beat Koga here, I would need every trick in my book. Plus I knew for a fact, seeing a flying Gyarados was going to stymy him for at least a moment. And it did. Both trainer and Pokemon stared into the sky as Gyarados floated on air currents that should be far too weak to carry him, but did so anyways. Rain dance. I called up to him. And a few moments later, the field shifted as water fell. I could see Koga coming back to himself as he realized what I had just done. Tentacruel. Emo dash. Thunder. I roared. Be off the ground. I blinked as lightning flashed, and all of the bunchins popped. The flooded ground conducting the lightning right to all of them. Of course me and Koga got hit as well, but that was just what a high-level battle was like. We both flinched being struck. Him more stoic than my yelp as I was knocked off my feet. But that didn't matter, because Tentacruel was now alone on the field. No substitute to hide behind. No Bunchin to scatter around. Even as Tentacruel attempted to strike Gyarados down, it didn't work. I had been training under Koga after all. You think I wouldn't have my Gyarados hide among the clouds? It was my new secret move. Rain dance, to create the clouds, fly to hide among the clouds, acting just as good as Koga's stupid poison fog. Plus it made thunder super accurate. So for Gyarados, this combo was even more effective. Return. Koga called out, pulling Tentacruel out of the barrage of thunders that Gyarados was launching down. Gauntlet. He ordered, and I frowned. I was pretty sure that Gauntlet was Koga's ace. I had only seen it fight twice now, and both times it had been intense. In the sky, Gauntlet. He ordered, for once, not waiting for his Pokemon to figure out the battlefield on its own. Mostly because Gyarados was still flaring lightning in the clouds above our heads as he prepared, but Gauntlet wasn't Tentacruel. It shrieked once, and then exploded into a swarm of copies. I glared. It had taken me both battles before I figured out what was happening. Why that single Gauntlet could go from a single Pokemon into a swarm of hundreds. It was a mix of Kagebunshin and Double Team. Some of them were the real clones. Some were after images. But it was a hell of a sight as it looked like Koga released hundreds of Pokemon at once. Thunder. I knew it was the only move in my set though. Gauntlet was a flying type, an electric attack would do some serious damage. But even as the bolt of lightning slammed through the swarm continued moving, surging into the clouds. Then both Koga and I were useless. We couldn't see what was happening thanks to the clouds and rain covering the fight, but we could hear it. Thunder echoing through, and the sound of wings heard even over the rain. Finally, after a minute or so of silence, I winced as I saw my boy fall from the sky. Return. I called out instantly, as he wasn't falling by choice. Then out of the clouds came a swarm of Gauntlet. All of them shrieking and fluttering down into a mass of wings and anger. My hand instinctively went to Arcanine's ball, but I hesitated. I was fairly confident in Arcanine's ability to handle the swarm. She hadn't liked her loss in the last battle, and had thrown herself into training even more than before. I knew she could do it. I had a plan all planned out. But this wasn't her fight. Chansey. I called out as I released my girl. Chansey. She called out, dancing from foot to foot cutely as she greeted the day. All right, girl. You know the plan. I called out, and smiled as she nodded. If I had to give an award for Pokemon most improved over the month training with Koga, that would be Chansey. Not just because she had agreed to actually battle, and had been put up against strong Pokemon that challenged her in every way, but because she had also taken a liking to Koga. Yeah, oddly enough, the two of them had become friends? It was weird. She just really liked the ninja aesthetic, I guess. So when Chansey immediately brought her hands together, I knew what was coming up next. A sandstorm kicked up instantly, blurring sight and obscuring what she was doing as Koga's swarm hesitated, before going on the attack, slipping into the storm to attack. The Kagebunshin would start popping soon in the sandstorm, so Gauntlet had no choice but to go on the attack. I could hear Gauntlet's air slash, cutting through the storm aiming for Chansey, but never touching her. Chansey was a ninja now. Neen. I whispered. Something I knew no one would hear as I braced myself. Because a moment after the entire field suddenly shifted. Gravity. I winced glad for my normal clothes, because between my hat and my hastily raised goggles I didn't have to deal with sand particles as heavy as much larger rocks start pelting my eyes. Golbat didn't have that luxury, especially since he would be flat on the ground, knocked out of the sky in that moment. I could hear a few moments later the sound of 2 loud slaps echoing through the field even over the loud noise of sand slamming into the muddy ground. Then as fast as it appeared, the sandstorm disappeared. A sunny day flooding the field, showing Chansey standing over Golbat. Obviously having protected him once, he had been knocked unconscious. As I took off my hat and whipped the sand off it, I noticed with a giggle that Koga was half kneeling on the ground, struggling to deal with the increased gravity. Chansey even took a moment to heal up Golbat, who had 2 massive red spots on its cheeks from Chansey's gravity-enhanced double slap. I waited for a while until Chansey's gravity ended, causing Koga to gasp in relief as he managed to regain his feet. Our turn. He spoke after a moment, brining Golbat back. Then he didn't bring out his next Pokemon, simply looking me over with an almost constipated look on his face. Chansey is pretty strong. I informed him with a peace sign and a strong pose, which Chansey immediately copied, even if she didn't have fingers. He didn't say anything, simply nodding slowly, before giving out an actually audible sigh. Very well. Let us finish this battle. He drew another Pokeball and chucked it. Neato. Nidoking. It roared, much to my surprise. I thought your last Pokemon was that Arbok. I couldn't help but say. I had fought plenty of Koga's Pokemon over the month. I mean, that was a huge chunk of what we had done. Battle after battle. But this? I hadn't seen a Nidoking. I suppose you would say he is my secret weapon. I hadn't expected to need his power against you. He offered, which had me chuckle, and Chansey did a cute little dance as she spun around on one foot, waving at Nidoking in greeting. It didn't at all look like it was having fun. It huffed, and a damn cloud of purple smoke left its mouth. Take her out. Koga ordered simply, and Nidoking roared before charging across the field. Chansey. Show everyone how amazing you are. I called out, earning a happy chant of her name back to me before she let out a short little gasp as Nidoking slammed into her. Both of them disappearing into the sand. The sounds of the battle were all I could make out. Loud stomps. Ground rumbling. Explosions. It was probably an amazing battle, but I unfortunately didn't get to see any of it. Sandstorm is OP. I winced as the gravity once more rose up, and I could hear a rumble of something hitting the ground harshly. Oh. I knew what was coming next. So I sat down. Then the earth shook. I might have picked up TM Earthquake at the same time that I bought Thunder for Gyarados. Well, I bought a lot of TMs at the time, including Sandstorm, which Chansey was using. I had figured it would be a great counter to Golbat at the time. Drop the Golbat swarm to the ground and hit the lot of them with Earthquake. It hadn't been necessary though. Between Sandstorm and Gravity, Golbat was all alone by the time Chansey was done. But now? I winced as the earth shook, rumbling and roiling. Nidoking, despite being a ground type, was actually weak against ground attacks, thanks to his poison typing. Finally, everything went quiet. I waited, and once again, the sandstorm disappeared. The sun hammering as Chansey used Sunny Day to end the storm. There on the ground was Nidoking. Unconscious. Chansey wasn't untouched. I blinked, almost startled at how badass Chansey looked at that moment. She reached up almost casually to wipe away a bit of blood from a scratch on her cheek, and then she swiped a hand down. Recovery's glow flowing over her, putting her back at full health as if she hadn't just got into a cage match with a Nidoking. Return. Koga called out, simply, Nidoking's body flowing away in light. It was quiet for a moment as Koga seemed to taking in the fact he actually lost. I was honestly pretty startled it happened too. I mean, I knew Chansey was an absolute monster, but for her to just outright brawl with a Nidoking? That was awesome. I couldn't help it. Chansey! I cheered loudly, jumping into the air, waving in happiness. Her awesome serious mode immediately ended as she did the same. Both of us rushing to each other and slamming into a hug as we giggled and danced together. Only long after we were satisfied at our victory did I turn to Koga. He had been waiting, casually standing among the ruined ground. I definitely had the sense that he hadn't expected us to pull out that win, but I guess he hadn't taken into consideration that I hadn't shown him every bit of training we had done. I had disappeared some days on Arcanine back, or in Dragonite's arms, to work through some special training that needed to happen. Mostly with the new TM moves that we had learned. But also to work on the many tricks I learned over weeks of battling trainers every day with underleveled Pokemon. I lost far more often than I ever won, but I couldn't deny it was a delight. Switching to new Pokemon, facing challengers that had full teams and trained Pokemon. Forced to prove to myself that I actually wasn't half bad at this whole trainer thing. Koga? I eventually prodded the man had been watching me for a while. Victoria. He responded, reaching into his pocket as he walked closer, stepping up to Chansey and I. He offered my girl a nod, which she returned happily. Then he pulled his hand free and offered to me a badge. With a star on it. Congratulations on completing your training under my gym. It seems I have far less to teach you than I expected. Thanks. I responded almost shyly. I had no idea what else to say. I hadn't thought I would pull out the win either. Koga was really strong. If I hadn't been facing him for over a month, constantly seeing his every trick and learning how to counter them, this battle would have been just as harsh as the one before it. Thank you, Koga-sensei. I offered after a moment, realizing how stupid I was being. I offered him an actual bow. I really appreciate everything you have taught me. Good. Then my time was not wasted. He offered seemingly back to himself as he nodded once to me as my head rose. But while you have defeated me, you are not yet finished. I'm not? No, you still have a duty to complete, Victoria. You have proven yourself a trainer. Now you must prove you are a ninja. He offered, and for the first time I saw him have a real smile. I blinked and suddenly he wasn't alone. Almost the entire ninja clan was suddenly there. Janine standing just behind her father with a grin on her face that I could see even through her mask. W8. The challenge does not end until the sun rises once more. Now, you have 1 minute head start. No Pokemon are allowed to assist you. Good luck. He offered with an actual evil smile on his face. Bullying. Was this hazing? I realized how serious he was a moment later and returned Chansey and threw my poke belt at him with a pointed finger that I knew he would understand as I turned and ran into the forest around Fuchsia. A minute later, an entire army of ninjas chasing after me, all planning on tormenting me through the night. Chapter 26. I had mud in my boots. It was pretty much all I could think about as I squelched back to the Fuchsia Gym. The asshole ninjas had chased me all night. Sleep? What was that? Did it taste good? Fuckers. I had been forced to jump into a swamp at one point and pull off the old breathing through reeds trick I had seen on some anime just to get 5 minutes of them not sticking kunai into my butt. Janine hadn't been fooled for long though, and after she purposefully plugged my reed with her finger, forcing me up. I had 5 new holes in my butt from her chasing me around and cackling. Hence the mud in my boots. You did good. She offered with a grin as she easily kept pace beside me, showing none of my exhaustion as she walked steadily to my heavy trotting steps. You are very mean. Ah, come on, you lasted the whole night. Father is very impressed. Now you just have to train more so you can stay fighting fit all night like me. She teased. I glared at her, because I know for a fact she and the horde of ninjas chasing me throughout the night had been on shifts. Staying up all night, my pitted ass. You suck. Survival training always sucks. But at least now we can be confident you can survive a night running away from angry Jotun trainers. I wouldn't need to run if I had my team. I grumbled at her, but it didn't have any heat. Knowing that you could escape from people on foot by yourself? Well, I am sure there were many trainers during the war that had either really wished they had this training, or gone through it and had a much higher chance of surviving. So I just glared, letting her know I wasn't happy as I continued squelching up to the gym. At the foot of the entrance stood the beautiful woman that was actually Koga's wife, and Janine's mother. Her expensive and perfectly tailored kimono hid the fact she was just as much of a ninja as Koga was. Seriously, she might even be scarier. She had that air about her. Like she could smile at me while stabbing me in the throat at the same moment. I greeted her with a stiff bow, which she returned as she instantly attacked me with a towel. Bleg. I managed to get out as she rubbed my face vigorously, Janine standing beside me giggling as Tsunade went to work on me. I mean, thankfully she wasn't blonde and stacked, so I wasn't worried about getting flicked into the ground or anything. Acceptable, she said after a while as she guided me inside to the baths. I took a long time warming up and relaxing in the waters. Aya, Koga's sister, joined at one point, which I was thankful for. She had saved me from the water at one point as I had almost fallen asleep, her giggles telling me how silly I must have looked. Then I crashed into bed, forever and ever. You are leaving? Koga spoke, practically appearing at my side as I stepped out onto the steps of the gym. Yep. As fun as this has been, I still need to finish the other gyms on my journey. Good. Time is short, but for you that should be no issue. I suggest you stop at Cinnabar on your circuit. There is a secret gym there, still being run by our former champion Blaine. I expect you will learn much from a match with him. It is hidden, you will need to gather some information to find it. I nodded slowly. I already intended on doing just that, but it was good to know that Blaine was still there taking challenges. I'll do that. Do not forget what you have learned, Victoria. The world is more dangerous than you believe. I'll do my best to stay safe. I promise. Koga nodded. He started to turn before stopping. You are an acceptable student, but the path you have chosen to walk will not be easy. If you need assistance, the Fuchsia clan will not forget you. I was actually a little surprised Koga wasn't a man that showed his emotions much. Thank you, Koga-sensei. I learned a lot, I owe you. I won't forget that. Good. Defeat Lance, and I will find my time to not have been wasted. So just defeat the strongest trainer around and I'll have been worth it. Sure. I'll get right on that. I muttered as he walked away, although I noticed he had a smirk on his face as he left, so he definitely heard me. I turned, for the first time in a while, heading out of the Fuchsia Gym, free to do whatever I wanted. Greasy food first, I decided aloud, smiling as I put a bit of pep into my step. I hadn't been able to eat anything unhealthy the whole time. Koga's wife was an excellent cook, but it was all very traditional foods. Unfortunately, halfway to the nearest fast food place, I was attacked. Vicky, justice kick. I cried out as Keba attacked me with a tackle. The two of us tumbling and groaning in the dust as while my kick had connected, he had still knocked me off my feet. Be bitch. He groaned, rolling the ground. Why'd you kick me? You jumped me, asshole. I snapped back. Do you have any idea how long I have been waiting for you? He growled. My Tiana was there beside him. I noticed the dog sniffing his master a bit before settling down, uncaring about his master's distress. Heh, I was busy. With secret stuff. Ninja training. No. I never did any ninja training ever. Like it all, you must be talking about the magical girl, pretty protector Sailor Nike. She is as amazing as she is mysterious. I inform him with a firm nod. You are such a dweeb. He groaned into the ground for a moment before pushing himself up and clutching his stomach as he glared at me, just in time to catch a pokeball to his face. Bitch. Don't call me a dweeb. Stop being a dweeb and I'll stop calling you one. You spaz. He yelled, earning a second chucked pokeball, which he barely blocked by covering his face. Stop aiming for my face. Humph. We are done here. I told him, standing up and wiping myself down before taking 2 steps, which ended as Keba grabbed my boot and I tripped face first right back into the dusty road. A quick kick to his face leaving a dusty boot imprint later. We were glaring at each other. My Tiana, sensing a battle was about to ensue, didn't look very confident. Let's go, you spaz. Fine. Arcanine, I choose you. I roared, glaring at the boy as the two of us faced off once again. Or at least that was the plan, because a moment after appearing, Arcanine betrayed me. Betrayal most foul. Oof. I gasped as she turned and with all her bulk just flopped right on top of me. I was dying. Too heavy. Oh wait, actually. It wasn't too bad. Just bulky, so I couldn't get her off me. With a bit of wiggling, I managed to get my head out from under her fur and catch sight of her face. Oh no, she was sulking. "Aw, come on, don't be like that. It was just one battle." My argument was ineffective. Instead, I got a glance from her as she puffed up her cheeks before huffed all the air out and just rolled over on me, meaning I was once more in the fur jungle. That was about the time I felt someone start poking me with a stick. "Keba! I'll kill you, you better stop." I screamed out, but I am sure all he heard was muffled shouting as the stick did not in fact stop, it just started poking harder. I couldn't even reach for my other pokeballs. Betrayed. Come on, it was just one battle. I was saving you for last. But Chansey did a great job. You can't be mad. Arcanine could in fact be mad, as I learned over the next 20 minutes of her absolutely refusing to get off me. There was a rock poking me in the back. So does that happen often? Keba asked as I stared at my burger. The whole pleading with your Pokemon thing. I wasn't pleading. You were crying by the end. Sounds like pleading to me. Keba. I hissed, leaning in until our faces were practically touching. I have ninja training now, Keba. I will kill you, and no one will ever find the body. Pfft. You don't scare anyone. You aren't tall, Inuak. What's that? I couldn't hear you over the sound of you choking on your burger. I say sweetly, after jamming his half-eaten burger into his throat. Of course, a few moments later the two of us were kicking each other under the table, which Keba swiftly learned would only lead to one winner, as my boots and strength had him yelping. Rubbing his shin, he glared as he finished off his burger. So what was that all about yesterday? Don't play dumb. That battle. Was that Gyarados flying? Did your Chansey, who was a sweet lady who wouldn't hurt a fly, beat up a Nidoking? What the hell, Vicky? I was watching, and I almost didn't believe it. I don't see why any of that is weird. I answer as I take a chunk out of my burger. Don't give me that shit. Since when do Gyarados fly? And what the hell is up with Chansey? Gyarados are flying types. They could always fly. I guess. And Chansey has always been strong. Bullshit. He grumbled, glaring. Gyarados don't fly, Vicky. Everyone knows that. I mean, I have an aunt that moved up to the mountains to get away from any large bodies of water, specifically because she is terrified of them. How did you teach a Gyarados to fly? It's scary. It's really cute, honestly. Only you would think so, you Magikarp fanatic. Damn right. Magikarp are great. Magikarp are useless. You're just a weirdo. Ow. Stop kicking me. Stop being stupid, and I will think about it. Yeah, whatever. I fought Koga after you did. Nothing he brought out was even close to that match you had. You really are a monster, you know? He said, quieter than his usual boisterous tone. I just had a few extra years of training my team. Plus that was my rematch against Koga. He beat me the first time. I've had years with my Taina too, but we can't do half of the shit you pulled. He pointed out, before sighing. Don't let some idiot beat you in the league. With all your crazy shit, you better win. He demanded, with a pointed look. I took in the serious tone the way he was looking, and I gave him a firm nod. I have no intention of losing to anyone. His smile after was much like his dog, all teeth. After lunch with Keba, he took off with just a wave over his head as he walked away. Hopefully the sight of the battle between Koga and I will give him inspiration for the league. We all had a long way to go in our own way. It was something I had learned, no matter how strong my team was, that was only a piece of the puzzle. I shook that thought away. I had something I needed to do. Specifically a grumpy pup that needed some treats and exercise. I headed out of town, towards the forest, before releasing my still sulking girl. The moment her paws hit the ground, she turned her back on me, huffed loudly. I flopped into her back, which only earned another huff as she purposefully turned her head away from me. I'm sorry, I didn't use you against Koga in the rematch. I say, which was completely ignored. You know I trust you. I love battling with my girl. I started lightly petting her, which didn't get her tail going like it usually does. I huffed a bit myself as I leaned against her, only earning a cold shoulder. Is my favorite fluffy puppy upset? I baby talked to her. Does she think I don't trust her? Or that I don't love how strong and amazing she is? I cooed, earning a whine from my girl. I smiled. She was getting irritated with my baby talk. Is my little puppy alped? I was interrupted by a big paw that came up and mashed me in the face. Arcanine was huffy at me. Oh, you want to fight, do you? I taunt, reaching over and grabbing her snout and wiggling it back and forth, earning me a growl as she suddenly turned on me. She was on me. Her paws reaching out to push into my face as I kept grabbing her nose and wiggling it in a way she hated. Soon we were rolling around on the ground. My strength and hands meant she couldn't just put me down completely, as I was always able to reach up and irritate her. 10 minutes later, I was out of breath, and my face was lightly scratched up from her constant attempts to pin me down. Paws weren't the most gentle thing on skin. She had given up and simply decided the best way to get me to stop irritating her was to once more lay on top of me. Her bulk kept me pinned. Feel better? I asked, earning a huff, but she did angle her head down towards where my head was pinned beneath her arms. Then she licked. Pfft. I blew out my tongue as she left a trail of saliva across my face. I could see the instant she knew what she was going to do. No, you don't. I roared as she leaned down to start licking me frantically. Using every ounce of strength, I lifted her off me enough to free my arms, and then her snout was caught in my hands, her tongue halfway out of her mouth as I clamped down. Haha. Who has got who now? Her narrowed eyes told me her thoughts about that as she went on the attack. Ack. Too much tongue. I couldn't help but yelp as she lowered her snout to start licking like an anteater, in and out, over and over. No. I cried out as I couldn't over-muscle her off me, and so I was tortured until finally I released her snout. Only to remember that Arcanine has no mercy in her heart. An hour later, now completely soaked from Arcanine's spit, I glared up at her weakly as she panted happily atop me. Satisfied now? Arc. Yeah, I bet. I grumble at her, poking her a bit until she finally stands up off me, letting me up. A quick use of a towel from my bag later, and the two of us were facing off, sitting across from each other. I might not use you in every battle, you know? Arc. Arcanine. No, of course I am happy to have you battle, but this was Chansey's turn. Arc. No, Milotic and the others needed this win too. You had already defeated one of Koga's Pokemon. I needed the others to know they could do it too. Ararakanine. She whined at me, almost pleading. You act like we won't have a ton of battles soon. We are getting ready for the league, there will be hundreds of strong trainers to fight. Arc. I rolled my eyes. Her snippiness told me plenty about what she was feeling. Of course I will still need you. Just because Chansey is strong doesn't mean you aren't my ace still. Arc. Arcanine, arc. I sighed as she rose up on her hind legs, begging. Silly dog. I whisper as I rise up and swamp her in a hug before she could fall. Easily holding up her bulk as her arms fall on my shoulders. You are the one I trust the most in battle, you should know that. Just because Chansey has found her desire to battle, doesn't mean I am going to have her replace you. No one can replace you. She looked down on me for a while before huffing, and I could hear her tail starting up. Once the Arcanine super tail motor began, it wouldn't stop. Her gentle lick across my nose told me she was happy again as well. There, see. Now how about we go run around, find a place to get some exercise, we will be heading to Saffron next. We have to face the psychic gym leader, and she is crazy strong. Arc. She barked happily. Of course the idea of a strong challenger was all Arcanine really wanted. I'll let you start the fight, how about that? Arc. She wiggled happily, the idea of battle once again turning my battle maniac into a happy pup. Yeah, mama. Training is all done. I beat Koga. I showed off my new badge to my mother on the call as she looked surprised at the sight. And a star badge. Vicky. You are definitely going to cause a stir during the league. Look at you. I never earned a single star badge. You have collected them all so far. I just have some advantages with my team. That's all. I demurred. Honestly, nothing that I had done was that special. Even gravity training should be an idea that someone else has somewhere in the world. Well, your father will be so proud when I tell him. Everyone knows Koga is a tough gym to defeat, especially if you challenge him late. Look at you. Mama said, looking almost teary-eyed at my accomplishment. Which made me go all gooey on the inside. Thanks. I offered with the brightest smile I could to tell her how happy I was. Mama and Papa were the best. But you really should catch some more Pokemon. Or take an extra Milotic Vicky. You are going to need 6 Pokemon for the league. I have 6 Pokemon though. I answered instantly, without a thought. Like a damn idiot. I realized it the moment it left my mouth. The absolute fool. Idiot sandwich. Oh? Who is your 6th? You told me about your baby, but you didn't tell me you caught someone new. No, I didn't. Just a slip of the tongue, definitely. The instant the words came out of my mouth, I knew Mama wouldn't buy it. In fact, I knew she didn't, because her eyes narrowed. The same look of "you fucked up" that she gave me whenever she caught me doing something I wasn't supposed to. Victoria. What are you hiding? Hiding? Me? Of course not. I rambled a bit so far on the back foot I might as well been metaphorically falling over. Victoria Ferrous. I felt myself floundering. Quick. Come up with a lie. I caught a Magikarp and helped it evolve into a Gyarados, and he is a good boy. Wait. Fuck. That was the truth. Shit. Victoria. Mama literally screamed into the phone, forcing me to yank it away from my ears. What are you doing? Gyarados are not safe. They are incredibly dangerous. You need to release it immediately. No, I'll call the Rangers, they can dash. No, I said absolutely firmly, as firmly and seriously as any 10-year-old could ever sound. I will not. He is a good boy, and my friend. Arceus. Mama whispered as she struggled to say something to override my stubbornness. Vicky, they. Gyarados. Yeah. He is great. He helped me beat Koga. We played at the beach on the weekends. I'm sorry I didn't tell you. I knew you would react badly. I kept trying to tell you how sweet Magikarp and Gyarados could be, but dash. Victoria Ferrous. We told you to stay away from them because they are dangerous. Mama once more yelled, making me wince as the video phone captured the entirety of her meltdown. She stopped then. Took a breath for a few minutes. Come home. Jump on Arcanine or Dragonite and get home. Now. I opened my mouth to say anything, but I realized instantly that this had escalated. Mama was really freaking out. Shit, she probably wouldn't handle Gyarados' hugs very well either, would she? Okay. I'm on my way right now. Mama breathed heavily for a few moments before she nodded. I'll see you soon. I was honestly pretty nervous as Dragonite touched down. It was getting late, the sun had gone down before I had even left Fuchsia, which left home lit up by the lights around it. Dragonite gave a questioning little purr as I sort of paced a bit instead of heading inside. The kitchen lights were on, and I could see a few Growlithe already perking up at my arrival from their gathering on the well-lit porch. I'm really worried. I was told a whole bunch that I wasn't allowed to go capture a Magikarp or a Gyarados, but it's my journey and he isn't a threat to me. Mama and Papa. And Gram too, I suppose. Aren't going to take this well. Dragonite dragon. She comforted after making an odd noise, patting me on the shoulder a bit. Yeah, I can't stay out here all night. Besides, I didn't do anything wrong. Magikarp, and now Gyarados is my friend, it's not wrong to make friends. I give a nod, which she nods along with. Dragonite and Gyarados didn't do much together, but Gyarados being a friend for little Dratini had warmed Dragonite to the big fish. Why don't you all settle in for a while? No telling how long this is going to take. I tell them, releasing everyone from their pokeballs. Except for Gyarados. I would need him with me. Dratini was halfway up my leg when Dragonite scooped him up, earning a little giggle as the family went over to the stream and trees to greet the flock. Chansey wandering over as well to give everyone checkups. I sighed, psyching myself up even as the Growlithe pack ran over to demand treats. After a few berries slipped into puppy bellies, I could hear the front door open. It was time. It was Papa that was standing at the door. He didn't look happy. He wasn't glaring, but I could sense tension in the way he stood. Papa. Come inside, Vicky. He ordered not unkindly, but it was with a definite unhappiness. Yeah, this was gonna be rough. I stepped inside, and I could feel myself relaxing regardless. The smell of home was something you never really forgot, plus Arcani perked up at my entrance and gave me a little woof of greeting from around the living room couch, which was apparently his new spot. The fact I could see his old puppy bed under his butt, not even starting to hold his massive body, made it all the cuter. Ah, Pokemon were so cute. But Papa led me into the kitchen, where Mama was baking. Stress baking. I recognized it. She didn't really enjoy baking stuff, but when she was upset, she tended to start. Gram, being there as well made me wince. This was a family talk. Sit. Papa ordered, and I settled into my chair slowly, trying to look anywhere but at all the eyes there were on me. Although Mama wasn't looking at me. Too busy stirring something in a bowl furiously. Vicky. Why did you capture a Gyarados? Papa asked after a moment as he sat in his chair. I didn't. Well, okay, I know what happens when you capture a Magikarp. So yeah, I captured a Gyarados. I wanted one. I answered, stating the truth. I had always wanted one. They were awesome. Cute and scary all at once. We told you. Many times in fact, you weren't allowed to play with Magikarp. Papa's voice wasn't loud. He was speaking calmly, but I knew he wasn't happy. That was when I was a kid, and I'm on my journey now. I answered, trying to be reasonable. I mean, it was the truth. Vicky. You know we are taking care of any of the Pokemon you catch on your journey. It's why we told you to be careful about how many Pokemon you catch. We have to be able to afford and take care of them. But that isn't the point. We specifically told you not to capture a Magikarp. You are smarter than this, so don't play it off. Why did you disobey us? Papa demanded firmly. You were wrong. I answered simply. My eyes locked onto his as I said it. You've told me since I was little how dangerous Gyarados are. How Magikarp are terrible Pokemon to train because at any time they can go wild and attack you. I've heard it all. You told me horror stories all the time, remember? About trainers who couldn't control Gyarados, but you were wrong. All of you. I yelled, my heart beating fast in my chest. Vicky. Do not raise your voice to us. Mama demanded, threatening me with a spoon. You are in so much trouble right now. I can't even describe it to you. You broke the biggest rule we gave you. It was practically the only restriction we put on your journey. Because you were wrong. I almost snapped back. Instantly, it was only a little heated. Gyarados aren't these horrible monsters seeking to attack everyone. They are just dash. They do attack people. All the time. Victoria, why are you unable to understand this? Gram asked softly. Looking upset. Crap, I made Gram upset too. That isn't the same thing at all. I argued. My Gyarados is a sweetheart. I mean literally. Dratini is his best friend and they play together. Dratini. I repeated, waving my hands. Dragonite would never let Dratini around a dangerous Pokemon. Gyarados. No Magikarp, he was utterly alone when I found him. Utterly. All he was doing was swimming around in circles just waiting for something to happen, and you know what? I happened. I reached out to him and showed him that life wasn't bitter loneliness and cruelty. Yes, Gyarados are dangerous. Most of them have no socialization. They never had friends or family to develop those sorts of skills. Of course they are aggressive. I waved my hands above my head as I tried desperately to get my point across. My words were taken in for a while, all three adults hearing me out, which just went to show how awesome my parents were. But that doesn't mean they agreed. Vicky, you wouldn't be our child if you weren't trying to help out every Pokemon you could. Mama offered, settling her mixing bowl down with a thud. But you were told. Firmly. Multiple times not to do exactly what you did. Arceus only knows where your fascination with Gyarados and Magikarp came from, but that isn't what we are angry about. You disobeyed us. Papa broke in then. And that is the crux of the issue. Vicky. You know we love you and we worry for you, and there are reasons we put down the rules we did when you set out on your journey. If you aren't responsible enough to listen, maybe you aren't ready for your journey. Papa said, and I blinked. Was that even an option? I didn't even know how to respond to that. You are grounded for now to start. We will figure out what we are going to do. We will figure out your punishment tomorrow. Go to bed, Vicky. Papa demanded. I hesitated. Part of me was getting angry. I didn't like being treated like a child. At least not in this. Not for something this important. Another part of me realized that they weren't trying to be mean. They were scared. That was the part of me that realized I messed up. Not in actually capturing Magikarp. Gyarados was my sweet blue heart, and anyone that tried to bully him would earn a Vicky justice kick in short order. But my parents were really not okay with a Gyarados around their 10-year-old. Even I could admit. Their very small, 10-year-old, who was walking around with a monster in her pocket, that they were all afraid was going to eat her someday. I mean, it could happen, but it wouldn't be a painful experience. Just uncomfortable for both parties, I am sure. I doubt Gyarados were built for puking. I ran through ideas. Arguments I could make. Forcing them to meet Gyarados, but I realized everyone was tired. Mama was still stress baking, and Papa was angry at me for not listening. Gram just looked disappointed. All right. Okay. In the morning then. I agreed firmly. Stepping away from the kitchen before a voice called back. The Pokeball. Gram said suddenly. Causing me to still, as I still had Gyarados on my hip. We will hold on to it. Gram spoke firmly, but this time I frowned for real. You do know that I still need to feed and take care of him. If you want to hold on to him, it can't be for very long. Pokemon don't get hungry in their Pokeballs, Vicky. He can last a while. Papa said, but I immediately turned to him. Put Arcanine in his Pokeball for a few days then. The instant denial on Papa's face that he stopped himself from voicing the denial was all I needed. I held up my sweet blue heart's Pokeball. Since you are afraid, I'll let you hold on to him tonight. I offer, handing the Pokeball to Papa, who nodded, and swiftly minimized it and put it in his pocket. Go to your room, Vicky. We will talk more in the morning. Papa ordered. Okay. What else could I say? It took forever to get to sleep. To relax from all the anxiety of what had happened. But the feel and smell of my own bed. The room I grew up in, and the noise of my Pokemon out the window lulled me to sleep eventually. One of the Growlithe had even snuck in, as he had apparently been using my bed in secret and cuddled with me, so that was nice. Although he kept trying to steal my pillow. After waking up pillowless, I grumbled and ignored the happily snoring Growlithe as I stumbled out of my room into the bathroom to wash up. With that I headed outside. My team of course needed some breakfast. Cooking up breakfast for my team right outside the house felt weird. Even Chansey happily chattering away beside me as we cooked enough for everyone made the whole situation a little surreal. Of course, it was mostly weird because I didn't have a big fish hanging over me wiggling back and forth as I cooked. Seeing that Mama and Papa were up, and my meal was almost done, I headed inside. Morning. I called out to my parents, who were both waking up nursing cups of coffee as Mama cooked breakfast. Good morning, Vicky. Your Pokemon taken care of? Mostly. I still need to feed Gyarados. I answer simply, purposefully not sitting down as I started the parents down. The tension of course ratcheted up as I spoke, but Papa sighed. Alright. Let's get this over with. Come on, Trouble. Papa said as he stood up and headed back into his room for a moment before appearing with Arcane following him, and Gyarados' Pokeball in his hand. The premier ball obvious. He led me outside and towards the whole flock. To my surprise, Papa gave a quick whistle and the entire pack of Growlithe started rushing from every corner of our land. Watching them climb out of holes they had dug, or from under bushes had me fighting back a smile as they rushed over, lining up beside Arcane in a line. Arcanine even settled in purposefully pushing one of the Growlithe out of the way to sit beside Arcane, which was hilarious because then all the Growlithe had to push each other around to settle into their spot. Papa had obviously given them some training. They are so cute. You didn't tell me you had been training them? You ever lived in a house with a pack of wild Growlithe? No. You didn't. Trust me, your mother would have killed them if I hadn't stepped in. Oops. I offered, simply earning a snort from Papa. There is a reason we worry about you, Vicky. You don't always think things through when it comes to Pokemon. Yeah, but I'm right. I offer simply. Gyarados would never hurt me. Ever. Well, that's what I am here to see. If something happens I don't like. Arcane and the pack are right here. He answered firmly, and I shrugged. Gyarados was a sweetie. Finally, he handed me the Pokeball and I nodded, preparing to throw. When I had a thought. A realization. Perhaps an epiphany. So I lowered my hand. There is one thing I should probably say before I release my sweetie. Papa quirked his eyebrow up at me, already judging me with his stare. So Gyarados. Well, he is a little lonely, so he tends to hug me when I first release him, especially when I haven't for a while. So just. It's not dangerous at all? It's just how he shows affection. My confidence in this is already zilch, and I know when you are being evasive. What are you saying, Vicky? Papa asked with a strong stare. Ah. He was using his Growlithe training voice. I was weak to that. That wicked little part of me wanted to right that moment just release my sweetie and shock Papa with what would happen, but I knew that was the childish part of me. And this was serious. He is going to put me in his mouth in a hug. I say simply, and the moment it took Papa to take in what I had just said really had it all. First he blinked as if he couldn't comprehend what I had just said, and then twitched, and his hand rushed to his face to pinch the bridge of his nose. You hot dash. It's perfectly safe. He doesn't have arms, and he is lonely, Papa. He just wants to hug me. Just relax, okay? Give it a minute, he will let me go right after, and I can show you why he is probably my sweetest Pokemon. You should not be letting your Pokemon, any Pokemon, put you in their mouth, Vicky. That's just bad training in general. If I had a Growlithe that had a tendency to grab people with its jaws, I would train it out of them. I know. I agree easily. It isn't something to be proud of, but Gyarados is really young, Papa. He was a tiny Magikarp, and I'm the first person to ever really interact with him. I'm still socializing him, but in order to do that, I can't stop him from showing affection. That is how you get angry, Gyarados. Papa sighed, looking every inch the man that wanted to ground me forever and throw Gyarados' Pokeball into the hands of the first ranger he could find. But he didn't. Whether it was because my Pokemon knowledge gave me some leeway, or because I actually was pretty good with Pokemon, he eventually relented. Chansey. Huh? Chansey is your sweetest Pokemon. He offered along with a do-it gesture with his hand. I stilled at that. You have never seen her battle before, or you wouldn't be saying that. I tell him, utterly dead serious. I nodded after turning away. Come on out. My sweet blue heart. Breakfast time. I shouted out happily as I tossed the Pokeball towards the stream. And a moment later, a light roar shook the area, startling the Milotic who were playing, although Milotic being my partner, and their leader quickly called out, and all of them calmed instantly. The entire flock watching on in interest at their newest guest. But Gyarados didn't notice any of that. As always, when he was released, his eyes instantly swept around searching for the one thing he treasured. It was honestly really flattering. My arms widened like I was gonna give a hug, and a moment later he struck. The sun disappeared around my feet. I can't believe this, Papa said, sounding a little high-strung as I continued wiping saliva out of my hair. Yeah, he is pretty great, I chirped, as I sat atop Gyarados' head. Spike, my blue heart, was laying on the ground and gurgling happily at our closeness as Papa stood to the side surrounded with surprised Growlithe who all looked ready for battle. Even Arcanine was standing ready to fight, but it was Arcanine beside him who was yawning and lying down without a care that had helped relax Arcanine. How is he so passive? I've seen trainer Gyarados before. They are never this. Whatever he was going to say never reached an actual word because Papa was poking Gyarados, touching and even pulling his whisker a bit to see if he would react. He didn't. Gyarados was used to Dratini playing with him, he didn't get angry at being touched. I told you. Gyarados is a sweetie. I raised my blue heart right. I crow, a little vindication running through every inch of me, as Papa's attempts to pull a bit of aggression out of Gyarados failed again and again. In fact, the Milotic flock had even wandered over and were checking out their new friend. All of it was done to the soundtrack of Dratini, who was giggling as he played with Gyarados' tail that was splashing happily in the water as his lower half was still in the stream. Seeing my little noodle rising up out of the water on the end of Gyarados' tail and then getting dropped back into the stream with delighted giggles was a wondrous backdrop. Let me get your breakfast, sweetie, I called out, remembering why I had needed to bring out my boy. As I climbed down his face. His complete non-reaction as I stepped down onto his nose, and then his lip as I climbed down, showing Papa just how safe my boy was. Then I settled onto the grass and headed over to the big pot of chow I had been cooking just for him. Chansey had already pulled it off the fire and simply hauled the pot up in her arms, completely unbothered by the weight of the thing as she waltzed over as if she wasn't carrying a heavy pot. Then, as easy as could be, Gyarados opened his mouth and Chansey and I poured the food in. Honestly, most of it was for taste more than anything, considering how big some Pokemon could get. A lot of Pokechow had super nutrient-dense food that didn't taste good, but could fill up even a Snorlax with just a pot full of chow, but by cooking it with his favorite super spicy lychee berries cooked in, and turning it into a sort of stew, Gyarados got a nice taste along with all the healthy vitamins he needed. The fact it made my eyes water just coming near the pot because of just how spicy lychee was an unfortunate fact of life when you lived with a spice lover. Pouring it in, earned a pleased grumble from my fish as he waited until it was fully poured out before closing his mouth and seeming to enjoy the flavor for a bit before swallowing. And then he opened his mouth again and sighed pleased. Even if his sigh made my nose run from how spicy it was. Papa had been taking this all in with a look of sort of offended bafflement. Gyarados should not be this calm. He finally repeated himself. Vicky. Gyarados are never this calm. Of course not. Most people don't train them right. I answered firmly even as my eyes watered and I realized I didn't have my travel bag that had my tissues ready to blow my now runny nose from all the spice. Ack, 1 SEC. I cried out as I rushed back to the house so I wasn't doing a Cubchoo impression. As I entered, I could see Mama hovering over the kitchen window, obviously fretting as she could see Gyarados. After clearing up my sinuses so I wasn't dying, I didn't head back outside. Mama? My question startled her as she had been locked onto Gyarados out the window. Vicky? She asked, whirling around. It took a moment, but eventually she seemed to breathe again as she held her chest. Don't startle me like that, she whispered before catching my concerned eye. Did? Is the reason you don't like Gyarados? Did you ever? I asked, as I realized Mama wasn't just scared for me. She was just plain scared. I was 18. She finally answered after a while. I was too late to see everything myself, but it was a town in Johto. I was trying to show off by collecting the Johto badges. I was getting ready to retire, but I wanted. It doesn't matter. I was wandering around a place called the Lake of Rage. I've heard of it, I offered. They have a lot of Gyarados attacks there, that is what earned it the name. Exactly. The Gyarados had rampaged the day before. There was almost nothing left. Just those who hadn't been able to escape. I offered to help clean up. Meowth's sense of smell is particularly good. We helped the Johto rescue teams. She didn't say anything more, but she didn't need to. I could hear it. See it on her face, what she had found. Bodies. Probably a lot of them. Probably kids too. My sweetie isn't like them. I know. I know you don't believe me, but it's true. He isn't angry. I'm making him the happiest Gyarados that there ever was. So he won't have to be like that. So that people can realize that they all don't have to be like that. I know. You have always been like that. I still remember when you dragged Phoebe home. Phoebe was so cute back then. I answer with a nod. Mama actually snorted a bit, breaking some of the tension that had been running through her. Only you trouble would think a Phoebe is cute. But I guess only you would evolve them into a Milotic as well. I smiled at her. Want to come meet him? I promise he is nice. Just don't offer to hug him, we are still working on that. I don't think I'm ready for that, Vicky. Why don't you go on? I'm sure your father is getting nervous standing next to a Gyarados. Gyarados is playing with Dratini, he won't go anywhere, but okay. I'll head out. But if you ever want to try, let me know. Gyarados would be happy to meet you, and we could even go for a ride. His flight isn't as smooth as Dragonite, it's like a roller coaster. I call out as I rush out the kitchen to get back to Papa, not hearing the quiet question of flight that Mama uttered a moment later. Rushing back outside, I hurried over until I could flop onto Gyarados' face next to where Papa was still standing and poking and messing with Gyarados. The fact I was basically hugging Gyarados' face, which hadn't even earned a twitch from him, caused Papa to startle back a bit. He won't bite. I do this all the time so he knows it's okay. I tell Papa as I grab big blue cheeks and mash them around, isn't that right, my blue heart? Aren't you such a good boy? I cooed, which finally caused a reaction as his mouth opened, and his tongue rolled out to splatter across my entire body. PTTTH. I spit, gagging a bit as icky fish saliva got in my mouth. Heh. Papa chuckled as he looked at my disgust for a moment. Alright. Vicky. Alright. You win. You can keep him. Awesome. I gagged from the floor as I was spitting and trying to get the not just disgusting taste, but incredibly spicy taste out of my mouth. But you are still grounded, and you will be helping Mother with the yard work around her home. For a week. Why am I still grounded? Papa this time kneeled down and he was not smiling at me as he poked my nose. Because you were told. Specifically to stay away from Magikarp and Gyarados, and you disobeyed. You took a risk, and yes, this Gyarados is unique. But I and your mother still gave you a rule and you broke it. That's fair. I sighed. Ah man. I was grounded. For a week. And I hated yard work. It wasn't like you were growing something or doing something useful. Who cares what a yard looks like? It wasn't even a garden or a farm, just grass. Also, do not release your Gyarados anywhere in the city. I do not want Jenny to be hounding me for the next 10 years. Chapter 27. Bored. I moaned into my pillow. Day 3 of my grounding, which no matter how good I acted hadn't been rescinded, left me with very little to do. Sure, I did a lot of chores. Partly because Mama had rather frankly reminded me that since I was here, I could take care of my own Pokemon. But I was bored. I couldn't go out and play, or wander around as I tended to before my journey, and while I could play with the Growlithe, that got a bit exhausting after 3 days. Even for me. Up you go, trouble. Mother has a bunch of weeds to pull out. Papa interrupted my pity party with the order, looking in from the doorway before walking away. I sighed into the pillow. Was getting up and weeding less or more boring than doing nothing? I considered it for a few moments. Less. Okay. Yes, Papa. I called out as I rolled sideways, flopping out of bed, grunting as I hit the floor because standing was too much to ask right that moment. I sighed and slowly sat up, rising to my feet just in time for a Growlithe that I had been chasing out of my room for the last few days to scramble inside and instantly jump on my bed, once more claiming my bed for himself. Damn dang it, Pillow! I grumble, hastily correcting myself in case Papa was still nearby. Pillow was what I had decided to call this Growlithe, because he literally stole my pillow any chance he could get. He was one of the few Growlithe that had come to like being inside, and had apparently decided that since I was gone, my room was now his. He was a little jerk, but he was nice to cuddle at night. Still he drooled and stole pillows. I grumbled when I realized he was already laying on his back legs spread and tongue hanging completely out of his mouth, on my pillow, that trying to move him would just be an ordeal. And he would just come running right back once I leave. Pillow knew how to open doors. I almost stomped out of my room but managed to keep myself from doing so as I passed the kitchen where Mama was thankfully no longer baking, but instead cleaning up breakfast. Do everything your grandmother needs. Mama called out and I threw her a thumbs up as I passed, Papa already out on the porch overlooking the pack playing around in the yard. As I left, I grabbed my hat from the coat rack near the door, slipped into my stompy boots, and finally grabbed my pokeball belt. Everyone's pokeball was left open in a pokeball drawer near the front of the house. It was locked up tight with a code to keep out thieves, something that people kept for their pet Pokemon, or in our case, Pokemon that were allowed to wander free. Well, everyone but Gyarados. He wasn't socialized enough to stay out, and he didn't like being locked away. One near explosion as he started trying to force himself out of the ball had proven that. So he was the only ball on the belt. He didn't mind being on the belt since I would walk by the front door all the time, and Mama had been at least soothed enough that I was listening and not causing problems. So I took my belt. There was a cultural thing. Most trainers never went anywhere without a Pokemon, but even fewer went anywhere without a few Pokeballs on hand, and my belt had a few stored in a back pouch. I wasn't worried about much but never knew when I would need a few Pokeballs. Mostly for chucking at irritating people. Straightening my hat, I stepped out beside Papa. Ready? He gave me a smile which was nice as he promptly tugged my hat down over my eyes. I squawked in outrage and fixed it only to see Papa already rushing for the car. Last one in has to clean Arcanie's puppy bed. He shouted out behind him, which had me wide out in horror. Arcanie didn't let anyone touch his puppy bed. Cleaning it was a monstrous chore as you had to fight him the entire way. Literally, if you tried to wash it, he would just grab straight out of the washer even if it was wet and covered in soap and drag it back to his spot to sit in it. The messes. The horror. My feet raced down the steps, but it was far too late. Legs. Too short. I shouted in outrage as I made it to the car long after Papa had already slipped in, puffing. I glared. Well, I guess you have another chore for tonight. Good luck. I'm gonna tell him you are trying to clean his puppy bed, so he goes and sits on you. I threatened, earning a chuckle from Papa as he slipped on his seatbelt. I'll just tell him I told you to do it. He retorts, earning a glare, because Arcanie would figure out he was being tricked, and then he would be mean. I should probably put on a bathing suit before trying to clean his puppy bed, because otherwise I was liable to end up dunked in the stream. The jerk. My grumbling ended though as we started pulling out. Rolling down the window, I waved to my Pokemon that were noticing me leaving. Going to Grams for chores. Be good while I'm away. I called out to my team, bar Gyarados, who was in his Pokeball resting as I was still working on his socialization thing. He was still not quite understanding inside and outside. He had almost stuck his head through my bedroom wall. Not my window. No. That was way too small for him to fit. The wall. Anyways, my team all gave me little waves. Dragonite with her hands, which I giggled at because it was still cute she had hands now. Her own fascination with them made it adorable whenever she realized she had done something automatically. This surprised like happy look. With that I settled into the seat of the car back to feeling a little bored. I hadn't ever taken myself as someone that gets antsy, but I was feeling it a bit. That desire to just go. Huh. What a weird feeling, but grounded. Super bummer. The next few moments were quiet. Papa wasn't usually super chatty as he drove, and I was still feeling bored. Then we hit the first red light and I happened to glance out the window only to jerk to the side and with a yelp. Arcanine! What are you doing, you dork? I screeched as I rushed to roll down the window because standing there at the light, tail wagging happily and looking like a dog on a walk, Arcanine was their face practically pushed up against the glass waiting for me. Arc! She barked at me happily as she tippy-tapped right there on the street, to my horror. There was actually a car behind her in the lane, and I could see the driver looking on in surprise at the damn Arcanine blocking them. No! Don't you give me that! Go home, Arcanine! Home! Arc! She barked instantly, refusing as she hopped from side to side. Okay, so being grounded, it wasn't like I had been able to take my girl out on walkies or anything. Considering Arcanine's idea of a short walk was something like 100 miles minimum. No. Bad, Arcanine. Bad. I shook a finger at her, which she completely ignored. She was in full-on zoom eyes. Nothing beat her zoom eyes. Of course, right then, something happened that had me spinning in shock. Papa revved the engine on his car. Instantly Arcanine was ready, leaping to look down the street, her butt in the air and her tail spinning like a helicopter, practically lifting her off the ground in excitement. I turned, staring at Papa in horror as he had an utterly amused smirk on his face. Papa! Officer Jenny is going to kill you. Not if she doesn't catch us. Race you there! He called out to Arcanine just as the light turned green and he hit the gas. I was jerked back into my seat, thankful for my seatbelt as Papa floored it. Arcanine barking in joy as she easily kept pace with the car. But well, it was the most exercise she had in days. Well, until Officer Jenny pulled us over. Not if she doesn't catch us. I mocked Papa as I slammed the door shut with a glare. He was hunching a bit as he stepped out. Listen, no one could have guessed Jenny would be right around the corner. She probably heard your tire squeal. It's not like many people drive like maniacs in the city. I tell him, hands on my hips sternly, earning an apologetic shrug. Arcanine of course hadn't cared. More than happy to run laps around the car while Jenny gave Papa the dressing down of his life. I had even gotten in trouble because I didn't have her pokeball on me. So, how much is it going to cost me for you to not repeat this story to your mother? Or mine, he added as we walked up to Gram's gate. Oh, I'm not sure that's on the table. I added with a sinister grin as I entered the gate, holding it open for Arcanine to saunter inside, her movements more bouncy than normal as she was still in full-on zoom eyes. I'll take care of Arcanie's puppy bed. And I'll feed the pack. An interesting start. I offer as I knock on the door to Gram's house, making sure that Papa knew he would be groveling a bit more before I agreed to keep my mouth shut. Seriously, Officer Jenny had been so mad. There is my worthless son. Gram called, not from inside, but off to the side. She came around wearing the same sort of big straw hat that I did and was a pair of big gardening gloves. And my troublesome granddaughter. I winced. Gram was still mad, I guess. Morning, Gram. I'm here to help. I offer, deciding to ignore her irritation with plucky determination. So you will. She offered after a moment, her face gaining a sinister smile. And so you will. He. She offered as she took off the gloves she had been wearing and stepped close enough to hand them to me. Weeds in my garden. Off you go. She ordered instantly and I deflated. Dang it. What's this? She asked, looking at Arcanine, who had been bouncing around the front lawn of Gram's little estate. Oh right, she followed us. If you put some music on, something with a fast beat that will keep her occupied. I decided, if she had the zoom eyes, the only way to win was to give her some sort of exercise. The fact her tail started wagging told me it was a good call. Music? I'll take care of it, Mother. I have an idea of what Vicky means. Go on, trouble, get weeding. Yeah. I offered as I headed for the back. Time for chores, I guess. I wandered into Gram's little garden. Mostly she did it for flowers and the like, but I could tell some of the plants were herbs for cooking, or just to smell nice. I made sure to grab the actual weeds, and not something Gram was actually growing. I didn't want to imagine how much trouble I would be in if that happened. Faintly, I could hear some music start up and a few happy barks from the other side of the house. That brought a smile to my face, which kept me from being too down as I pulled the weeds for Gram. Arcanine would be occupied. This week was already taking forever. It was good that I wasn't feeling pretty chipper when I finally finished pulling all the weeds out of the ground, wiping a bit of sweat from my brow as I stood up and hefted the basket of weeds into my arms. I headed out through the back gate where an alley held all the trash bins for Gram's Richie Rich Street. Some rich person had obviously not wanted to have to haul the trash to the front of the street, so they had an alleyway built instead. As I pushed the back gate door open and headed for the bins, I stilled. The bins were shifting. Raticate. I heard a voice hiss out from behind me. A Rattata came out from behind the bin in front of me, and then 2, and then 4. I sighed, turning around. Rattata were cute. So were Raticate. But Raticate and Rattata were aggressive little fuckers when it came to food. I took in the leader of this little band of troublemakers. Listen. I'm just throwing these weeds away. You can go back to doing what you like, but if you attack me, you aren't going to like what happens next. I told them firmly, but unfortunately, it was no good. I had accidentally put myself between the pack, and I was small. I sighed. People got attacked by wild Rattata packs from time to time. Thankfully, unless you really pissed them off, they wouldn't do much more than bite at your ankles until you ran away. I even remember Meowth chasing a pack of the little guys away from the house once. They had been eating up the berries. I always felt bad. Meowth and Mama had zero chill when it came to things he could eat, or the berry orchard, respectively. In the end, I was calm. They were irritants, but not lethal. Unfortunately for them, I was not in the mood to limp home for Chansey to heal me up. Arcanine. I called out as loud as I could as the Raticate seemed to be about to attack. My yell startled them all back for a moment, but that was all. The heavy basket in my arms flipped and used as a shield while I waited. I thought about releasing Gyarados, but well, since Arcanine was here, it was best to rely on her. She understood restraint. Mostly. I could only imagine the rampage Gyarados would do if he came across a pack of Pokemon attacking me. That might actually be a real disaster. I yelped as I was pulled from my musing, as I raised my shield just in time to see a massive Raticate fang burst through the bottom of the weave, tearing the basket practically in half as it barely stalled him. The rat just tried to hyperfang me. You little shit. I cursed at him, kicking at him from around the basket, knocking him away with a booted foot. That would have hurt. I growled at the pack that were all making their move on me. But unlike most of the people this pack probably ran into, I wasn't going to run. I had backup. I grinned as suddenly something large leapt over the back wall, crashing into the alleyway gravel in a blaze of flame. Arcanine. Be gentle. I tell her as the pack turns to see what had just intruded. I could see the exact moment that they realized what they were facing. The Raticate made a squeak that was obviously of terror as he suddenly started trying to flee. Arcanine, unfortunately for the rats, took this entire situation in one way. Time to play. I sighed as she leapt quickly, grabbing the Raticate for a moment behind its head, a kill move in a single leap. Then she lifted it up, shook it a little, and then dropped it back down as she leapt a dozen feet away and ready to battle some more. Arcanine was literally playing with it. Our rat. Squeak. It desperately squeaked as it regained its feet, looking around confused. Obviously the wild rat was shocked it was still alive. Around my feet, the little Rattatas were already fleeing, running wildly away from the big dog, now playing with their pack leader. Arcanine. Stop being mean. Hey you. Get out of here, and don't try to attack people again. Or next time, someone will kill you, instead of letting you go. I ordered, much to Arcanine's shock as she pleaded with me, giving a puppy stare and a whine in her throat. No, we don't know where it has been. I'm already going to be washing your mouth out after this. I tell her, earning a stricken look from my girl. The Raticate, though, was slowly backing away, its fur in disarray, obviously terrified at what had just happened. Good, I was scared too. That fucker had big teeth. Even if he was kinda cute though. Real capybara energy. I mean, just one wouldn't hurt. Or 12? I could feel my hand slipping down to my belt, pokeballs just sitting there not being used, look at their cute little tails. But in the end I hesitated, and the Raticate vanished as the last of the Rattata squeaked at it to catch up. It turned and practically quick attack dashed its way down the alley, a blur of white as it disappeared at full speed. Which honestly, kinda slow. 6 out of 10. Come on girl. Let's make sure you didn't catch anything. Chansey will need to give you a checkup. Honestly, putting a rat in your mouth? A wild one? I told her, earning a panicked look as I started to head back into the gate when Papa was suddenly there, fists clenched like he was about to punch someone. Vicky! You alright? What happened? He demanded, his eyes roving over the alleyway. Just some rattata and an aggressive raticate. All taken care of. I offer with a shrug. It wasn't very often that I had to deal with aggressive wild Pokemon, considering the noise my team tended to make, but I wasn't exactly on the back foot by a pack of angry rats. I had a big ol' doggo. Papa took a moment to make sure that I was right, before he suddenly pulled me into a hug and then dragged me back into the gate. Victor? Gram was there, hurrying at a much slower pace that Papa had probably raced over with. She is fine. He called back, with a tightening of his grip on me. I threw a thumbs up from around Papa as well. Thank Arceus, what happened? Vicky, my girl, you alright? Gram asked as she checked me over. I gave her a happy smile. Fine. Your basket got ripped up though. Sorry. I offered. I had dropped the basket after Papa had grabbed me, so it was laying in a mess in the alley. Just some rattata, mother. Papa offered with a heated look. TSK. Damn those Jennies. They are supposed to make sure wild packs don't wander right into town. My granddaughter could have been hurt. I'm gonna dash. It's okay, Gram. It was just bad luck. But I doubt they will be back around. Arcanine scared them good. I chirped a bit, but that didn't seem to help. Of course, dear. But really, Victor. You work with Jenny, you had better give them a piece of my mind when you see her next. Of course, mother. I'm not pleased either. I'll talk to Jenny today. Papa said with a scowl as he continued to hold me tightly. It was just some rattata? They were just digging through the trash. It's not really that big a deal? I asked. Vicky. Wild Pokemon attacks are serious, no matter what Pokemon is doing the attack. Especially in town. What happens if they attack a child? A much younger child? Papa asked, and I really didn't have a retort for that. That Hyperfong would have. Well, a little kid would have been messed up. Healing is pretty crazy here, but that would have been a nasty wound to deal with, especially if it hit an artery or something, I guess. At least that pack probably won't try to attack anyone again. Not after Arcanine spooked them. I offered, which Papa snorted at. That's the truth. There aren't many wild Pokemon that would forget a meeting with your girl. He said as he threw a smile towards Arcanine, who was once more looking pleased. Still, I want to call that Jenny. They are supposed to be keeping the Pokemon from getting this wild. And where were you? Gram asked, turning to Persian, who had slunk outside to sit near Gram's feet. Not much use were you, huh? A bunch of rats attacking my grandchild, and you were napping in the sun. Pear. Persian offered with an innocent look, which wasn't helped by his naturally aggressive face. Faye. Lazy cat. Letting the rats build up around my home. She grumbled at him, ignoring his attempts to look innocent. Persian is fine, Gram. I don't think that pack was from around here. They looked like they were traveling around, so they were probably not here long. I'm sure Persian would have helped out. I said, throwing Persian a wink, which he gave me a kitty smile in return. Of course Gram wasn't buying it for a moment, as she scoffed before once more pushing forward to hug me. Silly girl, you should be more careful. A pack of rats like that could have, even if they aren't likely to kill you, my girl, they can still injure you. Gram stopped before sighing. You are expected to learn a lot on your journey, especially how to be more careful. You have strong Pokemon, granddaughter, but please. Be more careful for our sake, if not your own. She whispered into my head for a moment. I try to always be careful. Arcanine was here, and so was Gyarados if I was in any danger. Doubt they would have had any fight in them if I released my sweetie. I say with a grin, which caused Gram to frown a bit before she scoffed. Good. If it's ever a choice between your safety, then you don't hesitate for a moment. Gram told me firmly, before she started dragging our little group inside. I spent the rest of the new hour spending time with Gram as we chattered about simple things, Persian napping in my lap as we ate cookies and chocolate milk. Gram was in full comfort mode, which was nice, 'cause no weeding. Arcanine went back to dancing, while Papa went out to speak to Jenny about the Rattata pack. I doubted they would cause any more trouble, but it was what we were supposed to do if ever we were attacked by wild Pokemon in the city. Apparently, Gram didn't have me do any more weeding before I went home, and she never brought up Gyarados, but I could see the way her eyes would sometimes angle down to the lone Pokeball on my belt. Whatever she was thinking she didn't share, but she did give me a strong hug as Papa finally came back. Driving home with Arcanine, happily chasing the car, was fun. At least this time Papa didn't try to race her and get in trouble with Jenny. Freedom! I cried out as I woke up a week after coming home, and finally free from my grounding. I jumped out of bed, ignoring how Pillow was grumbling at me from his pillow. My new pillow Mama had bought for me still felt weird, but at least it wasn't covered in Growlithe hair all the time. Listen, the little bastard was more stubborn than any Pokemon I had ever met. After a week of fighting over my pillow, he won. I took the L. Racing into the bathroom to get ready, I was out almost as quickly, racing down the hall, skidding on my socks into the kitchen. Wet hair still dripping behind me, which I ignored with the grace of 10-year-olds everywhere. After 10,000 years, I'm free. I cry out to Mama and Papa, who were both sitting in the kitchen. 10,000 years, is it? Mama offered flatly as she pointed a spatula at me. I'll ground you for 10,000 years, all right. No. I whined as I slipped into my seat. You can't. Mama huffed, before slipping a plate of breakfast out for me. When are you leaving? Mama asked after a bit of all of us eating. After breakfast. I need to get to Saffron and face Sabrina. All right. Finish breakfast, we want to talk to you before you run. Papa said, patting me on the head as he took a sip of his coffee, and Mama and Papa shared a look to each other. That didn't look good. Serious looks between adults could mean trouble, but I nodded. Wasn't like I could refuse. I ate my breakfast while shooting suspicious looks at my parents as they both obviously had something planned. When I finally cleaned my plate, Mama took it to clean as Papa sighed. All right, Vicky. We've had the week to think about everything. Obviously we aren't going to stop your journey. You are making us very proud of how you are handling things. I can't wait to see you in the league stadium in a few months. Papa said with a smile. But you still did something bad, even if it all worked out in the end. Even if you were right in some crazy way. Mama cut in. Not that I am not very proud of you, but this journey, it's meant to be more than just fun. You are supposed to learn what it means to be an adult, and that means knowing when you are doing something dangerous. Even if you were lucky. Magikarp was never dangerous. Neither was Gyarados. This Gyarados potentially isn't dangerous. Papa added. I know you understand that some Pokemon need a lot of work, a lot of training to be safe. You are young, Vicky. We weren't sure you were ready for that sort of Pokemon, even if we knew you liked them. So we gave you a rule, something we expected you to respect, to stay away from them. Just imagine what it would have been if that Gyarados had evolved and was like all the other Gyarados. What if he attacked you? You could have been really seriously hurt, and since you are traveling alone, I'm not alone. I have my team. And Chansey. I interrupted Mama, but she nodded gently. Yes, which is one of the reasons we are so proud of you. You had your whole journey all planned out before you even started. We weren't sure why you wanted a Chansey so much when you first brought it up, but there is no doubt in our minds that it was just another one of your little brilliant moments. Mama offered, smiling as she pulled me into a hug for a moment. But we still worry. We will always worry, and so Vicky. Here's a new rule for you. Be careful. Mama whispered into my ear as she held me tightly. Don't take risks. Please. I held still, because I could feel Mama's tears on my temple. Okay. I answered, what else could I say? I hugged Mama back, although I made sure not to squeeze too hard. I was pretty strong. Vicky. I know you like to think the journey is a fun adventure, but it can also be a dangerous one. So please, daughter of mine. Use your head so you can always come home safe and sound. Papa offered, standing up from his chair and joining Mama and I's hug. I sighed. Would I capture Magikarp again? Absolutely. He didn't deserve to be alone, but maybe I would have brought him home and done more to make Mama and Papa realize he wasn't dangerous. I suppose this was me realizing I needed to start being mature a little more, and childish a little less. Well, maybe only a little less. Considering that Arcanine had spent the week at a very low level of exercise, I didn't jump onto Dragonite to fly to Saffron. Ready, girl? I asked as I finished fitting the saddle. Her shimmy of happiness told me she was, especially when she pushed her side up against me, basically telling me to stop playing and get on. I walked past her, giving her a scritch as I walked up to Mama and Papa. You'll take care of him? I asked quietly. Dratini had decided he wanted to stay here. I understood it. He had a whole flock of Milotic to play with every day, and he never had to go into a pokeball, and just like the Milotic, he found himself quite often sliding into the berry trees to eat and nap. He loved it. I understood that, even with how much I tried to keep him out of his ball, that he was happier here. At least for now. The training he had received with Koga had lit a fire in him, sure, but he had also understood that real battles wouldn't be happening for a while yet. He was too young. So he was gonna stay and do some growing. We will take good care of Dratini. Mama offered, smiling as Dratini had climbed up Mama while I had saddled Arcanine, and was now rubbing his head against her cheek. He had learned swiftly to suck up to Mama to get treats. I was so proud. Make sure you call us as often as possible. Papa said, messing my hat up, causing it to drop over my eyes, which I gave him a glare for. Of course. Then you are officially ungrounded. Go on then, Vicky. Finish your journey. That's the plan. I chirp, then turn towards Mama for a hug, and then I look to my baby. I'm gonna miss you, little buddy. Don't worry though. We will see each other again soon. I offer, pulling him into a cheek rub, before I fight back a sniffle. I raced away, because if I stayed any longer I was going to start crying. Leaving my baby Dratini. It was too much. I hopped onto Arcanine, and within a second she was gone. No hesitation, she raced off into the forest in a static-filled blur. Nothing would catch us until we made it to Saffron. Arcanine held as she ran. All the energy of a week stuck cooped up was too much for her, and there was nothing she loved more than to just move. I barely managed to keep Arcanine from running right through Saffron as we reached the city. Only with a promise of a battle did she finally accept stopping, even if she was practically prancing as I continued to ride her through town. I couldn't help but chuckle at all the attention she was getting. My silly dancing puppy was catching everyone's eyes as we galloped through the streets of Saffron, following signs, towards the gym. Honestly, I didn't even need the signs, because Saffron Gym was massive. Tons of people were walking in and out of the gym, and I had to stop myself from giggling as a lot of them looked like weirdos. Most of them were walking around staring at spoons, or were arguing with each other with fingers against temples like they were trying to have psychic battles. It was hilarious. Giggling as I walked Arcanine up to the gym, I finally hopped off her, and quickly pulled off her saddle, letting her stretch out a bit, although she barely stopped wiggling and dancing as I returned her to the pokeball. It was time. Hopefully Sabrina wouldn't turn me into a doll. I don't do that anymore. A voice right behind my ear startled. I instantly spun, using my expert ninja knife hand skills to be on guard against attack. Only, there was nothing. No one was close enough to have spoken. Creepy. I muttered aloud as I felt something was definitely watching me. Rude. The voice spoke once again behind my ear. Only now that I was searching I realized my instincts were wrong. It wasn't from behind my ear. It was in my head. So is invading someone's brain. I retorted instantly, turning back to the entrance of the gym to see the doors open. How can I invade something that is wide open? Sabrina spoke aloud this time, walking out of the gym with an air of perfect control. Honestly, I wasn't even sure she was actually walking and not just levitating herself forward. The casualness of her movement was just that sharp. That sounds a little insulting, but I'll be the bigger girl and let it pass. Sabrina. Good. It is pointless to complain regardless. You came for a challenge, and so you will get one. She spoke simply, but then she stopped as if waiting for something. I could see the way her eyes roved around me looking for something that wasn't there. You are late, and alone. I glanced behind me and around a bit before looking at her. Yeah? That's what it looks like? Also, I'm not late. I showed up exactly when I wanted. No. You were supposed to be here a month ago. At least according to my vision. Sabrina watched me with a hyperfocus in her purple literally glowing eyes for a while, which I did what I always did when people said wacky shit. I shrugged. K. Annoying. That's my line. I grumble at her, earning the first shift in her facial features as her eyes narrowed a little in irritation. I take it back. Dolls are perhaps a fitting punishment. I narrowed my own eyes, because I was a master at fucking with people. 2 out of 10. Creepy jokes can be fun, but they are best when they still have some humor. I tell her, calling her bluff, cause I was pretty sure that was Sabrina's attempt at a joke. Her eyes shifted to surprise after a moment as she seemed to take in what I said. There are creepy jokes? She asked with a blink. I blinked back. Haunter is more of a surprise gag kinda guy, isn't he? You don't know much about creepy jokes, do you? Her eyes narrowed instantly, and my feet were lifted from the concrete in an instant as I was tugged up the final stairs to the gym's landing. Sabrina dragged me rather close. I do not know the creepy jokes, teach me. I considered it. Hemmed a bit, reached up and played with my hat for a bit. I still had some time before I really had the pressure of hitting Blaine and Giovanni. In the end, I had to ask myself a question. Did I really want to teach the scariest girl? Okay, second scariest girl, fight me. In Kanto, about how to actually use her creepiness instead of just throwing it around like a hose in a water balloon fight? I blinked, scoffed at myself and bonked my head. Duh, Vicky. I rolled my eyes, earning a pleased look from Sabrina, who had seemingly been reading my mind the whole damn time. Creepy. But I smiled, and I could tell my face grew extra sharp. Let me teach you everything I know about Gapmo, and how creepy can be an extremely useful tool. I inform her, earning a far too serious nod from the girl who really was too much like a kid trapped in an older woman's body, which sorta matched me in a way. Huh, please senpai. She asked with a bowed head. Ack. My heart. How the hell could I refuse my cute kohai? Did she steal that line out of my head? My creepy kohai couldn't possibly be this cute. I thought with a giggle as I grabbed her arm in mine. Let me teach you the ways. Chapter 28. I blinked, awake at the feeling of something shifting around me. Murgle? I mumbled as I blinked my eyes open. It was dark. A bit of moonlight flooding in through a window, giving me just a bit of light to work with. Milo. A soft voice whispered from around my chest. I looked down at my best boy, who was wrapped around me, obviously seeking comfort from the pouty look on his fishy cheeks. I realized that one of my legs, I couldn't tell which, had gotten caught in his curls and was pointing straight up in the air, my other leg probably buried in my blankets somewhere. It wasn't the most uncomfortable position I had woken up in since I found my team. What's wrong, little fish? I whispered back, and his massive red eyes opened a bit wider to look at me, and he sort of mumble whispered at me. I hummed sleepily as I wiggled a bit and managed to get both of my arms free from blankets and Milotic coils. Wrapping both arms around his nose, I pressed my lips to his cool scales. And instantly blew a massive raspberry right above his nose. Mai! He squealed, causing the whole bed to shift as he jerked around, tossing blankets and causing me to feel like I was on an ocean during a storm for a second. I placed a kiss on his nose after knowing what was coming. His eyes narrowed at me, and he wiggled, suddenly returning my attack. A raspberry blowing across my stomach that was unprotected after my shirt had rolled up a bit in the night. Ee. I squealed back. Trying to escape, but only barely able. Then it was silent, and he flopped his head down onto me with a wet-sounding plop. You okay, little fish? I asked, now more awake, but I didn't get a response, just a sort of sigh. Little fish? Pretty fish? Handsome wonderful fish? I murmured, complimenting my best boy. Eventually, my words got him squirming as I stroked his long fins. Me Milo. He sighed, looking up at me from a half-lidded eye. Oh, I'm sorry, little fish. I sighed. I had been so busy over the last week. Helping Sabrina. Having our match, which Milotic hadn't taken part in. Getting the Star Gym badge. Honestly, the match was pretty disappointing. Then sticking around to help Sabrina for a bit. Okay, I had stuck around to see the effects of my trolling on the Pokemon world. I still remember the first trainer to come by while Sabrina was working on it. The fact Sabrina had greeted him with an idol-like entrance, with a cute song and dance, that shifted into horror as the music started jittering, with Haunter having merged with her face to make it look like her face was melting as they battled. The poor kid had peed himself. I might have come close to doing that myself, but that was from laughter. But it had left me without a lot of hangout time with my team. Milo was lonely. I'm sorry, little fish. Beauty fish. Best fishy. I whispered, my words perking him up a little as I focused on my boy scratching his favorite spots and just cuddling with him for a while. It felt like I had been at Sabrina's gym for a long time really. I think we'll leave tomorrow, little fish. Back on the road. Just us. I told him, and that earned me a slight twitch in his fins, a sign of pleasure. I guess my poor Pokemon had been a little left out. I mean, I fed and still trained them, but it had been a much slower week than normal where we literally did nothing but goof off, train together on the road. If Arcanine hadn't gotten her battle against Sabrina, she definitely would have been bouncing off the walls. Well, more than she already was. Poor Sabrina. She really only had a small assortment of Pokemon and had mostly kept up with her psychic powers. Overpowering people with her combo of powers and psychic Pokemon. It worked, and the fact her father was apparently the previous gym leader meant her takeover was accepted by the association. Her lack of high-end teams was ignored for now, but it wouldn't be forever. Of course Sabrina was now plotting to fix that. With her restored focus, she would be a good gym leader. Her Pokemon had gotten stronger in just the short time we had been together. In the end, teaching Sabrina how to troll Kanto had been an interesting diversion, but I had Pokemon Journey stuff to do. Also, Haunter, if you don't stop poking my butt with your cold hands, I'm gonna call out Arcanine. I warned, and the yelp of the ghost Pokemon could be heard from underneath my bed. I didn't mind the trolling. It seemed like a natural thing from the ghastly line of ghost Pokemon. Every ghastly Haunter of Gengar I had seen in the show had been a troll. But my butt was cold now, and in the middle of the night. I can't stand this. I grumbled, swearing not to capture a Haunter in the future. Okay, maybe one. Or two? Gengar were kinda cute. Okay, never mind. But no cold spots while I'm sleeping. So you are leaving? Sabrina offered as I met her in her little dining room in the back of the gym, where the gym leaders' rooms were located. She had lent me a spare bedroom rather than have me run out to the Pokemon Center every day. So we ended up sharing breakfast. Also, she had just read my mind again, because she had just walked into the dining room as I was looking to see if there was anything I wanted to eat in the fridge and started talking, nearly jump scaring me into bashing my head on the top of the fridge. Yep. I got more stuff to do. I said carefully, pulling my head out of the fridge and glaring at her tiny smirk. Sabrina really liked jump scares. Blaine will be a difficult fight. His star badge may be a cliff you cannot overcome. If you fail and need assistance in training, my door is open, she said in her usual slightly ponderous manner. I blinked and then smiled brightly. Then, before even Sabrina could think about what I was planning, I walked over and hugged her. You're my friend Sabrina. The noise of surprise that escaped the girl was very cute. And then Haunter joined in on the fun, hugging Sabrina, and the poor girl just couldn't quite process. I'll definitely stop by again. I kinda want to see what the first horror coordinator will be like. Horror coordinator? She muttered the strange words, kick-starting her brain. Also pretty normal when dealing with Sabrina, sometimes she would short-circuit, get lost in her own head, and then jump right into the conversation like nothing happened. I see. Acceptable description. Yeah. I thought it up while trying to figure out what your theme would be described as. It's a cool new mix of coordinator and horror comedy. So horror coordinator. I think you'll be knocking the socks off the home coordinators soon. I giggled. I was almost tempted to yell out, "Canto represent." Or something equally patriotic. I mean, it was the best region after all. Sabrina looked at me with that weird look of almost amusement on her face, and I realized she was listening in again. So I just mentally stuck my tongue out at her, and a moment later her actual tongue popped out of her face. But it was more cute? Kinda dopey? Like she didn't know how to use it. Cute. Then suddenly it grew huge and licked me across the face. Bleg. Haunter. I yelped, wiping the ethereal cold off my face. I shivered a bit, my body reacting to it, but I shook it off. Although Sabrina's Pokemon weren't really a match for my own, there had been some mixed training, and most of it was getting used to Ghost and Psychic-type Pokemon, including figuring out how to resist their attacks a bit. Psychic was easy. Dark-type attacks, but Ghost was a little trickier. Arcanine with a Cowlick. Pfft. I burst into laughter as the image shot back into my head. That picture was going into the scrapbook for sure. Arcanine had looked so confused why everyone was laughing, even with a big pompadour-like fluff on top of her head from Haunter. It had actually become one of Haunter's favorite tricks to play on trainers if they ran from the gym. A big flowy cowlick waving on top of some poor young trainer's hair showed the whole city as they ran crying to the Pokemon Center that they hadn't made the cut. Oof. Sabrina might not be turning people into dolls anymore, but her reputation might actually be more scary now. But also, it would be more exciting. Like being dared to go into a haunted house. A test of courage. Exactly what young kids would have a blast with even as they piss their pants. Okay, maybe she still needed to tone down her routine a bit more. Well, time to go. Definitely not running from the repercussions of my actions. You have my number. I finally said as I caught my breath from my laughter spree. I do. Also, I have memorized your psychic signature. No matter where you go on this earth, I can find you. Something like that could have been terrifying. Especially with the intense focused look in Sabrina's eyes. But not me. Definitely. Cool. We'll hang out sometime. I said and hurried out the door. I would eat on the road. Far from here. H-O-O-O-O-O. Arcanine roared her return to the wilds with a noise that echoed for miles. I had expected a reaction, so I had covered my ears, but phew. She could get loud when she wanted. Then she shifted on me, tail wagging so fast it was just a blur of motion. Yes. We get to go on a run. Saddle up. I called out as I pulled the saddle out of my bag. She instantly rushed over and crouched down. A minute's work and a few of those wasted petting soft belly fluff and the saddle was secured. All right, girl. Let's go straight to. Well, actually Pallet Town might be best. It's certainly an easier trip from there to Cinnabar. I muttered, pulling out my poke gear map and checked. Yep, it was definitely closer to Pallet Town over the water. Basically straight south. Well, it was a longer trip here to Pallet Town, and I really needed to give Arcanine some room to stretch her legs. Okay, girl, see? I said, showing the map. That's Pallet Town. You understand where it is. As usual, Arcanine looked at the map and obviously wanted to just ignore it entirely, but nodded. She was definitely needing a bit of a pick-me-up. Heh, this might be a little rough on my butt, but I knew exactly how to encourage my girl. Oh wow, look at that. It says it takes 6 hours to get there by car. Wow. I guess we better plan for an overnight trip then, huh? It might take us a while to get there. I said, lying through my teeth. This thing didn't have Google Maps. It had no information on how long it would take to get anywhere. Arcanine. She barked, affronted beyond belief. Yeah, that's a long run, huh? Should I pack some extra food? I wondered aloud, tapping my chin. Arcanine. Ark. Ark. She barked, stamping her feet, a literal fire in her eyes, and fur fluffed up. Yep. She was ready to race the time now. Huh. I guess I'll just time you then, I said, trapping her, something she realized. Heh. Sometimes Arcanine liked to take a slightly longer route to get to places to earn more zoom eyes. She thought I didn't notice. I saw it. I saw it all, Arcanine. But now I would get Arcanine her exercise and a straight shot. I'm a genius. Alright. Timer. Start. I said, jumping on and strapping in, and hitting the button on the timer watch. Of course, the moment I said start, a realization hit me. I was not a genius. Too fast. I saw Pallet Town coming. Saw the nice houses. The dirt roads. The peaceful atmosphere. Before it was all disrupted by the dust cloud. Of course, I only had about, well, seconds to see the village, be through the village, and then hit the ocean. Blurble glurble. I gasped as the spray of ocean water hit me right in the face, and then I was back out and Arcanine was prancing. Literally prancing around in circles on the beach. I coughed out what I thought was a young Goldeen from my mouth, pulled the strap on the saddle, and just flopped over, poofing into the sand. Arc. Okay. You win. I accepted defeat with all the grace I could manage with half my face buried in the sand. Kinda hard to act tough when you stopped being able to feel your own ass. Arcanine was not a gracious winner. Despite me not giving her time on the watch. She didn't really care about that. It was more about messing with me for having played her. So she was just prancing around me in circles, showing her victory. Ooh. My poor butt. I moaned because yeah. Saddle or not. When you are riding an animal going. What was the number again? 250 miles per hour? Something around there. I remember reading about it back in the old world. Although that was Pokédex information, so who knew it if was accurate. But frankly, yeah, I believed it. If I hadn't had goggles, I would have been blinded by bugs or leaves, as Arcanine absolutely destroyed the distance from Saffron to Pallet Town in like 20 minutes? Less? God, it took Ash like literally months to make that journey. What the hell was that kid's sense of direction? It felt like hours, but I was just going to take this as a bad Vicky plan. Never ever challenge the competitive Arcanine that could run at over 200 miles an hour and then strap yourself to her. Just bad idea all around. Eventually, I got enough strength back after Arcanine started licking my ear, forcing me to push her away to sit up. Okay, that beach? Pretty nice. I muttered. It was a long stretch of beach on the south coast. It was quiet and surprisingly tame. Vermilion had to have wave breaks and stuff for their docks. But out here, the waves were just calm. Peaceful. Beach party. I decided then and there. We would party and train. Have lunch, and then continue on to Cinnabar. I threw out my team. Milo cried out happily as he splashed into the water, as did Gyarados. Chansey joined me on the sand, clapping her hands at the view. Dragonite instantly took to the sky, flying up and then dive-bombing Milotic into the ocean. Oh. Frisky Dragonite. Good luck, pretty eel. Considering how strong that dive bomb was. Well. He's gonna need it. The downside's to have a big dragon GF, I guess. Of course, a moment later the sunlight turned off. Bleg. Fish saliva. I was wiggled up and down by a tongue larger than me for a few moments before my good boy lowered his head and settled me onto the sand. Of course he opened his mouth and a whole drop of saliva came with me. Which, considering how big his mouth was about half my size. Wiping my eyes clear, I quickly gave my big fish a bright smile so he knew that I loved him. Then I instantly turned and puked into the sand, because fish saliva is hella gross and some got in my mouth. Once I had that covered up, I walked into the ocean to meet my fate. Well, at least until Gyarados came in with me and started swimming around, coming up under me and lifting me out of the water. I sighed in happiness, resting on his forehead crest, saliva gone, and just soothing rumbles of my big old fishy boy. All is forgiven. Anyone who doesn't dream of magic dragon fish rides in the ocean with the warm pre-noon sun shining down on them is lying. This was the life. That's a good fishy fish, I said, just scratching his head just above his crest on his actual scales. It was a tough spot for him to reach naturally, considered it was behind his protective crest. It was also very sensitive, and apparently itched. So his gentle circles were soon more like a wiggle as he practically danced under my touch. Ah yes. This was the life. I heard a super loud splash and looked over before bursting into laughter. Although never stopping my scritches, Arcanine had obviously gotten bored. Chansey was happily playing in the sand, building little sand castles, very cute. Arcanine wanted to play. Arcanine used flail. Chansey's sand castle took damage. Chansey became enraged. Chansey used seismic toss. It's super effective. Now Arcanine was dog paddling back to the shore, looking a little waterlogged. Of course, the moment she made it back, Chansey gave her a "I'm looking at you" wave with her arms pointing to her eyes and then to Arcanine, and Arcanine very carefully moved a good distance away from Chansey before shaking herself like a whirlwind and then lighting herself on fire. These total goofs. Okay Arcanine, okay. Let's make a game for you, okay girl? My call-out earned me a jerk of Arcanine's head and big dopey doggy smile. Yeah, that was my girl alright. I jumped off Gyarados, although I did it into the water so I could swim over by his eyes, letting him see I was there and stroking his cheek. His eyes closed in happiness, and he wiggled even more. Then I swam up to the beach, breaching with a gasp and stretching out. That was a good little break. Of course I had to get changed first, or ask for a blow-dry special. Arcanine hadn't exactly waited for me to get changed into my swimsuit. My boots were full of water too. But not the first time. At least it wasn't swamp water this time. Now to distract, train, and occupy my battle maniac. Okay. I got it. We're gonna do some battling. Arc. She looked deliriously happy all of a sudden. I really hope this wasn't another bad Vicky plan. Nope. This was a great Vicky plan. I was laughing in delight at the looks the old man was giving Arcanine. After getting changed, still barefoot as I left my boots to dry, riding Arcanine, with Gyarados on my hip as he didn't want to be without me. So cute. This whole situation was perfect. Chansey was actually staying on the beach playing in the sand, and Dragonite and Milotic were occupied. We headed back north into Pallet Town. This was supposed to be a beach party, but sometimes a little spice was nice. Pallet Town was a quiet little town. Long stretches of land kept all the homes plenty private, and it was quaint and beautiful. Practically a retirement village. Which is what had given me the idea. A large pack of retired older people in Kanto, standing right next to the border, but in a pretty safe place as there were pretty hefty mountains cutting it off from Johto. That was actually a thing, wasn't it? I wonder how many of the old people in this town were hidden monsters ready to call forth their fully evolved Pokemon to smote some Johto youngsters if they caused trouble. Koga had opened my eyes to a lot of the politics in how Kanto and Johto was set up. There were tons of little checks and balances between the two regions. The constant wars and battles had been going on for, well, longer than anyone had written down. So of course I rolled back into town riding Arcanine and looked for the first old person I saw. You want to battle? The look of surprise on the old woman's face that was watering her garden outside of her cute little home wasn't the aghast horror or shock, it was nostalgic. Oh dear, I haven't had a good battle in, well, far too long. That Arcanine wouldn't get any challenge from my old lizard. Hanabi. You even awake, you sleepyhead? The woman called out, voice carrying, and a gruff rumble echoed out as a fucking Charizard stepped out from behind the house. I was right. Old people were fucking cool in the Pokemon world. Hell yeah. This old lady absolutely used to rumble. The Charizard spotted Arcanine, and for an instant there was a shift, its shoulders raised. Its tail plumed in power, and it looked every ounce the ancient dragon it resembled. I wished I had my camera in my hand, because nothing quite prepares you for the sight of a dragon preparing for a battle, but then it flumped. That's the best description I could give. Smoke exhaled from its mouth. Its shoulders kinda slumped, and its gut stretched a bit from where it had sucked it in. It looked tired. It could still fight if it needed, but it had no desire to rumble with us. Of course Arcanine's tail went from vibrating to slowing instantly at the sight. See? This old girl is as good as me nowadays. Huh. Old bones like us. I don't know, ma'am. For a second there I felt like I was about to face Koga again. I told her, and the old lady flushed into a delighted smile, covered by her hand. Oh, stop it. I was never a gym leader. Although back in the day I did work as one of Blaine Sensei's gym assistants, back before he joined the Elite Four. Those were the days. Ark. My girl whined before I could say anything else, because I really did want to know more about that topic, but I just laughed and patted her head. Well, I'm trying to find a battle for my battle junkie here. Know anyone around that wouldn't mind one? Oh, you are a delight. I'll take you to Matthew myself. Hee hee. That old timer always talks up his gym leadership position. Pa. He was a minor gym leader. I'd like to see him face a real fire type in their prime. She cackled in delight and hurried to put her watering can down and take off some of her work clothes before nodding to me and beckoning me down the road. I think I might actually love this town. Anyway, that's how I came face to face with an old man that was staring at Arcanine like she was a legendary Pokemon, and when I offered to battle, the smile that spread across his face took off 40 years. People in the Pokemon world? Battle maniacs. All of them. I could practically hear the battle music start as the man pulled out an old, but well cared for Pokeball from his hip. Chapter 29. Matthew had accepted my challenge with the giddiness of a teenager, the smile on his gnarled face stretching wide, but before we could even start we had been interrupted. This was an old person village. A few Pokemon were sent off to all the neighbors, and very quickly, the grassy field outside the man's house was gathering a crowd of old-timers, and some younger people. Sons and daughters, and grandchildren gathered around to enjoy the show. I of course was a little embarrassed at it, since I was still wearing my damp clothes and no shoes. But I was a little distracted. While I was being pampered? Well, Arcanine certainly was, but there was plenty of attention going my way as well. Oh, look at this fur. You feed her delightfully well. I don't think I've seen such a coat on even those pampered Growlithe that never lift a paw. What do you feed her? Midori asked. The old woman had taken one look at Arcanine, gasped, and started strutting around her like a dog show judge. Which apparently she was. Or had been. She was one of the first to try and make coordinators happen in Kanto. It hadn't caught on, but she apparently did good work as a Pokemon assessor approved by the Pokemon League. It's a mix actually. Papa trains Growlithe in Viridian, so we've been making Growlithe chow forever. So we know all kinds of tricks. For Arcanine, we upped the calories, adjusted a few ingredients to more dense foodstuff. A higher percentage of red meat for her coat. Some grubage for digestion. Rice, and stuff. Spice it up, mostly sherry berries, but I always add a few lychee in as well for a bit more kick. That much spice? Is that healthy? Of course. Berries are all healthy for Pokemon, it's just a matter of if they like the taste. Arcanine loves spicy food, and hates dry food. So I always make sure everything melts in her mouth, longer stew time for most of her stuff, but she works hard, so she deserves it. What a precious child. My Maddie. Have you ever heard of such a thing? Isn't your grandson still buying off the shelf slop for his Growlithe? He is Midori, which you know. You've seen me throw my shoes at that boy for bringing that garbage home. Fool thinks he'll be some champion with half-starved Pokemon too. She offered with an audibly disappointed sigh. I had a friend with a similar problem. I helped teach her to prepare food for her team, maybe he just doesn't know how. I offered to mitigate the odd little spat, both women looked at me and burst into stifled giggles. Oh no, don't you worry, that boy won't learn to cook. Thinks he's too good for that. It's fine, he's 15 and still struggling to get to the league. He'll give up soon and get a job he's more suited for, or just disappear into the wilds. Nothing to worry about. Okay, a bit sinister, but like, people who don't feed their battling team right are in the wrong, so I would just ignore that. And more importantly, the physique. Perfection. Midori said, practically sighing out the words. Whatever training you do, little one. Keep doing it. I've never seen such even proportions. I've seen plenty of trainers try those new gizmos, but balancing muscle groups on a Pokemon is extremely difficult. This. I could die happy. Thanks. I can't discuss it. My other Pokemon are just as good. Chansey especially. Oh, a Chansey? You train her? That's inordinately rare. Rather odd. Chansey took a while to find her fighting spirit, but it burns as strong as any Pokemon now. I said, basically just repeating something Koga had said once. It sounded all wise, and I even mimicked his speech, which sent Midori tittering, but Maddie beside me had twitched a bit and was looking at me with deeper eyes. The way she had just moved. I moved in response. Ninja greetings. So cool. Neen. Maddie or Madeline was old. Graying hair and wrinkled skin, but she wore it with pride, and now I knew why. This woman had absolutely ninja battled people. Probably among treetops, and definitely among a striking moon backdrop or something. It's good to see Koga has a good eye for talent. That little wet behind the ears brat. She said, showing teeth in a grin that looked almost feral. Midori picked up on the words that were whispered quietly, and her eyes widened before they narrowed, and she rose up the sleeve of her hakama? Pretty sure that was a hakama, and not a kimono. I was always terrible about telling them apart. Over her mouth, showing her own sinister smile. Village of badass grannies. I see. That does make more sense. Good. Midori offered patting at Arcanine's barrel, having been checking her muscles. If you weren't already prepared, I would have sent a phone call to Koga, or some of the others for a bit of training. Nope. Got that already. Done enough running through swamps for 1 month, thanks. I muttered, and both women tittered at me. Evil badass grannies. Then Maddie patted me on the head and passed me a piece of candy. Oh. Hard candy. All is forgiven. Before I could pop it into my mouth, Matthew finally decided it was enough. All right. That's everyone that's coming. Come on now, girl. I want to fight that monster of yours. He laughed in delight. I couldn't help but feel the energy. The man was old. There was a weariness to his voice, like he used to yell all the time, but now it took more out of him. But his stance was the easy confidence of a man who did this a lot. I had seen similar confidence in Koga. In Surge even. Victoria Ferrous. Please fight me with all you have. I called out with a grin, and then Arcanine took to the field. There was no need for another word as she held. The noise wasn't a roar. No, this was a howl, a call that she was here, and everyone should listen. And oh boy, the Pokemon did. I had seen dozens of Pokemon around already. Some of the children had little ones. I had even seen a Pikachu resting on top of a little girl's lap, begging for attention. Some bigger stuff. Older Nidoran and Nidorino were there. Some were covered in scars, monsters that looked ready to fight anything. A Meowth that would have put Mama's Meowth into the ground. Well, maybe. Mama had taught Meowth tricks. Anyway, there were all sorts of hidden champions all around us, but at Arcanine's howl? Well, the old champions may be old. They may be tired. But none of them would accept such a thing without at least a response. In one moment to the next, the village came alive. A massive plume of flame arcing into the sky, almost white with its heat from down the lane. I think that was Hanabi the Charizard. A hyper beam ripped across the sky from the other side of town. Powerful. Focused. A roar from a Nidoking that stomped its way out from a shed behind a house. It was down an eye, its face covered in scars, and it was almost graying with age, but it stomped out like a gangster about to have the time of its life. Then more. A golem rose out of the earth down the road where it had been partially buried, in the soft grass, and its steps rumbled the earth. More and more. Some Pokemon didn't approach, but still acted. Shooting blasts into the sky. Some stomped over, standing around the crowd of villagers. And the energy was spreading. Electricity shooting through the crowd, people and Pokemon alike. The children and teens were looking a little nervous. Although some of the littlest ones were having a blast at the light show and Pokemon. But the adults? Anyone who looked over 40 or so? I felt like every single one of them was going to walk into the ring and challenge me. There is a saying. I muttered, but my voice carried, and there was a moment of silence at my words. When two trainers' eyes meet, they must battle. I finished the statement, and met Matthew's eyes. The old grizzled trainer looked like his birthday had come early. All of them, at once. And he looked like he was going to choke slam me through a table. But that was just my imagination. I hoped. That's right, girl. The rule of true trainers. Matthew Kitsugawa accepts your challenge. He cried out in delight. For a second, the ancient old man wasn't ancient, but the rambunctious teenager that challenged everyone and anyone to a fight that met his eyes. There was actual whooping from some of the watchers. The older watchers, they had seen it too. This wasn't a village of retirees. It was a village of Pokemon trainers. Intense Pokemon trainers. People that never retired. Never could. It was in their blood. The sort of people that hadn't stopped after their journey. No, these were the types that dedicated their lives to the thrill. If I hadn't gone through Koga's training, I might feel nervous with all the sinister smiles aimed at me, but it wasn't at me. But the battle ahead. They all wanted to see what a legend could do. The moment was broken with a thrown pokeball. The throw wasn't as strong as it once had been. I could see it. It had fallen far earlier than he intended, age had worn down his arm. But still the ball tumbled, hit the grassy lawn, and a king arose. Nidoking. The tyrant roared in return, a challenge to Arcanine's howl. This monster. It was old. Weathered. The look of a creature that had seen its fair share of years. But none of that mattered. Not its obvious deep breath after its roar, as if its lungs were quite up to the task of that level of noise anymore. Its steps were slower, almost but not quite ponderous. Its horn was even broken at the tip. An old war wound, no doubt. But none of that mattered. Because I was in the presence of the King of Kings. Alpha. I said, and my words spread through the crowd, only increasing the energy. They had known. Some of the looks I received were respect. They didn't think I would know what I was facing. That's right, girl. Meet the king of the Vermilion Territory. Back 50 years this old man ruled the forests. Untouchable. Until me. Matthew laughed. The old man comment earned a slightly tilted head from the Nidoking, who snorted at Matthew, in irritation at being called that, but that was that. An old camaraderie existed between them. Old and fire-hardened trust. Good. Maybe you'll give me a challenge. Arcanine. The legendary Pokemon. I called in turn. Simpler, and yet. Incanto? All the more ancient a reputation. The battle is until knockout, or surrender. Trainers ready. Granny Rumi, the first woman I had met, was the ref, although she was on the other side of the fence from the field. Smart. She had done this before. Ready. Always. He agreed. Begin. Get to it. Matthew called out. While I started with something much simpler. Arcanine was practically buzzing. Waiting. Go. And the earth changed. In one moment to the next. The tyrant Pokemon was hidden from view by massive slabs of rock ripped straight out of the ground by a single titanic stomp. Stealth rock? A weird rock tomb? Or just rock throw without any of the fucking around? I don't know. If it was any other Pokemon, that move would have stopped them. Cold. That much rock? Even a rock type would have splattered against it and been stunned. Arcanine barely slowed. She ran straight up the new stone monument, already trailing fire as she reached the top. Leapt and used that to see what was inside. The fact she instantly used flamethrower, keeping it up even as she landed, told me a lot. Arcanine always went for the physical attack. It was just in her nature. To go for a flamethrower. It meant she had no target. Dig. Mobile. I called and Arcanine responded, leaping off the rocks to build up speed. And then the real attack happened. Normally Pokemon use Dig for a surprise attack. This Nidoking was no normal Pokemon. The rocks shook and I felt real respect. Those rocks weren't just for defense. The tough old bastard Nidoking had brought them up and then dug under them so he could use them. I didn't need to say anything. Arcanine blitzed into her top speed despite the shaking earth, and the massive slab of stone slammed down where she had been, kicking up dust and dirt and unsettling more than a few of the youngsters from their footing. Nidoking used strength. It missed, but would have been super effective. A defense, obstacle move, and damage move all in one. Matthew wasn't just some trainer. He knew his shit. As the ground rocked, the old-timers all stood rooted. Not even the ones that looked like they would keel over at times due to age. They rode the vibrations better than they could on solid ground. No, they rode out the earth shifting beneath them like it was a lovely summer wind. Of course I wouldn't fall over either. 3D. I demanded, and Arcanine responded. It was. Actually, I was kinda sad I had noticed it. Through the dust and debris, but I had goggles for a reason. It felt almost like cheating that I even could see it, because I would stake money that even just a decade before this, I wouldn't have. What Nidoking was doing next. His foot rose up, but slowly, and it wasn't motioning forward. The old bastard struggled to move as fast as he used to. Otherwise he likely wouldn't have used this attack in plain view. Old injury? Arthritis? I had no idea, but it was slow. More than enough time to call it out, for Arcanine to hear and respond. If this monster was in his prime, that might have actually been it for Arcanine. She was weak against ground-type attacks after all. Because a moment later where the earth had shaken at the crash of the slab, now the earth turned to liquid beneath his feet as he stomped down. Earthquake. Matthew spoke the word only after the attack went off. Mostly the audience's benefit. The power of the move was honestly awe-inspiring. But it wasn't just that. It was the control. I felt a rumble, but the earth below me didn't send me flying. Or Matthew. The crowd was fine. Cheering at the sight. It was just the area within our once grassy field arena. King wasn't just a powerhouse, but a Pokemon that had control equal to its decades. But because of that one fact, that he was slower, Arcanine was nowhere to be seen. The roiling earth cleared out the dust and showed there was nothing besides Nidoking on the ground in the arena. Then the roar came out. Nidoking looked up and 300 pounds of Arcanine landed on him teeth first. 3D maneuvers were still one of our best moves against rock and ground type attacks. Don't stay on the ground, jump high, bounce around, and if you had to touch down, land on the Pokemon controlling the move, because they wouldn't be affected, giving you a stable platform. Koga had definitely taught me a lot. Taught my team a lot. We had grown. The tyrant responded. Instincts letting him react. He started glowing, and while Arcanine came down onto him, her fire fong big hard scales, hurting him, but a lot of the power was stalled out. He had grabbed her. She realized it, and then she was ripped away and thrown straight up. Everyone gasped. I just whistled. That was really far. Too much for your legend? Matthew called out, half taunting, and half concerned. What a nice guy. What? Oh, a fall from that height? Nah. She'll be fine. You should focus on the battle though. It's not over. I called, and that earned a vicious grin from the old man. You heard the kid King. And the grizzled Nidoking roared in challenge at the descending pup, which really only encouraged her. She landed in a crouch without any harm. Just one moment high in the sky and the next perfectly calm. Arcanine was used to heavy gravity. Terminal velocity wasn't going to really hurt her. She was tough. Go. I called out again, and it was on. Arcanine rushed forward, this time using Flame Wheel, burning a line through what had once been grass but was now just mulch as she flashed across the field. But the old Nidoking might be slow, but he had experience. Spread his arms, and a pure white protect field slammed into place. Probably one of the cleanest examples I had ever seen of the move. And Arcanine bounced off, thankfully not just face first, but running up and then bouncing away. Then it all reset. King. Go. We both called out, but it was too much. King was experienced, but there was experience, and then there was reflexes. One of the Pokemon had a young body trained hard and ready, and the other was old, slowing down. Counter. I saw it, Arcanine saw it. But too slow. The old Alpha just couldn't prepare it in time, and Arcanine blitzed him with a Flame Wheel Extreme Speed tackle. The old king hit the dirt hard. Even Arcanine stopped as the tyrant seemed to huff for breath. It was definitely done. But no one wanted to call it. Not the Pokemon, not the trainers. Not the ref. We all just stood there. Waiting, as the tyrant gathered himself. Slowly sitting up and wiping the mud off his scales. But after a moment, he grumbled and scoffed, Nidoking. Then just rubbed at his arm as he sat there looking pretty grumpy. And the energy of the crowd breathed out in a sigh of relief. He totally just said he's too old for this, didn't he? I said in secret delight, because that noise? That was definitely the old man grumbling about these damn kids and their fancy new moves that he never had to deal with back in his day. I want to hug him so bad. I whispered. But shook it off. Hurt Pokemon Vicky. You know what to do. Arcanine. Let's go get Chansey. The voice of a goddess called out from behind the crowd, and a few people split to show that Chansey had decided to join us. She was even cutely doing a little jog pose as she gently waved through the crowd, leapt over the 4-foot fence like it was barely there, and then jogged over. I could see the look of surprise on the old-timer's face at the sight of my goddess though. Chansey. She greeted Nidoking, and he scoffed and grumbled, looking away, every inch the old man, refusing any healing, that he was fine. And he certainly didn't need a Pokemon Center, it was just a fall. Of course the scary power in his gaze might work on a normal Chansey. Maybe. They were pretty stubborn sometimes. But my goddess? She just smiled, walked over, ignored his throaty growl, and with a casual deadlift, lifted the. You know what? I had no idea how much this Alpha Nidoking weighed, and I wasn't about to try and deadlift him from muddy ground like Chansey did. Right now, only God, Nidoking himself, maybe Matthew his trainer, and now Chansey had any idea how much the old Alpha weighed. Of course, if you asked Chansey, she would probably tell him he should gain a few pounds or something, because her cheery pace never faltered even as her feet sunk into the mud as she carried him out of the little arena to the trainer. The trainer who looked like he was having a heart attack. Good thing Chansey was here. Chansey. She greeted Matthew, and settled Nidoking down on the dry ground with a gentleness that was scary, leaving the big Alpha looking a little shell-shocked at his treatment. Then she went to work healing Pulse, and a bit of fussing got Nidoking looking much less helpless, but still a little confused at what the hell was going on. As Arcanine then got her turn, which Arcanine walked forward, sat, and allowed Chansey her examination. No one escaped the after-battle checkup. Is that a Chansey? Yeah. Isn't she great? I asked, as I walked over only once she was finished, and gave her a big hug from behind, rubbing my cheek against hers. Chansey of course instantly reciprocated, then patted my head telling me I was a good girl. I've never seen a Chansey in that kind of shape. Funnily, instead of dispersing, most of the crowd of people and Pokemon were scrunching in now that the battle was over. There was definitely a sense of pride in the Pokemon, and an excitement among the older humans. Not bad, kiddo. Not bad at all. You show those Johto brats what Kanto can do, ya? An old man offered with a delighted cackle, before he was slapped over the back of his head. Oh, leave off, Tanaka, the only one she needs to show is herself. She'll do fine. The old woman snapped, then smiled at me. You'll do fine in the league, dear. Oh, I can't wait to see the league matches this year. I wasn't planning on getting tickets, but well. What's one more year, EY? She added with a sly wink. Mother. You said you'd watch the shop this year. A younger man said, and the woman cursed under her breath at being caught out. I just laughed in delight, because these old people were just the coolest. Well, girl, old king hasn't had a dust-up like that in a while. Matthew said, walking over after having checked on his Pokemon. The two had shared manly glances at each other, but with Chansey having fussed over the big Pokemon. King had just huffed, sending his trainer away. It was fun. King was intense. I don't want to imagine what he would have been like in his prime. Huh. Matthew laughed in a broken chuckle that ended in a small coughing fit, but he just waved me off. When he got himself back under control, he just smiled. Just a cough, kiddo. Getting old does that. I think even in his prime, King might have lost to your Arcanine. What a Pokemon. He sighed in delight. He wasn't the only one, with eyes on Arcanine as she rested beside King. There was a light breeze, and her fur ruffled with the grass in the patch the two were sitting next to. Like reigning champions, the two Pokemon rested under the eyes of the many of the crowd. More than a few brave children got close, but never got the nerve to make it the rest of the way. Pulled away by adults or rushing back to skirts. There was something special about seeing an Arcanine and an Alpha Nidoking resting after destroying an entire field in battle. Arcanine, of course, had a cute little smile on her face. Not lording over her win, for once, but just looking satisfied. King looked every inch the tyrant resting after a hard-fought battle, ancient scars on display. Tired. But not entirely beaten. I wish I had my bag. I'd have grabbed a picture. Either way. It was wonderful. Well, I think this means Sinai is going to be throwing together some food for everyone, turning this into a party. Matthew noticed a small group of women moving through the crowd, chatting about a party. Is that normal? Huh. For that woman? She'd throw a party if a storm comes in, just to have something to do. Matthew laughed a belly roar that ended too soon as his breath hitched. I have to go actually. My team is still at the beach. I jerked up. I hadn't intended for this to turn into such a big thing. Oh? Yeah. I'm heading to Cinnabar soon, to challenge Blaine. So we were camping at the beach, but I figured I would come by and see what the battles were like in Pallet Town. Arcanine. Sorry. We need to go check on everyone. Chansey? Ah, there you are. I giggled as my pink blob was playing with the kids, now holding a kid at the end of each flipper as she danced around. Chansey. She called back gently, setting the disappointed back down and patting their head. Arcanine roused. Taking a moment to look back to King. Both Pokemon acknowledged each other before she moved rushing over, and I jumped on. Returning Chansey, I waved at everyone. It was super nice to meet all of you. Thank you for the battle. To the beach. And Arcanine was gone, leaping over the crowd, landing on the road and bursting into speed that I was struggling to stay on with. Slewdoon. Chapter 30. As incredibly fun as the diversion had been, the beach was where I needed to be. Dragonite and Milotic were still missing in action, so I just settled in to make everyone lunch. Arcanine was prancing around like the queen of the beach, and I was doing my best to be supportive of her win while also not letting her ego get too big. A losing battle that. Mostly she earned spoon tasting privileges while I cooked, which she took great delight in. Running over at my call and licking the spoon frantically while Chansey just tittered silently from behind her. Chansey was more interested in looking after a shelter she had found that had washed up on shore, looking a little sick. Poor thing had definitely been poisoned. Probably tentacle, they were kinda everywhere in the Kanto Sea. Gyarados was back out of his ball and basically splashing in the very, very shallows of the beach. Barely any of the massive noodle was even in the water. His big face, parked almost on the cooking fire I had made just to be close, and was just happily smelling the spicy food. Both Gyarados and Arcanine were spice fiends after all. And of course when Arcanine wasn't looking, I would drop a little onto his tongue. My big blue heart was a big sweetie after all, and deserved treats to know I loved him bunches. Arcanine finally finished marking her territory in the sand. She came over and stretched out. Literally stretching her legs until she was belly in the sand and then exhaling as she relaxed. I petted her on the head as I passed, grabbed a bag of rice out of my bag. A little bit of rice was good for Arcanine's digestion, and even Gyarados and Chansey enjoyed a bit of it. Of course I was making food for all of my team, even the missing members. I had a feeling Dragonite and Milotic would be hungry when they got back. I was just boiling up the rice when I heard it. The cracking of heavy feet. I looked behind me and felt a smile come to my lips because what was coming down the road was a Rhyhorn-drawn carriage in an old style, and probably all of Pallet Town, riding Pokemon, or just walking down with beach umbrellas and beach stools or towels. I guess I hadn't escaped the old-timers' attention after all. A Gyarados too, huh? Matthew called out from atop the Rhyhorn cart as he wheeled over the Rhyhorn. The Pokemon looked a little uneasy with the sand, but relaxed when they spun around a bit. Though the man did this with a deft hand, his eyes never left Gyarados. Looking for any sign of aggression from my big boy, but Gyarados was perfectly content. Yeah. This is my big blue heart. I called out. I dropped my cooking spoon into the pot and threw a big hug around Gyarados' face, which earned me a nice lick in turn. Which immediately burned. Eee. I yelped, rushing straight for the ocean and jumping and scrubbing at my face. Burns, burns, burns. Spicy tongue. I yelped as I came out of the ocean. Lychee berries burned. Then a click-clacking noise echoed over the beach, and it was such an odd noise, I actually stopped to figure out what it was. Oh. Ooh. Ooh-hoo. Gyarados was wobbling his mouth open, and there was a clacking noise from the back of his throat. And it was the best thing ever. I would remember this moment forever and ever, because my lonely blue heart. He was laughing. Gyarados laugh. I stood there for I don't know how long before it finally hit me. I didn't care that the old people didn't really get what was happening. Their confusion wasn't my concern. My only concern was my biggest laughy lovely boy. I slammed into him in a burst of delighted laughter as we both laughed together. You got me. You silly boy. I told him, stepping away from the hug and grabbing his big lips and tugging at his face a bit. Is that your new move, huh? Spicy tongue. Huh. I pressed him, laughing as he just click-clacked all the louder. Kid? Huh? I asked, turning to look behind me, leaving Gyarados to his laughter for a moment. Yes? There were a few of the old-timers looking a little nervous. You okay? What dash? Oh. I'm fine. I was cooking with lychee berries. I gave my big boy some, and when he licked me the juice burned. Also. Do you hear that? I asked, ignoring the rest of their concern, because my Gyarados was laughing. Yeah? Is your Gyarados okay? He's amazing. That's laughter. I told them, waving my arms at my chuckling Gyarados. I've never heard him laugh before. I said in absolute delight. Even Arcanine and Chansey had wandered over and were looking happy. Chansey was bouncing in the sand, clapping a little, while Arcanine just looked pleased at the noise. Laughing. A Gyarados? Matthew asked, sounding really confused. The old man pulled off his hat and rubbed his fading gray hair. You sure that's what it is? Looks more like he's about to puke. Nah. His puke face is more like. I reached over and climbed onto my blue heart's face, pulling his upper lip down and stepping a bit to adjust his bottom one, which let me do without complaint, and then I slid sideways so the old-timers could see. This. But he is making his happy face. The old man looked pretty uncomfortable, but just nodded slowly. Right. If you're sure. You, got that beast well trained. Oh, he's a sweetheart. I denied with a waved hand. Then I started scratching his little nose, and he wiggled, happily flopping like a worm all through his body. Right. The old man just shook his head. Which was good, because I would totally be proven right. The noise of something sizzling caught my ear. The rice. I yelped, rushing over and quickly stirring the rice, saving it in time. And as I finished cooking, the beach came alive. People set up all over. A few even set up fires. Hanabi, that ancient Charizard, lighting a fire with an ember as well, before settling in with a loud yawn and curling up. People threw out camping supplies, and made an actual beach grill a bit further down, and soon, squid and calamari was sizzling, and everyone was getting into it. Kids were coming down as well, carrying floaties and tugging along Pokemon. It was fun. No running from a Pallet Town party, kiddo. Matthew told me, having settled into a beach chair not far from my own fire with a happy sigh as he looked over the water. Although I noticed he was on the other side of the fire from Gyarados. I can see that. I said with a laugh. I just had to be here in case my other two show up. They went off on their own for some private time, I added, and the old man's breath hitched as if he swallowed spit before he coughed and then was laughing. Yeah, that's so? He said, roaring into laughter. Oh darling, I simply can't comment on the Gyarados. Interesting choice. He looks healthy though. But oh, you must show me what you are feeding them. Midori said, having hurried over once she had set up her own beach spot. Sure, it's nothing special. That's the spicy pot. For Gyarados and Arcanine. I'll feed Arcanine off the top of it, and then fill it with super dense food for Gyarados after, and he gets the whole pot after that. Then just some rice, I'm finishing that now, and of course I have people with taste buds food here. I pointed to another set of pots. 2 more? Quite a bit of food. It's just a taste thing. See the smaller one? Chansey likes bitter things, but can't do spicy like at all. Her whole face scrunches up and she really doesn't like it. But my other two hated bitter stuff. I laughed in delight the few times the Pokemon had decided to be tricksy and try and grab food that wasn't theirs was hilarious. Oh my. That's a lot of work. My team are professional battlers. They work and train all day to be the best. If I'm not putting in this much work to their nutrition and tastes, then I'm a failure as a trainer. I answered simply. Delightful. Such a good girl. Midori declared in delight, reaching in. The old woman started pinching my cheek lightly as she smiled down at me. It's just the basics. I mumbled. Oh no, Victoria. It is most definitely not the basics. But it is wonderful training. Midori said happily. Tell me about this? What sauce is that? Mostly sherry as a base for the spice, it's cheap, and I can get a lot, and lychee berries are expensive but also make a big difference, so you don't need a lot. I get some herb packets from Pokemarts. I found some that each of my team like, and mix those in as well. Chansey actually likes a curry brand for her flavoring. I added, reaching into my bag and grabbing the curry sauce mix to show to Midori. Very true. Bravo. Oh, leave her alone already, Midori, the kid is working, give her space. Matthew called grumpily from his chair, and Midori scoffed. You just want to hog her once she is done, probably tell her all about your time as the gym leader of the fighting gym, isn't that right? I was stronger than some of the main gyms in the day. He said hotly, and I ignored the two squabbling old-timers retreading well-worn arguments. Food's done. I called, and Arcanine jerked up from the sand where a few children had been brave enough to come over and pet her, and then build sand castles around her. Chansey of course was happily dancing with them, but once more broke off, this time for lunch. I didn't need to partition out Chansey's food. She was amazing and quickly got her own ready while I grabbed the bowl. Back when Arcanine was a Growlithe, she was an aggressive little shit, and had gotten a bit food defensive. Still was, but at least with Dratini around she had learned to chill her shit. Not that it meant she allowed anyone near her bowl. I still sometimes had to chase her down to pull it out of her mouth after meals. I partitioned out her meal, adding the rice, stirring it all up, almost looked like a spicy curry by the end considering how much spice was in this thing. It actually made my eyes water a bit. Arcanine was right there when I turned around, tail vibrating. You know, no crowding me with food. I demanded, and she very purposefully took 2 steps backwards. But no more. Brat. I told her as I walked a few steps over and placed the bowl down. Instantly it was attacked. Ignoring that, I went back and dumped some very expensive calorie-dense poke blocks into the stew, which instantly filled it back up, added a good portion to the pot, and raising the whole thing I then stirred that. A few minutes and that would be ready for Gyarados. I heard it. The noise of whistling wind. It was a normal sound for me. Dragonite wings on the air. I didn't expect the reaction from a bunch of Kanto veterans though. Dragonite. Attack. The call whipped through, and more than a few of the old trainers whipped out pokeballs, looking ready to start blasting. No, no. I called out as loud as I could. It's okay. I didn't quite convince all of them. And then there she was, zipping over the trees, Milotic wrapped all around her, which I was thankful for. I think that was the only reason she didn't start taking fire from some of the old-timers. She noticed the whole thing with a look of surprise, but I waved her down and she gave a little shrug and finished her flight, thankfully landing in the water so there was no spray of sand from her back blast, and then Milotic helped them both right onto the sandy beach. Then he fell, rolled over, completely belly up and made a noise like he was dying. Dragonite, on the other hand, looked pretty great. Were her scales a bit shinier and the smile was definitely brighter. Oh my. I ignored my fish for a moment and scooped out Dragonite's meal, which she happily came over to get, surprising me with a hug before taking the plate and just plopping down in the sand to eat. Girl? Dragonite is my Pokemon. She's great. I told him, and that sent a ripple through the crowd, but I did my best to focus on my team grabbing the final plate of food and walking over to sit next to the head of my poor Milotic, who was getting a lot of weird looks. You know. 'Cause he looked dead. You okay? Mai, she released a noise of exhaustion. That's rough, buddy. It's really all I could offer him, as I settled the plate next to his head and patted him under his jaw. Why don't you eat up, get a little energy back? Milo. He grumbled, before turning right side up, looking less dead already, and starting to eat. I snickered. He just wanted sympathy. Dragonite must have been a little demanding. That's. Well, girl, that is a set of Pokemon, all right. Matthew uttered from his chair, no longer looking at the sea at all. Yep. This is my team. Well, I have a few more, but they are back home. They aren't battlers. I still need to capture a 6th before the league starts. Only got a bit of time for that, darling. Will that be enough to train one? I have a few ideas for emergency captures, to be honest. But I'm just trying to find the right fit. I'd rather have a Pokemon that is less trained, but is meshing into my team, than just a strong Pokemon. I remember being your age. Having my perfect team all planned out. It doesn't usually work out, kiddo. Find Pokemon that you can work with and train them. Matthew offered. Yeah, I know. That's not what I mean, though. I don't know. I guess. Most of my Pokemon I didn't really go out and capture. We more, because friends, or decided to join together. I like that more than just battling a Pokemon into submission. I shrugged. It's complicated. Huh. Well, this is quite the team regardless. The Dragonite? Is that? Matthew asked, not quite finishing his question. Not from Johto. I already had the Pokemon League raise a big stink about it when she was a Dragonair, even had Lance come in and verify it. She's a wild one. Really? So there are wild Dragonite out there? Midori asked, walking up and standing beside me, as she stared at my girl chowing down. She was already nearly done, licking the plate clean as she finished. Pfft. As if humans have seen every inch of the world. Or have any idea what's really out there. Arceus blessed us with a truly beautiful world. I offered, and that earned me a lot of looks. Huh. The great birds are the ones that filled the world with weather and brought about life. Matthew argued, humping, and I laughed, because of course different regions would argue their religion was the right one. Mama and Papa had never really taken us to any churches or anything, and I mean, I knew Arceus existed. I knew the whole creation myth. Trying to say one Pokemon did this or that was silly when I knew whatever legendary had actually done. I shrugged, not caring to argue. Amazing. A Kanto Dragonite. Who would have thought? It's been. What since that Samuel boy? His Dragonite had real potential. Think this one is a child? Possible. I interrupted Midori and another woman that I didn't know. I can verify that Dragonite wasn't born from Samuel Oak's Dragonite. Although. Does anyone know what happened to Oak? Or his Pokemon, I guess. The mood turned a bit somber at my question. I hadn't thought to ask before. I mean. Agatha hadn't said much either. No one knows exactly. Matthew interrupted with a gruff tone. Johto. Probably. Damn Blackthorn. Surprised a kid your age even knows the name. I've heard of him. Was all I could really answer before shaking it off. I know Agatha, who dash. Ugh. Matthew groaned and Midori broke into laughter. Don't bring up that old hag. Oh, don't be such a sourpuss, Matthew, just because you never managed a win against her. The man grumbled, looking like he was grinding his teeth, but said nothing more. Ah. That was kind of funny. We don't know, dear. No one does. Samuel Oak was a hero to Pallet, grew up here. Planned on being a champion, likely would have, but Johto. Or maybe even some elements in Kanto weren't happy. His Pokemon. She shook her head. I see. Well, we aren't here to get morose. Matthew argued. Sam was a good kid. Hell of a battler. Taught him a few things back in the day. Before I retired. Kid wanted every badge in Kanto before he went for the league. Heh. Don't think he quite made it. Wait. How many minor gyms are there? 4? 5? Changes sometimes. The man offered. Some close down. Not enough support. Some take over the big gyms, like Saffron. How many did Oak get before the league? 10? Matthew questioned, but Midori just hummed to herself and ended up shrugging. Heh, I bet I can get them all. I'm already collecting the star badges. The idea made me smile. Get all the badges. Gotta collect them all. Oh? You've gotten some star badges? Matthew asked, sitting up. I got 3 back when I ran my circuit. Heh. I had more than anyone in Kanto that year. Yeah. I walked over to my bag and grabbed the badge carrier out of a side pocket. Flipping the sleek little case open, I opened it off to show off a little, standing proud as all 6 star badges were displayed. My goodness! Midori responded first in an honest gasp, but Matthew took the cake in response. He started snickering, then chuckling, then full of guffawing, and then turned it into a full belly laugh raised to the sun. I don't think it's really that funny. I mentioned, but he shook his head, slowly regaining control. Girl. Vicky. No, Victoria. Yeah. Listen, kid. You're doing something right. Keep doing it. He said and nodded as if his words were great wisdom. Idiot. Midori offered, before looking down at me and patting me on the head. You're a good one. Strong, and well taken care of Pokemon, and they adore you. Obvious to anyone. That's how a trainer should be. Heh. I look forward to seeing the league this year. She laughed a little sinisterly, and Matthew joined her, both old people sharing a look of sharp teeth. Scary. I'm surprised you took out Koga though. Matthew offered. He's a tough customer. I didn't the first time. But he trained me, and on the second go around I knew his team pretty well. I could plan for them. He taught me a lot. But the star badge doesn't feel as earned. I need to make sure I get the next 2. To make sure I deserved it. Heh. If he handed it to you, you deserved it. But enough about us. Looks like the food is done. Huh? Oh. I jerked as a new woman in an apron and a big smile walked over, carrying sticks of fried squid. For the champion of the battle. She called out, earning cheers from everyone on the beach as she handed me the food, which I took and quickly scarfed down. I hadn't eaten yet. Yummy. And I guess some for you. She offered, handing Matthew a stick and a pile of papers of takoyaki. Oomph. He grumbled but took the food, and then she leaned in and kissed him on the cheek. Oh. That must be his wife. But I really was hungry. The squid went down amazingly, but I scooped out some rice as well, into a bowl, tossed some of the squid in, then poured the less spicy remains of the bowl over it and dug in myself. I ended up mostly just settling in and listening to some of the old people that gathered around a fire talk about their own journeys. Hearing how it used to be 60 years ago to start a journey was both horrifying and absolutely thrilling. But of course, as I did that, my Pokemon enjoyed themselves. Milotic eventually stopped pretending to be squeezed dry and was swimming around, coming out of the ocean with all sorts of things. Shells, or interesting bits or bobs. Either for me to woo over, or handed to Dragonite and given bashful looks in turn. So cute. Gyarados just hung out with me. The old folks got used to his massive face towering over them. And even relaxed when I used him as a chair. Dragonite, when she wasn't being flattered by Milotic, was following Chansey's lead and playing with the children, which to my amusement she seemed to really like. Dragonite, for all there being a dragon thing, really were some of the nicest dragons. Mostly. Except for Iris's one. The jerk. And of course Chansey was leading the children in some stretches and beach exercises. Chansey, always working for those gains. Arcanine of course was the queen of attention. She walked along the beach doing whatever caught her interest, whether that was chasing after frisbees thrown by the younger kids, being fawned over, or licking the absolute crap out of a little girl that had spilled a takoyaki on her head. I had to pull Arcanine away as the little girl was crying up a storm, but eventually had calmed down and I let her pet Arcanine as an apology, so there was that. Of course sometimes she would just go run off at whatever caught her attention. The sand skipping up around her as she shocked the crowd with her speed. A poor Spearow getting a little too close to the food had been chased away, and it was only Arcanine being nice that let it survive, as she could have easily snapped it out of the air as it fled the sudden appearance of something 300 times its size. It was nice, and Cinnabar can wait until after the party.